Destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, hey!
Alrighty, folks. We're probably I don't know how many times now. I know several notifications have gone out. More than likely, I guess, as far as trying to get this thing resolved here on Twitch on Saturdays. So we'll see what happens. If it freezes again, I'm not trying again. This was probably a fair warning. Yeah. So again, I guess I apologize because for anybody that's getting multiple notification, I guess, as far as for the start of stream. For the umpteenth millionth time here on the Twitch channel for Saturdays, I don't understand it. It's showing unstable on my Twitch dashboard, just to kind of inform that, so I have no idea how it's all coming across to you folks out in Twitch land. But yeah, if I appreciate Twitch's help, chat's help, I guess, as far as for confirming, I guess, as far as it went way frozen and way broken, I guess, as far as even earlier than it usually has been. So And at this point, I'm still trying to really super duper enhance my column here because I'm super frustrated right now. I'm not gonna lie. I just don't get why it happens on Saturdays. Always seems to be Saturdays. So I don't know where we left off here. I guess as far as the stream left off there, I was showing off Lacrosse here. So just to kind of really, I'm gonna run through the gamut here. I guess as far as again, and I apologize. I guess as far as for being sloppy on here, but I don't know. I'm still just flabbergasted, I guess, as far as with the video freezing on the channel. So far, from what I can see on my end, I guess as far as the dashboard, it's fine. So hopefully it stays that way. The 20 minutes in as opposed to the hour that I was doing before, that's pretty ridiculous. Yeah, so for anybody in the chat, and as much as I hate to have to, you know, you all come here, I guess, as far as to find a quality stream, right? And I'm doing everything in my absolute power that I have and my ability on my own end to do that. But the fact that Twitch seems to keep stepping on that, it just blows my mind. I'm just beyond livid. Okay, so the bot still seems to be working. That's good. Anywho, so what I was showcasing is as far as, and I'm going to just kind of glaze over all this right now. This is what we were working on, I guess, as far as when stream tend to come to a abrupt halt last week, as far as to get the turn 1 pavilion, I guess, as far as up to snuff. So just to kind of do a once around here, you can see a majority of the UV mapping is at least done, I guess, as far as to get the UV mapping, I guess, as far as in the areas of the texture to include the wire. You can see the UV mapping there. And if I'm glazing over a lot of this really fast, there's probably a good reason there, because a lot of this is most of this is summary. So for anybody that has been, you know, chiming in, I guess, to the Discord or whatever, as far as to do the streams off the Twitch channel, I guess, then but anyway, that's the turn 1 pavilion. We do have a lot of picture references for that to give us, get us where we're at. Kind of flip through these really quick. And if you got any questions, I guess, about that, I guess at this point, feel free to ask. But right now, I'm just feeling I gotta whip through this or whatever, just anticipating, I guess, the fact that it's probably gonna freeze the video again on the stream. So I'm super watching that too. But also just to kind of see it, the model in its element in the track. So we got the updated, all the updated features, I guess, as far as to the track from Racer James. So here's the building in its element, same as what we see in Max here, I guess, as far as the 1-to-1 representation of that in its element. And you can see Racer James has started off the platform here, I guess, as far as for that area for where that resides. It's still a whip, I guess, as far as to get that done. That's still being worked on. So you can see amongst all the other things, I think I did go over the safer that's been applied here. And obviously the track in reality doesn't have it, but you can see the ambient occlusion that's been applied to that and the result you get out of that. And as Racer James already mentioned, it's a little bit exaggerated, you know, but that little bit of exaggeration can be adjusted if so calls for it. I think it looks good that way. That's just my personal opinion. But the tree line that Racer James has mentioned, trying to fit into around the track, has been put into place. So this is turn 2 going into the back stretch, and we have the storage facility that we created in a previous stream. That's behind that. That has been used, I guess, as far as to get some items put in the areas, the ones we made to be open during a race session. So this is all being showcased with race session. This is the race session. You can see the status as it stands right now, what the race session looks like. And you can still see, even from trackside, as far as those storage facilities through the tree line, much like you can in reality. I think that's pretty cool. So just going around the track, you can see all the billboards that have been done, and we've been talking, you know, we've talked about in the past couple of streams, but haven't been able to see it on stream here, I guess, as far as it now. So just continue to go around here. Well, what I really want to get back to, that's kind of where we stopped when the stream kind of took a crap, was this press box. So the texturing that's on this thing is giving me a lot of inspiration on how to texture the Turn 1 pavilion. So obviously that's going to be a much more visible, I guess, as far as in the storage facility, which is behind the tree line. So you don't need as much visibility, I guess, as far as on that. As much attention to detail, let's put it that way. So if you kind of slip up on the texture quality a little bit, and such items like this, so much less detail on these buildings, for example. Tried our best, I guess, as far as to get that, you know, nice and decent, if you will. And that's maybe somewhat by design too, because you're not gonna be able to see as much of that detail as much as you will these items. So again, it gives me quite a bit of inspiration, I guess, to do the texturing to the Turn 1 pavilion to follow what Racer James has done here to get these all scaled properly. You know, as far as the ribs on the sheet metal, really cool thing. In fact, he's got two different colors on here. So to take some of the aspect of the texturing for this exterior of the press box for the grandstand and apply that to our pavilion. The fact that this pavilion happens to be about the same color as this, if nothing else, it would give some conformity. I guess, as far as to look and see if it. Nope, the video's still going. I'm being very vigilant, I guess, to look and see that the video is still not freezing. So it's, yeah. So if you see me pausing, I guess, as far as on occasion, that's probably why. Winston Red, is that what they call that? Yeah. So the fact that it's called Winston Red. So back from the NASCAR Winston Cup days, that type of thing, and just the Winston brand itself, right? I would also feel that this probably coincides with the color that's on the walls. You know, so again, all that it's all about that conformity. You know, using relatively the same types of colors, I guess, as far as to make a you know, that theme that was the NASCAR Winston Cup Series where NASCAR used to run. The fact that the Alan Kulwicki, say that name right, I guess, as far as the car has been placed here in Victory Lane as a tribute, I guess, as far as to Winston Cup originally coming to this facility, I guess, and running events. Pretty cool the way this is applied to the track. Let me slow this down a little bit. There we go. That's better. I'm just gonna slow it down, I guess, as far as with the camera speed there. But yeah, this is a full-fledged 3D car, and I'm assuming you're Racer James. I didn't really get a chance to up until now understand what approach you took to this one. Did you actually take this from? I think this is the Cup 90. The Cup 90 mod that's available for in our 2003. R168 G30. Oh, so you're talking about the RGB color, I guess, as far as this. So that's the official RGB, I guess, as far as for Winston Red. So there you go. There's some information for anybody that does want to apply that Winston Red, I guess, as far as, so that's the official there. Up 90 render model. Oh, it's the render model, so it's the max render model scene. Pretty cool though. Ton of detail, and the fact that it's broken down, I did notice. If we take a look at that really quick, that's one thing I did notice with the way. What did I do with that? That's for that. Crap! I got so many folders open. Bear with me a second. I gotta find. I got Texas to show off too, so I kind of got that in queue. Shoot, what did I do with my? Oh, I know what I did. I went back. That's what I did. I gotta go back this way. So we're trying to get the pictures there. This is what I want to look at. So if we look at the track from its track edit deal here, that's actually the track. Let me go. Where is? That's not the one. What am I looking for here? This is the one I'm looking for. This one, yeah. This one I want to look at. So this is my track edit folder. So upon getting that all from Racer James there, I've separated them out, I guess, as far as between the actual track that goes into the game track directory and the track edit. What we use for editing the track, I guess, as far as for applying things to it. on stream. And it's very, very good point, I guess, to make as far as to have those separate. I never try to work with the track, I guess, as far as within the actual game directory itself. I just never do that. If I break something while I'm in the track edit folder, I still have, prior to getting that moved over to that, that's kind of a safeguard in that respect, I guess, as far as to have them in separate locations instead of working directly out of the game. So if you mess up, and maybe even mistakenly and inadvertently, you have something to fall back on, if nothing else. So to set up a track projects folder, I guess, as far as for a track edit directory, I guess, as far as it's definitely going to help in the long run. Okay, video's not freezing yet. It's good. So it froze about 22 minutes in, so we're going to see if it tends to hold true. The paint was from Snunod, and I added the Underbird. Oh, I didn't even notice that. That's a good point. So they didn't have it as Underbird. That was something that Alan Kulwicki did do quite a bit, intentionally. Yeah, so just those finer details as far as the Underbird on the nose. That was something that was very prominent, I guess, as far as with Alan Kulwicki's cars. And there's a story behind that. It's a pretty cool story, I guess, as far as why he would do that. And it wasn't to shame, I guess, as far as the fact he was running a Ford, for example, as far as the Thunderbird. But there's a story, there's definitely a story for him doing that. It wasn't to be condescending or anything, or demeaning, I guess, as far as to the Ford Thunderbird. But I thought that was pretty cool. Very cool. Yeah, so to look at this model from the track edit folder that I've already mentioned, the reasons, I guess, for doing that, you can see how it's broke down. So the fact that to put it in its entirety, you know, just as one whopping model, as far as all one piece, that would be too much for the game to be able to render all in one model. In most cases, because it's just a lot of poly weight to it in particular. So the fact that it's been broke down, just open these up in 3D SimEd, should load in. So here's the outer shell. That's a separate piece. You can see the chassis by itself. You can really get a sense as far as how this has been made to fit, you know, for the purpose of putting it in the track as it is. So that's the chassis itself for it in one piece. So you can kind of hopefully get a really good idea. If you were to put this all in one model, just one particular model would be too much. Glass is there by itself. In fact, let me take a look. Let's look at this one here. So is the glass actually on here? Look at this a little bit closer. Yeah, so there's the glass. That's separate. It's got that transparency to it, you know, to give it that glass look. So there's that piece. So this kind of fits with what we do here on the stream as far as to make, in order to optimize what you're putting into the track. As much as you would like to put it all in one model, as far as the raceability, the usability of it, it's the frame rates would be a little bit compromised, I guess, in that. There we go. So the last piece we got are the tires. Take a look at the tires, and we got particular the necessary textures, I guess, for that too. And there's the tires by themselves. So that gives you a sense of how that one model in its entirety is put together, I guess, as far as in pieces. It's kind of cool. Nice Hooters. Alright. Video still seems to be going so far. 22 minutes in last time, so we'll see if it holds on. Being very vigilant and looking at what's going on with it, as well as chat. Alan raced a lot at Lacrosse. Man, I'll probably get another good reason to make a tribute, much the same as you did for North Wilkesboro, to put shoot, whose car was that again? I forgot. As far as whose car was it that was did the tribute in the victory lane, I guess, as far as for Junior Johnson. There we go. It just dawned on me. Yes. Yeah, so the fact you did it that, you're kind of following suit, I guess, as far as with playing tribute, I guess, to former Wednesday Cup driver, I guess, as far as in the series. But pretty cool car, too. So, like you were saying, the paint scheme came from Stunod, with exception, I guess, as far as to edited a little bit to put the Underbird on it. I think that was definitely one of Alan Kulicki's things. That's pretty cool. Anywho, one thing I did notice besides the press, I'm going to get to the press box here in a second. Are these the light fixtures you're going with here, James? These are from Wilkesboro. Remember doing these for the Wilkesboro build. Because I do know some of the light fixtures that we've seen in the picture reference that we have, they have metal poles, right? I wasn't sure if this is what you were wanting to go for. You just got them in here as a placeholder. Oh, just semi-fictional. So you're not at all concerned, I guess, as far as with getting these 100% accurate with the light poles. Now, keeping in mind, these light poles that were created for North Wilkesboro got plenty of odds, I guess, as far as to show the build of that back. How long ago was it? That was a while ago. But yeah, they still seem to very much so kind of recycle, I guess, as far as what's been used there. So these here, we have both a non-emitting light object and also one with light emission. So depending on if you want to do a day or night track, it'd be easily swappable in that regard. So the fact that you're taking the approach, I guess, to recycle, I guess, as far as what's been already made for another track. Kind of what if Cup came to town and they had to throw a bunch of new stuff up. Well, the fact that, you know, and I guess this is what kind of boggles me, I think, is at this point. They have already got light fixtures there, and we got plenty of picture references for that, right? Nothing shows in these pictures, I don't think. But that's what we've already pointed out, I guess, as far as they do have light fixtures there that have metal poles. You know, so that's the only thing I wonder. I don't know how accurate you are wanting to get those. I don't have them in here, but obviously there is picture references that show some of these. A majority of these poles have metal, not wood poles. So, and I'm assuming you've probably got a lot of these light poles in their proper positioning as far as to what they are in reality. Because you can go by that ground image. It kind of does show where they're at. Toss them up on a budget, I guess. Yeah, and again, I'm just taking into account the fact that the light poles are there. They've already installed them, I guess, as far as to be, you know. So it's not like something anyone need to throw up, you know, to get up quick, I guess, as far as to run a NASCAR race there at night. They do have them there. They are physically installed, as we can see, and that's the only. And you know, that's also the kind of beauty, I guess, as far as when you're creating a track, just like you've done with the Safer, you can kind of do what you want. It's kind of the world is your oyster when it comes to creating a track virtually, I guess, as far as do what you like. I noticed you put a spline. This would be against my better judgment, personally, and I got my reasons, I guess, for that. I never want to put sponsorship of either myself or who I'm doing things for into a track. But as you've already mentioned, I guess, as far as to make it, you know, a semi-fictional type of deal. I mean, obviously the track itself is real, but to make it fictional, I guess, it kind of adds to that whole idea, I guess, as far as being a fictional. You know, especially with the way the light poles and stuff are. I'm not trying to discount it at all. I'm just taking into account if. In most cases, the way I would go about doing this, if I wanted to make it realistic, I'd take a particular point in time, as we do a lot of other track builds, and much like what Torch has done with the Texas 20 build, and just kind of freeze frame that in time, and then just present that, I guess, as far as it is. So whether you take that approach or just a fictional, I want to do this and that, whatever, it gives you a little bit of freedom, making it semi-fictional, like you've already mentioned, and but also still maintaining, I guess, some form of IRL. Form 1 for the creation 100%. Right. And I think you've mentioned that too. You just wanted something to play around with. It's small enough to where it's not so overwhelming, but just to kind of, even if nothing else, to kind of shake the rust off, I guess, as far as with, you know, just the 3D modeling abilities. And I think this press box, I know I've been kind of tiptoeing around that, but you can already tell without even looking really super duper close at it just how much detail there is. The fact that there's the shingling up on here, you got the wood planks inside here. Look, standing inside here, it's almost like you're right there. And this is all got ambient occlusion applied to it, just for some clarity. So a lot of this shading that's on there, it's all through ambient occlusion. And Rachel James can feel free to elaborate on what was the process, I guess, of doing this. The fact that the planks themselves, I'm going to open up this texture for this thing here, both interior and exterior, just to kind of show how that is. I know the texture for it is huge. It's gihungus. But I don't even necessarily think it would need to be as big as it is and still maintain this level of detail, especially with that AO. Whether you're going to keep it that way or not, that's still yet to be seen, but I think that's one thing I did notice upon getting all that information from you, and noticing just how gihungus that textures are for this grandstand alone. Impressed box, there you go. The interior texture is going to shrink. There you go. And I know a lot of the approaches, and I think we've mentioned this several times on stream too, where it's pretty much okay, I guess, to start bigger and then come to that once you're done. And once you come to that finalization and the final texture, you can come to that realization to, okay, now we can scale it down. And how you scale it down is obviously going to make an impact too. In some cases, you want to do it in a step fashion instead of just like big down to smaller. Sometimes you might lose a little bit of clarity in that, depending on which paint program you're using too. I know that's something that I deal with on it. But anyway, this texture, we're going to take a closer look at these textures. So going back into our track edit folder right here. Nope, that's the Texas. We're going to get to Texas here at some point. I want to at least show there's not a whole lot to go over with Texas. So I figured if nothing else, I might save that for the end. And we'll definitely, hopefully, get a chance, I guess, to try out both tracks with the latest and greatest things. And they're pretty cool stuff, as minimal as they are to the Texas thing, with and more to add with the shading of items. So, well, let's take a look. I gotta remember what the names of those were. I think it was one way we can find out. So this is a little bit of a summary. If you want to find out what textures are assigned to what, it's a pretty easy way to find that. And we're going to kind of go through that right now. So select your object you want to get the texture for, what the textures belong. And if you can't select it, so this outfield that we got here is a pretty big, pretty prominent object in the track. If you're not able to select, I guess as far as within the main window for sandbox, go to your drop down and find it this way. So we got the interior. Okay, there's our storage facility. We got the base, the press box, and then we got the interior. I'm going to take a look at the interior here real quick. There's the interior. Got that highlighted. Now we know what the name of the 3DO is. Stand press box interior. Let's go back to our track edit folder. Find that 3DO, which should be all alphabetic. So here's the 3DO. We can open this up in Notepad, and if nothing else, you can do a find. Okay, video still seems to be fine. Cool. Hopefully it stays that way. Do a find and then do a MIP. It's obviously not a lot in this piece here, but if you got a lot of information in the model itself, you can just do a find for MIP, and then it'll find anything that's MIP. So we know this name is Stand Press Box Interior MIP. So obviously you kept these nice and conformed, I guess, as far as with the actual name of the model, which I like. It's 100% the way I like to take things too, like with keeping him compliant, I guess, as far as with now, just to kind of step you know, to the side, I guess, as far as for a second. The way Torch has done a lot of the models for Texas, for example, the fact that he's trying to use this one texture that's using another object on another object, sometimes those the names of the textures can be displaced somewhat because you're trying to use something that's already in the tracks instead of creating a separate texture, I guess, as far as to make it compliant, I guess, with the naming of an object. In this case, stand press. So the fact that you got two different textures for this one here, you got that approach, or if you got something already in the track that can be used on a different model, then you have that too. So that's why you might, in some cases, have that displacement for things. Anyway, just a kind of side thought, I guess, as far as on that. So getting back into this, if we open this texture for that interior with WinMip 2, you can already get a sense here when I click on this one here, 5.33 megabytes. Huge texture. And you'll get, once I get this opened up in WinMip 2 to see what I'm talking about, you can't even get the whole texture in one window. You have to scroll it. So just give this a second to load. Let's get there. I guess I gotta point back to it here. Yep. Alright, so turn one concession. Where'd she go? Interior right now. So it's gonna take it a second or whatever to load. This is how big this texture is, but it's got a lot of detail in it. And like Racer James already mentioned, it's gonna be shrunk at some point. So right here, right off the bat, you get a whole bunch of wood plank right in your face. But if you scroll around, you can see just how big it is. So you can see the AO that's been applied to this, and the detail that's on the shadowing as far as for those planks. So we got to scroll this way too, so not only up and down, but also side to side. This texture is huge, huge. So the fact that it has 12 sub images, and as compared to most of them being like 9 or 10. Kind of gives you some idea about that too, but you can definitely see how the ambient occlusion has been applied to the model. You can almost get a sense of where the UV mapping is for all this too. So this is just for the interior, right? Just adds some more clarity. Just for the interior. Now if we open up, I already know what the other textures are at this point, but if you want to go through the same process to understand what texture is applied to what model, you can use that same process by opening the 3DO in Notepad. Get that. So another huge. So this is the outside of the press box, I believe. Yeah. So you see more of the ambient occlusion that's been applied to it. Huge texture. So you got the banner that's on the front of the press box. In fact, I'll bring this up here in the view. You can kind of see what we're looking at. So we're looking at this part of it. That's been applied to the texture as such. So if we scroll down, another 12 sub images as opposed to the usually standard 9 or 10. Look at the detail in this thing. Look at all that ambient occlusion, I guess, as far as under that ledge, underside of the press box. That would be all down here. All that shading that just up in there. Pretty freaking cool. And this is what I was really interested in here as far as the outside. To use this part of this texture for the texturing of our Turn 1 Pavilion. Because we do have relatively that same 4096 by 2048, as James is clarifying as far as the size of it. Yeah, freaking huge. But like Racer James has already mentioned, we'll more than likely get shrunk down a little bit. Even if you do go down one step, 2048 by 1024, I think it should still be fine. And we can actually test that, because I'm going to be exporting this here as a bitmap. So we can actually see what type of result we get by stepping it down just one power or two, and see what we get. So yeah, let's just do that. So we're going to switch this over to a bitmap. I'm going to steal some stuff off of this one. Mainly, probably this red here, maybe even some of this white to do the roofing. And particularly these areas that don't have any shading on it. Right? I think that'd be pretty cool. Now with shingles, this looks so dang real. That's crazy. Alright, so we switch this over to bitmap. So bitmap, we're going to save this. And we'll put this right into our track edit folder, like so. Right, and I'm assuming this this texture is going to be probably pretty beefy as far as in the form of a bitmap. So let's take a look at that. This in bitmap form is 24 megabytes, 4096 by 2048. So confirm what Racer James has mentioned. All right, video still seems to be solid. Okay, cool. Yeah, you'll catch me doing that, I guess, as far as on the regular here. So close WinMap. What I am going to do is I'm going to cut this out from here, just so I can put it, make use of this here. I'm going to put it in my 3DS folder here for the Turn 1 Pavilion. Alright, cool. Paste. And I'm going to use some of that. There we go. So I'm putting this in my working folder for the Turn 1 concession as far as all the raw 3DS items, and then I can open that into Paint Shop and apply it to our Turn 1 I still haven't considered whether or not to rename this. I don't know if I'm going to call this T1 Pavilion or just leave it as concession. I guess it's kind of both, really, because they do serve alcohol and all that stuff as far as foodstuffs and whatever in that pavilion, so I guess it's still pretty fair. That's something else that's been muddling. But what I want to do, now that I've moved that, work right out of that that folder, that working folder for Pressback. So this is the one we open here. So there is the texture for that, and we're just gonna steal some stuff off of this here to apply it to our. Now we've got which areas we got where. What we probably will have to do to get it conformed to what we've got in our texture size. Obviously this one's bigger. This is another reason why I would probably step this down at least one level, because we've got this currently at a 1024 by 512. So again, another good reason I guess to kind of see what level of clarity we lose, I guess, as far as by doing that. But let's see what we got. So this one's 4096 by 2048 tall, right? And I'm gonna see. Let's zoom this in, full scale, normal view. There we go. So there's the normal size. Okay. So if let's step this down to the same level. Whoops. Same level as our texture we're using for our pavilion, and just see what kind of result we get. All right. So there's that. So image, and I'm using Paint Shop Pro 7, just for clarity. Anybody else running? So we're gonna do a resize, and we're gonna retain, resize all layers and maintain aspect ratio. Actually, why is this set at 2? It should be at a 1, but anyway, we want to put this to. We want the constraints on both the width and the height. So we want it to be, in our case, 1024. And she already put it to 512. Sweet. So it keeps him within that power 2. And that's what we want. That's what we have our Turn 1 Pavilion set at, is 1024. So it should work, I guess, as far as in theory here. It'd be a one-to-one representation for what we're starting with and where we're trying to apply it to. Step that down. Now, if we zoom in on this, you can see, even by stepping that down 2 powers of 2, you do lose a little bit of clarity, I guess, as far as in the wood planks. I'm sorry, this is the exterior. I was thinking this was the wood. No, never mind. You can still get all that shading and whatever, so it's pretty minimal. Just out of curiosity, though. So this is at a 1024 by 512. We took it down 2 powers of 2, right? Again, just for clarity. And this is how much we retain. So very, very not going to lose a lot, right? You do lose some for sure, but it's pretty minimal, I feel. So whether or not Racer James takes the approach to go 1 step down or 2 steps down, this is what it'll look like with 2 steps down, at least in Paint Shop Pro 7. Might get a different result in a different paint program. But just for curiosity, let's do sharpen. Still not bad in my opinion. Not bad at all. So as I zoom, I'm zooming in and out. So this is a 1-to-1 right here. That's compliant, totally compliant with what we have. If we wanted to use this texture, I guess as far as on ours, it would line right up as far as the scaling of it. So that was what I was going for by doing that. So pretty cool. I like it a lot. Alright, so let's go ahead and borrow some of the items off of this texture. Now that we're at this point. Alright. Cool. Alright, let's take a chunk of this red sheet metal here. That's the majority of what we have on our pavilion here is that red. Let's get to something. See, we got that red with the white trim on it. With the white doors. So the doors I don't feel would be too difficult. Yeah, good to see the bot still working. Sweet. Still being kind of stingy though, it seems. Oh, a little too. Yeah, booze it up. Booze it up. There you go. Okay, let's borrow a chunk out of this here. Our selection tool. I noticed there is a little bit of a deal here, so I'm gonna grab it just below that. Oops, too much. Oh, I got feather on. I gotta turn that off. Don't need that. Grab it from here. We can always recrop it if we need this. Okay, we'll copy this out. Minimize that, and then paste this as a new image. There we go. So that's what we start with. Then nice. Okay, now for the most part on the sides, the gables, the front and the back, and so on, we can put this onto it. And it's already to that scaling. So the scaling that existed in this original texture, even though I took it down two powers of 2, it's still going to have that same scaling as it started off with. So it doesn't change in that. I haven't stretched it or whatever. I kept it, maintained that aspect ratio. So regardless if it was the 4096 by 1024 that Racer James had it at, because I stepped it down and maintained that aspect ratio from that, it's still going to maintain that same spacing. It's just going to be a little bit smaller texture is all. It's the only difference. So the way I scale it, put it in here and how it's going to scale onto our model should, in theory, I guess as far as comply with what's going on with that, even though on the press box in comparison. Hopefully that makes sense. I know it's that's a lot to take in. The only thing that I'm trying to point out is my texture is a lot smaller than what Racer James is starting off with, but by maintaining the aspect ratio from 1 power down to 2 powers of 2, it's still going to be the same. Just a smaller texture overall. So you don't lose scale. Alright, hopefully that all makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, I don't know how better I guess to describe it. But for anybody that was wondering as far as how that works when you step it down 1 or more 2 powers of 2, it does not change the scaling of such things that you've already got set that way. What will change it is if you change the UV mapping of that texture onto the model itself. Okay. And we might have to adjust that UV mapping pending. So that's still yet to be seen. It very well may need to be adjusted. And we've got ways to be able to check that as far as in Max. Okay, so let's copy this piece into... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Son of a... I hate when I do that. Crap. No, I can't pull that out of the... You stinking son of a gun. Oh, shoot. Now I forgot how to get that out of there. So I expanded this out. There we go. Hate when I do that. There we go. Well, you got one jackpot. I don't think we've gotten a jackpot on the stream there in a while, so there you go. JJ's. Yeah, we got the GG's emote. I guess for anybody that is following the channel, you got that emote. Get some GG's for Torch and getting the first one. So stream still seems to be going solid. Yeah, I don't really understand, I guess, as far as what. And we're closing in on that 1 hour mark, so this is the next. If we can get past an hour, I think we should be in good shape. But now it's on. There you go. There you go. Alright, cool. yeah, I'll be keeping an eye on it, and I'm sure you all will too. You would definitely let me know, hopefully. And you let me know if the video does freeze. I don't know, maybe Twitch heard me. What do you think? Maybe Twitch heard me complaining, and maybe they fixed it. I'm hoping so. I'm really hoping so. 'Cause I'm sure you guys get pretty irritated as much as maybe not as much as I do, but I get super irritated when that does that, because this is the only time I get to stream, I guess, as far as this type of thing, and give you all some content. So I think if we chat a lot, keeps the stream honest. Hey, maybe it might be y'all's that might be your motivation, I guess, as far as to keep the stream going. There we go, cross the fingers. Yeah, that's another one. Spam the cross the fingers emote. Alright, so we gotta copy this and bring this into our texture here for our pavilion. So I've got a layer in here for textures, and this is for the storage facility. So some of this I'm gonna end up chunking out, because obviously we don't want to use that on our pavilion. So let's go ahead and start editing what we have here. We don't need that in here. I'm going to take this out. We'll take this out. This is for the roof pinnacle. And this gable. We're going to replace a lot of this. And most of this is not going to get used, at least for now. So it's going to be a lot of dead space. So our man door. Okay. Let's see. I might leave this in here for now. Put a lot of the roof in there. Yeah, so at least right now I want to focus just on the sides and the gables. I think this will be a good start. Gotta get something rolling here. Okay. Torch is keeping the bot occupied, so maybe that'll give a message to the to Twitch and keeping the stream freezing up on us, hopefully. Alright, so again, I know I already copied this. I'm going to copy this again and bring this into our texture layer. Paste, new selection, and see what we got here. So we have, yeah, we might have to piece this out, but that's okay. So we got that. I want to put this in a position where a rib would be, like, say, like right on the corner. That's how we try to crop it out, at least anyway. Now I don't want to resize this piece here, right? I don't want to lose that scaling that's in that. But also what I'm taking in consideration, having a rib, as far as on these parts, we want to have maybe one full rib. That's possible, I guess, as far as to line up with that. Something like that. And we can get a sense of how that that peak and such, I guess, as far as would have that. So as we look at this part, probably a better way to look at it, you can see where those ribs will land. Yeah, so what I don't want to do, I'm gonna make clarity, I don't want to stretch this, otherwise that'll change that level of scaling as far as for those ribs. I don't want to be tempted to scale this. So if I need more room for different parts of this pavilion, as far as to get the walls, this is the roof, that's right. So we'll have to cut that off anyway. I don't want to stretch it in either direction. Change that is what I'm trying to say. So what I'll do, let's put that right there for starters. I'm going to chunk this off because we don't want that on the roof. Okay, so we'll cut this off. And we're going to extend out. So this should be the front and the back. We're just going to get this lined up. Yeah, Torch is really keeping it busy there. Hopefully that maintains, I guess, as far as closing in on that hour. Yep, so far so good. So we want to paste this as a new selection into the same texture layer. Now we're just going to line this up like so. So where I chunked that off there, it's going to make a difference. Oh, I see what it's doing. It's got a little bit of okay, I see what it's doing. It's got a little bit of highlight there. Alright. Bummer. Alright, let me see. What I could probably do, let me put this to the side here for a second. I know what I can do. Let's put this off to the side for a second. Obviously don't want to reattach to that. I'm going to trim this off on the top instead. Let's get rid of that. It's got like a little bit of a highlight on the top there, and I don't want that. Now I can reselect this. Like so. Now we shouldn't have that. And get these realigned. Like so. I'm going to blend right in. So I'm already noticing a little bit of... Interesting. Yeah, so I see a little bit of offset even right here. So I'm noticing double lines. Yeah, so these aren't perfect. Let me go a little bit more this way. Interesting. Yeah, so I'm already seeing some yeah, so what I noticed is there's double lines and there's some thicker lines. That's interesting how that actually applied there. I don't know if that's due to the scaling it down at 1 power 2. They don't 100% line up. That's interesting. All right, let's see what we got here. So we got a double. That's really weird how that is. You can see just ever so slightly or whatever, we have some disparity between how the shading of the ribs based on the original texture. It's pretty interesting. Skeet. The hell? You don't have that. Okay, let's see what we got here. I'll be dang. I was hoping to be able to get that lined up there. So the fact that I cut this off from a original length here, like this, it doesn't let me line it up this way, which is kind of interesting. I thought there would be like a consistent pattern there, but there's really not. Alright, so I think what I will try to do then, instead of doing it this way, I'm going to put this off to the side. Leave that as its own piece. What I will do is just take a chunk of this. More than one way to skin a cat, so we'll go copy. No, that's not really that big of a deal. No. What I'm noticing as far as in this direction, so that's probably just a good point to make. As far as in this direction, you know, on the horizontal, it's not a consistent pattern. So if we want to be able to fill this in here, I'm just going to take a chunk of this on the bottom here to be able to extend that out. And that should line up better. That's the only difference. That's the only difference. I think what you've got in the texture itself, there's plenty to work with. It's a nice, beefy, juicy picture. Sludge, what are you... Now he's just trying to create all kinds of stuff. Torch, what are you doing there? Alright, so let's go ahead and paste as a new selection here. So all I did was copy this bottom edge, so now I should have something that lines up perfect. Just to be able to extend this down, like so. There we go. Like I said, more than one way to skin a cat. And now we've got that all filled in. Alright, so that would be the front and the back. So, just for clarity, that is going to be, take a look at it here in Sandbox. Speed this up again. So for clarity, we are working on these magenta areas. So as far as this area, rig, like it. James, did you try it out? I'm gonna scroll back here on the Twitch chat. I thought maybe you tried it too and it didn't do very good. So that's 2 jackpots so far for Torch. Very nice. Yeah, so what we're focusing on here, for the most part here, for now, in the texture, are these magenta areas around the garage doors. Right? So between this side and this side here. That's what is representative of where we just put this right here. Okay? Now we want to get the gables, which is over here. We want to be able to get this to line up nice and uniformly, I guess, as far as from one, the front and back and the side. So let's see what we got here. We're going to take this piece. Oh, crap. Whoa, I goofed it there. Crap. I didn't. Okay, I see what I did. I should have probably took all this out of here. Whoopsie. Alright, no problem. No problem. I'm going to go ahead and get this all out of here. I didn't realize that was... I goofed it. No biggie, though. So what I'll do is I'll just take what I got here. No problem. We'll take this here. I copied a little too much there. Like this. There we go. And we'll copy this. And paste it over here where the gable is. Drinker, drunk, staggered, follower. Oh my goodness. Call a cat. I don't know if you can put spaces in the commands, though, Torch. I don't think that works. Just saying. I don't think that works. Alright, video's still going good. We're closing in on an hour. Okay, we'll keep an eye on it. Everything's, mission control is still, running good. Oh, look at that. Yeah, that's definitely rigged. Hell, I'll even put that out there for you, Racer James. I think, Torch is stealing all the thunder out of the... Yeah, bots all over the place with the slots right now. Holy smokes. You gotta keep it warmed up there. Okay, so what we did was we copied this. Now we're gonna paste this as another new selection in this same layer. And put this over here. The gable's at. Now, we could still probably... We don't have any other textures over here, so that's in this layer, so we should be fine if we start it from here. We can always trim it down. Don't want to, I guess, I can't stress this enough. You don't want to take the approach to take this selection and shrink it down, because you're going to change the scaling of that spacing for each rib, and that's going to change how it's going to appear on the model. So you want to keep that static. You don't want to change that. So if anything, add 2 if you need more to it. You want to fill in on your UV map, or subtract from it, but don't stretch it. As far as to change that effort, to deform it. That's... Oh, we almost got one there. Max Jackpot. Missed it by one, Mr. Robot. Yeah, booze him up. That'll work. Yeah, I think I'll go this way with it. And we'll line a rib up. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Let's see here. So I want to include... Might be a little bit tricky. I want to get this in there. So that's the whole side there. I want to go probably like so. Okay. And we can adjust this, I guess, as we go along, but I think for the most part that should be good. And then to clean this up on this end, I'm going to leave it just like that for now. So it's going to have a little bit of the texturing on the roof and the pinnacle, just to see where that lines up. We can adjust from there, like I say, within this texture. Little beans. Alright, let's turn the wire off. So that'll be the gables and the front and back, at least, of it anyway. And we'll have this little bit of the texture will show up on the roof, and that's fine. Oh, so you're trying to winter? Yeah. We only got the sound on the soundboard, so it's good that it's good to know that the channel points and the soundboard's working. Winter, nothing. Try looser. I don't know if you did that one already, but okay, let's see. We got labels. I guess we can leave that one on. That's fine. So this will be our first edit to the. Actually, I think what I'm going to do as well, while I'm at it, turn the wire back on. So we got our man doors right here. Looks like I'm already going to have to edit the UV mapping for that. So I guess I'll leave that like it is for now. So this is going to look kind of funky still on the door. But that'll be alright. We'll have to adjust that UV mapping for that for sure. This is going to need to be made white for the door, obviously, too. So yeah, that's just amongst some of the adjustments we need to make to the texture is all. I'm going to leave it like this just for now, just to see where our red sheet metal is lining up on our gable and our front and back. Alright, so let's turn the wire off and do layers, merge all flatten. Save as, and we want to save this as a bitmap. Now eventually at some point this is going to become a TGA, which will make that through WinMap 2, so we can have transparency to the model, right? That'll come later, because we want to have the option, I guess, to have the doors open and have that that definition, I guess, as far as inside of the building as well. So that'll come a little bit later, one step at a time. So we want to save this as this. Okay, and then we can look at our model here, and there it is. It's already applied, and this is exactly what I would expect to see, as far as it having a little bit of that texture on the pinnacle and the roof. What I really want to pay attention to at this point, I know the doors are going to be messed up. That's to be expected. How do these ribs look? I'm already seeing a little bit of just a little bit of that corner. Okay. So far, I'm not disliking it. Now, what I will do, just to see if the scaling of this is proper, there should be a 1 foot spacing between each rib, roughly. So what I'll do, let's hide the ground plane, and we'll make ourselves a ruler. Use in here, so we'll go plane, and I'm going to remove some segments here. We don't need these. And draw this out. And we want this to be a 1 foot deal here. What did I miss? What's nice? Oh, with the 1 hour mark? So, yeah, so far so good then, right? So, again, crossing the fingers. Got the cross fingers, the deal there. So, did I bring over a new tab? I did not. Yeah, so maybe Twitch heard me, I'm hoping. Maybe onto something here. Yeah, with keeping the chat active? Maybe. I mean, I've had some pretty dormant chats against as far as during some of the other streams there, so I don't know. But, hey, if it works, maybe go for it. I need to bring another tab over here so I can get my conversion tool. And let's move this over to new window. Like this. There we go. And we want to go feet to meters, meters to feet, whichever way. Backwards compatible. Go like this. And then we want 1 foot equals this many meters. Okay, cool. We want to set our plane up to this value. And we want that to be... Wait a minute, why is it that? Huh? Oops. That's weird. They're both at 0. Let's do paste that. Here, let me do that again. I don't know what happened to this one. Here, let's do a delete. Let's try that again. Something got goofed up on that one. There we go. It was all 0. I don't know why that was, but anyway, try it again. We'll do width at this. And we'll do it both ways. Let's try that. Paste. Oh, I see what it's doing. Alright, we're gonna extend it out on this way. So because I got it going, I got it. I see what it's doing. Let's stretch it out this way. So this is a 1 foot ruler, at least in that direction. Let's go effect pivot, and let's snap it right to one of these corners here. So vert snap here. Snap it right to that corner. Take that off. And then I'm going to keep it on. Actually, I could probably do it to edge now that I think of it. This. Turn the vert snap off. Snap it right to this edge. And then what I'm trying to accomplish here is to see if we got the proper spacing between these ribs. Pretty daggone close if you ask me. So this is a 1 foot ruler. Right? And you can see we've got that 1 foot spacing between all of these. So by not changing those, even though we stepped it down from the 2 powers of 2 from James's original texture, you can see we maintain that same spacing that he originally applied as a bigger rim and a bigger texture by not distorting that. So see all the way through we got a 1 foot spacing between each rib. So the spacing to that is cool. That's good to go. Now we just want to see how these line up, as far as on the corners and such. Pay no attention, I guess, to the roof and that. We're only paying attention to the gable and the front and back. The only thing we're concerned about at this point. This lines up pretty good here. I like that. That looks good. Check this corner. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's go with this. Let's try and focus on. Oh, I still got the unwrap in here. I'll be dang. Okay. Right then. I didn't realize I still had the unwrap on here. I guess I can probably collapse that down. I guess I'll leave it open. Because we probably need to adjust some things, that's for sure. Making sure I'm not missing anything in chat here. Torch just going ham on the, Yep, maybe onto something cool. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. So far, I'm liking the way this turns. I did do some cleanup. That's probably something, for some of you that were joining in on the Discord, I did clean this up quite a bit. There was a lot of vertices and edges in here that we didn't need, as far as, and it mainly was caused because of this lopsidedness of the eaves, this being lower and this being higher, and it created some unnecessary edges. So I cleaned a lot of that up as far as the UV mapping on both ends. So this gives you a little bit of idea, I guess, as far as how much higher it is on this side than the other. But the fact that it had one going across here, we don't need that there. If I remove this one here, obviously it would be a hollow spot here. So I can't necessarily step that down this way, otherwise it would bring this eave down to the same level. We don't want that. So in order to maintain, I guess, as far as this lopsidedness of the height of the eaves here, we have to have that one poly in here. So that's the only reason why I've maintained that. But cleaned everything else out. Okay, let's check this corner. So the only thing I noticed on which corner was that? I think it was this corner right here. It's got a little bit of magenta showing through, which, if you look at the texture, I think that's the back side. Yeah, so this is the back side of the pavilion. So it's on this gable. Let's see what we got in the texture here. What we're looking at right there, if we step this back and put the wire back on real quick, what we're looking at is okay, not that corner. That'd be this corner right here. So this corner right here, it's got a little magenta showing through there. So if nothing else, I might need to adjust. Now again, I don't want to stretch this at all. We've already confirmed, or whatever, you got that proper spacing over from rib to rib is 1 foot. We don't want to stretch that. So if nothing else, I'll just scab on another piece of this onto that. Let's try it that way and see what we get. So make sure I'm in my texture layer. Yes, I am. And we'll just grab a little bit of this, like so. Copy that and paste as a new selection, and just scab a piece onto that, like so. I'm just bringing it right to the edge. Now, also what I want to do, line that rib right up. Let's turn the wire off for a second. Like that, so we can line this up a little better. Interesting. So I want to line up. So actually what I could probably get away with here, let me try something here. Let's do a cut, paste this into a new image, and then I want to zoom in on that. We're going to flip this, so, and then copy it again, paste it back into our texture. So, line that up maybe. Oh, why didn't it flip it? What the heck? Oh, I flipped it the wrong way, dummy. Crying out loud. Get out of there. Image, mirror. There we go. Just went it the wrong way, though. Lots of options in here for us. New selection, and that should, in theory, hopefully line up. Doesn't line up. Actually, that's not too bad like that. Not at all. Something like that. Yeah, I'm filling that in there. So making it level as far as what we copied it from. That should be pretty good. Excellent. So let's see if that filled that in pretty nicely. Alright, let's go ahead and layers, merge, flatten. I'll save that as a new bitmap. Right over that. That should load it right in. Max. There we go. That's now filled in. Now, how does it look overall? Or where these ribs line up here? So this one looks too wide there for some reason. Interesting. So this one right here, I'm comparing it from this to this. Now, only thing we added to is just this corner, which should have been. Let me look at the texture again. Should have been. Back it back up again. Bring in our wire. Yeah, so we didn't mess with the gable. We messed with that one there, so that's interesting as far as how that's made that a little bit wider here. And what I'm looking at is this right here. That's clearly wider. Trying to figure out why I did that. Interesting. Yeah, so the fact that we only had that one little sliver, it filled it in for sure, but it made this one too wide here. Alright, let's go back to our texture. See what happened now. How does it look here? So, okay, I can see it. You can clearly see that in here too, where it's too wide. That's what we're seeing. Alright, cool. No problem then. So let's take... Alright, let's try and copy this again. Fix it. Yeah, so this is why... And you can tell in the texture here too, we're seeing the same thing. See how this is wider? So it must have been when I scabbed that in there, it didn't... see if I can step this back. What I was trying to do is line that up with this rib, this piece that I'm trying to add. Okay. That actually needs to go this way. Got it. Got it. More. Still got a little bit of pink in there, but if we look at our wire, we're clearly we got it all covered, I guess, as far as, like, even though we got that little bit of magenta here, our wire is actually within that actual texture. That's what we want. So also what I'm thinking about here, I'm going to add a little bit of padding top here. Okay. Yep, that spacing looks good. Now we're going to take a little bit off of this top. Did this still come across good? Yes, it is. A little bit delayed, but yes, it's still going. We're well over an hour too. Sweet. All right, so let's do edit paste. I'm going to credit it to Torch just being super duper active in chat. Did that again. I created that a little bit. There we go. Marvelous. Okay, so let's see where our wire's at. There we go. So all I was trying to do is create a little bit of padding for where that wire is, so it wasn't so close to the very edge of our actual texture for the UV unwrap of the wire model. Create that a little bit of a buffer. This is a little close for comfort there, but I think it'll work. Some of this UV mapping we might end up adjusting just to kind of conform it a little bit. So the fact that this doesn't go as much to the edge like this backside does, things like that. Just to keep it all nice and uniform all the way around the sides there, you would need to get that the wireframes for all the sides to the same conformity. So either we go this size with the back, the way the back is, or line the back up with the front. Either which way. Just those little fine tweaks, I guess, as far as to the... there's the Mr. Murado. There's the max... that's the max jackpot. There you go. Yeah, get the GGs out there for Torch, getting the max jackpot. That's 3 jackpots so far, right? 1 max jackpot, 1,000 units of fluid. There you go. Okay, we don't need this anymore, at least for now. Okay. Yeah, so now that we've fixed the texture, once again, we'll go ahead and turn the wire off. Collapse this down. And save it as a new bitmap. Awesome. Now we'll check out a max. There we go. Now we looking good. Now we cooking with Crisco. Like it. Now let's look at it from this angle. Yeah, I don't think that looks terrible at all. Let's render it real quick here. So we're looking right at the corner at an angle so we can see both the gable and that. So just to kind of remove any of the... I'm going to keep this UV mapping in there because I think I'm going to adjust that a little bit. Just as I was explaining with the way that wire is on the texture. Obviously, some adjustments need to be made. Let's render this really quick. Should already be set up. Yeah, it is. Cool. Yeah, look at that. Closing in at 500 hours, yeah. Holy crap, I had to take a double look at that. It's 500 hours. Holy smokes. Appreciate all that time. Spent a lot of time here, obviously. And you got the units of fluids that gets to show. Oh, catching up to James. James has been slacking. James has definitely hit that 500 mark there, but Torch is closing in. Alright, let me zoom in a little bit more on this. Gonna get more clarity on this corner. Cool, I don't think that looks terrible at all. So the corner, got this rib here is just before the corner. It's kind of hard to tell, I suppose. The corner is more like right here. So we got a rib just before that corner. So again, it comes down to how do we apply our wire. Let's back this up again. I think that's where it's going to come into play. So if we go into here, bring our wire. It's looking like in order to get that rib line up where we want it to be, we would need to adjust this back so that that corner is actually on that rib, much like this is, for example. So I think that's the direction I'll probably go. I'll probably take this back side, shrink that down on the UV mapping, get it to comply with what's going on the front side, for example, and the gables. There's even the gables here. Let's see what the gables. I think there'll be some adjustment in there for that. Back to the model. Gable looks like that. It's off the corner. Okay. Just trying to see where I would need to adjust is all. So the gable for sure looks like I would need to adjust. So if I want this rib to be right on the corner, which it probably won't really matter because we'll end up applying some trim to it. That's something else I think of too. Once we apply trim to it, which we don't have on it yet, that'll probably remove any of that. Take the curse off it, as we like to say. So far, I don't think it looks too bad. I like the fact that almost, let me put this straight on this way. This rib is almost perfectly centered on the peak of this. And I think if we were to look at the actual picture, might be able to tell that. Oh, there's also these windows I don't have in there. This is all going to be applied via texture, as opposed to actually applying that as a 3D model. I think that's what Racer James and I had conversed about. Even though it does have a little bit of 3D-ness, I guess, as far as to it, there's no sense in going too nuts, I guess, as far as on the detail of this. Just trying to see where that rib actually... So I would assume there's a rib. You can see it right here. It's kind of dissecting the center section of this window, and that would be where the peak is at. So to get this rib right there gets as far as to line up with that the peak itself. That would be that's not too far off. That's pretty cool. Not too far off at all. Same goes over here. So that might be our rule of thumb, I guess, as far as to get the mapping set up. We'll pay attention to this peak where this rib ends up here. So we got a rib that's basically right on the peak. So it's not more where the peak is dissecting in between the ribs. It's more it's on one rib or the other. That's what I'm noticing in the picture references anyway. So that's going to be our approach to lining those up on the gables, as well as these peaks here. Alright, so let's go with that. Now I still have the UV mapping in here. You can adjust it that way. So not a bad start, I guess, as far as to applying this sheet metal, I guess, as far as to our one facility here. Pavilion. Alright, let's go, since we got the unwrap already open, let's go like this. Select all these. Not the doors. Okay. And I should be able to do F2. Yes. Now they're still highlighted. I just toggled it off there so it doesn't have them. So you can still see what's going on with the texture, right? So what we want to do is open up our edit window. Sweet. Video's still going good, so I'm glad. So that's where it's highlighted here. So we want. I'm gonna see if I can get these both in the same picture here without putting this on my other screen. That's always a tough thing to do. So what I'm going to focus on, like I was saying, is to get this one rib to line up with our peak. So let's get this this way. You can see how much it needs to move over to in this direction as far as to the right. So in order to do that on our UV edit screen here, we need to go this way with it. Just a little bit at a time. And we're getting it closer to that edge there, as far as on the texture itself. It's pretty good. I like that. Cool. Let's go ahead and zoom in on this one. We'll render it to get some clarity on it. Let's go ahead and render. And we've got that rib right on the peak of that. That's what we wanted to do. So just that little bit of adjustment there, I guess you're able to accomplish that. Don't worry about the doors. That's not done yet. So that still needs to be tackled yet. But we got that rib, at least as far as dissecting that peak. So that's good. That's what we wanted to do. Now let's check it on the gable. This is on the back side. Check out the gables. And side on like so. And all these colors. Let me turn F2 on so I can see what I'm selecting. Yep. Get all that. F2. So they're still selected. I just toggled those off there so we can see the actual texture. Now we want to do the same thing. We want to get this rib to line up with the peak. So we got to go over here where we got that stuff highlighted. And because we need to go and do the same thing over here, as far as to stretch it out on the left side here. Let's shift drag this out this way. I don't know if you can see that on stream, but what I'm doing is I'm moving that rib right to line up with this peak. I'm completely right side in this case, I guess, as far as with the building, so I'm not offset or anything like that. We're just ever so slightly just sliding this over at a time to get that rib to line up with the peak, like so. Okay, so there's that gable. Let's go ahead and render that. See it. Confirm that this rib is lined up with that peak. So not a lot of adjustment there. I need to adjust too much of it there. It's pretty cool. Alright, bring that screen up there, and we can see that that rib is lined right up with the peak. There's another one. That's 4, right? That's the Kappas. That's the Middletown jackpot. That's 4? Okay. Well, you're keeping track. I might be miscounting. I'm focusing more on this. So if you say it's 4, we'll go with what's. So yeah, we got this lined up, so that's good. Now we'll get the other gable. Close that out. Let's get the other gable lined up. Oh, let's minimize this though. Let's get the other gable. So we'll go to the left side, lock it down. Pull. Go. Zoom in. And same deal here. We want to get this rib to line up with the peak. That's. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Just wanted to slide it over. There we go. Do that. Bring back our edit there, so we got them all. So we still got the other gable selected, so now we need to get this side selected. This gable. Let's do an F2 so you can see what we're selecting. All that, F2 again. And bring back our... Go. So now, let's zoom in on this. We're trying to get this rib to line up with the peak. So in order to do that, we need to stretch this out to the left. Shift drag this out this way. I'm only moving it on the one axis basically, so this would be the, I forget which axes, but just the one axis. So we don't want to go up and down, just left and right. In this case, we're going to the left. Okay, something like that. Now let's go ahead and render this. Yeah, we look. Shucks, yeah, that's probably a good one there. I like how you did the slots with authority. It's like, give me a jackpot. You almost got it there. You missed it by 1. Alright, so now we got that rib lined up with the peak. And the rest of it all the way across to the corner looks pretty good too. Keeping in mind, as I've already said, there still needs to be some white trim added to this. I'm thinking what I'll probably do, we'll play around with this to see. I should be able to add in our texture here. Let's zoom this out. I should be able to add that based on where our wire is, just to add that trim where that should be. We'll see how this. So because we got our wire in here, we'll be able to apply the trim over top of as probably as a separate layer. So I do have a trim layer based on the. We'll just be able to adjust this as far as to where the white trim would be. I could probably even use what's in here for the storage section. The storage facility gets as far as onto this too. We'll get to that in a second, but for now we'll just. Alright, so I think we are good on that. So this wireframe is obviously going to change now that I'm adjusting the UV. So what's I got in here currently in the texture for the wire is not correct. Once we're satisfied, I guess, as far as with how everything lines up texture-wise on the model, we'll create another UV layer for our template. So far, I think we are good to go. All right, let's I almost want to fix these doors. Let's do the UV mapping for the doors. Those are obviously misscaled. You kind of just put them in a makeshift spot, I guess, until we start applying texture. And now we're to that point, we can actually make those adjustments properly. All right, stream is still going. We're closing in an hour and a half. Sweet, like it. Hopefully it stays that way. All right, so F2, so we can see what we're selecting. I'm gonna do one at a time here. Okay, so we got that one selected. We should be able to go here and adjust it accordingly to how it's. Let's get. Actually, I might need to do the man door first, just to kind of get that out of the way. We can size this up properly for the garage doors. Let's go to the man door on this side. Get that highlighted, and we'll size this up. Now, keeping in mind, and all this is going to have to change. I guess as far as the color of it and so on. I'm just one step at a time, you know. Okay, so that's our color for our door. Starters, and then we'll get this guy. Size this one up. Now, keeping in mind, this one here is a little bit narrower of a door than the ones that are on the front and back, so we're going to take a look at how our UV mapping lines up here. Let's slide this over this way. Oop, I don't want to do hey, gummit. Okay, we want to go probably this way. Yeah. I guess we can keep it that same size, I guess. Alright. Let's move it down. Yeah, there we go. Straight up this way. Cool. I'll go ahead and render that so you can see what that looks like. So far so good. Stream and model. Yeah, cool. Oop, it's rendering. Good, good, good. Alright, so let's see how we look. Oh, what the heck? That's not what I wanted. Say what? Why did you do it that way? No, I want the straight on view. Go render, render. Why are you rendering it that way? It's not rendering the right window. Hold on a second. I'm gonna go to render setup. I don't know why you're rendering in that window. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I moved it. Okay, let's go like that. Zoom. Guess I did move it. Okay, cool. Zoom in on that and render it. Trying to see how it looks in the... There we go, that's better. I want that straight on view. Okay, not bad. Happy with that. Cool, so that gives us something to comply the other doors to then. That. Also what I took into... Okay, this is the other thing. Let's see how close we are. We don't necessarily have a side-on view of our structure, but let's just take a look here real quick. I'll re-render this. Where are these ribs lining up on the actual building? Or picture references? Because what I'm liking so far is where this rib lands almost right next to the garage door opening, as well as with the peak, and then where this is landing here and so on. Let's take a look at our picture references real quick and see how we're doing. Oh, that's hard to tell, but you can see there's a rib right here. We got one rib between here and the very end. That's almost exactly what we see right here. So if that ain't freaking accurate, I don't know what is. So the fact that we've got one rib here, just that 1 foot, I guess as far as before the actual end of the gable end, based on our, whoops, I guess I can close that. We almost got that same orientation, so there's a rib right here, just before the very end of it. So I think we're right on cue, I guess, as far as where we need to be with these ribs. Fantastic. Cool, and I would imagine that to be the same thing for the other end too. Oh, there's one. I just saw it out of the corner of my eye. Get the GGs out there. Oh, there it goes. Like I was making sure the graphic was showing up on the screen too. That's 5? Alright, you're keeping track. They're your jackpots, so there you go. Yeah, just making sure that the graphic was actually showing up on the screen, I guess, as far as when you play the sound alerts. Okay, cool. Still in good shape. Very good, very nice. Hopefully it'll stay that way. Crossing the fingers. Get the cross fingers going out there. More cross fingers, please. If you're following the channel, you got the emote. Okay, so that renders good. I think we're right on cue, I guess, as far as where we need with mapping this texture to the model. Sweet. Okay, let's do the front doors here. Now we've got this one sized up for the side garage door. Let's highlight this one. And at least now we know what size these need to be. I could probably go so far as to grid snap these. Let's go into vertex mode. Shoot, I don't want it. Actually, now that we've got this one in place, I should be able to grid snap all the rest of these. I don't even need to do it. What am I doing? Now let's do it this way then. We'll grid snap these all into that. All these need to be this size. It's easy enough. So once we got the one door already in place, move all the rest of them in the same conformity. That's too easy. Almost too easy, it's scary. Whoops. Quite a few doors on this thing, actually. Whoop, I hate when it does that. So, by design, as I've mentioned before, the way the grid snap is supposed to work is to snap it to the grid of this, the texture itself, right? So the blue boundary. So the fact that we have the ability to be able to snap it to other verts that are in the UV. See, it's only trying to do what it's designed to do as far as to snap to that grid. In some cases, in order to get it to behave, sometimes you just need to zoom in or out, get it to comply. Right? It'll work if you give it, you know, sometimes you gotta work with it a little bit. That's the approach I take to it. I'm sure somebody else got a different approach to it. Here to do that, but if it doesn't seem to want to behave, I just deselect it, reselect it, zoom in or out. Come on now. Come on. Dirty rotten thing. Come on, let's go. See, it's trying to snap just on the one end. I'm not doing anything else other than just left mouse click. Drag it there. Come out. Dirty rotten thing. Let's do Control Z. Just being stubborn. There you go. Thing anyway. It only wants to go on the one axis for some reason. I don't know why that is, but. I don't know why it only wants to go on the one dang axis. Come on. Being stubborn. Look at that crap. Alright, Control Z. Dirty, rotten thing here. Turn it on, turn it back on. I don't know why it's being stubborn like that, but it sure only wants to go in the one direction. It'll snap to that one. No problem. Let's try these both. Get on there. Alright, we'll zoom in a little bit more. One way or the other to work. Come it. Control Z. Snap, you son of a gun. Oh, it almost did. Oh, look at that. See, it's like teasing me now. Oh, oh. Oh, you dirty rotten thing, you. Come on. I think I got it. Alright, that's close enough. Wow, this thing is being super stubborn today. It's more stubborn than usual. Holy mackerel, come on now. Oh, I had it. Crap. Oh, come on, snap. You son of a gun anyway. It's being overabundantly stubborn today. It only wants to go on this direction. I don't know why. I don't have any constraints on, do I? You don't. Let's turn that off. No, that's just turning on the UV. Why don't you want to drag this way, you fucker? It's like tries to, like, it doesn't want to go that way. It's like, I don't want to go that way. It, like, just for a split second there. What the heck, man? Why are you doing this to me? Get over there. I'm trying to pull it that way and it doesn't want to go that way. You dirty rotten thing, you. Alright, let's try this corner. You know, these are going. And these are moving just fine. Stubborn piece of crap. Got quite a few doors on this one here, because that's all those. Try these again. That I was pretty well zoomed out, I guess, as far as to get over there. I don't know what's going over on this side. That's crazy. None of these want to snap. Ah, look at that. It did it for like a split second. I mean, it's not like I'm that close to the edge. I'm closer to the, on this side, I guess, as far as to the actual grid. The fact that those snapped in so beautifully, I don't know why these are being so ridiculous. That's crazy. I don't have any constraints on, so I don't know why else I would be doing that. Let's try and move these. Belt the grid snap on, we'll get them a little bit closer. Like this. Alright. Snap these one at a time here and see what that does. There we go. There we go. There we go. More than one way to skin a cat. Guess it could have been just a proximity thing as far as they were way far off and trying to drag it as far as I was trying to drag it. Again, the way that grid snap is designed, it's designed more, I guess, to snap vertices, depending on which mode you're in, to snap it actually to the outside grid. So I don't blame it, I guess, as far as for wanting to not do that, because that's not what it's particularly designed for. Okay, we got all the doors there. Let's take a look at them in the on the model now. Let's render that. So this is the track side of the building. Go ahead and render that. See how those look. Now, keeping in mind they still need to be made white. I'll adjust that in the texture. Marvelous. Okay, so I think once we make them white, that's gonna really make it fit to what it's supposed to look like, I guess, as far as in reality. So we've got one here with the doors closed like that. I think that's the next thing I'll adjust in the textures to make these doors white. Move on from there. So let's go back in the texture. That layer, let's turn the wire off. Let's go into, yep, that's going to be in this layer. So we need to take this guy. You know what? Let's do them both at the same time. Let's do this. We're going to go like that. Copy all this. Paste this into a new image. Like that. And we're going to make these white. So I'm going to try something here and see what happens. Might need to, let me see here. There's a couple different ways I can go about this. This looks like anything. I'm going to go negative image. Okay, so I get that resolved. And then let's go layers, adjustment layer, brightness contrast. I can take this approach. I'm losing a lot of the detail, I guess, as far as for the okay, there we go. So I might have to put a multiply layer on this so I don't lose too much of the panels that are on the door. So let's try that. We're gonna go from here. Actually, let's back this up. I'm gonna duplicate this layer. Ah, crap. Oh, now. Duplicate. No, I don't want to do it that way. Sheesh. Alright, duplicate. Make this a multiply. Okay, and then we can change. Okay. I don't know if that's going to make it too dark. We'll have to see. Turn that off for a second. Now we'll go ahead and do layers. Adjustment layer. Brightness contrast. Okay. And I'm gonna take. Actually, I'm gonna combine these two. It's not quite what I was thinking about. I need to have that door white. So instead of looking for an actual white door and just using this one here, that's the only reason. I'm trying to work with what I got instead of going out to Google and find me another door. 'Cause I'm thinking they're probably using relatively the same types of doors as out in the storage facility. As you can see, it's got 4 panels as far as these 4 deals here. That's almost the same exact type of door that's used on the storage facility. That's the only reason why I'm sticking with this one with what I got, as opposed to going out there and looking for an actual white door. I could totally do that. But again, I like to play around, I guess, as far as to see what I can come up with for... Okay, so let's do... I'm going to stick with this. Let's go ahead and do a layers. Layers visible. And... from here, I'm going to go... colors and negative image. Ooh, that's a wicked. Okay, let's do another. This one. Okay, white. I don't want to whitewash it like that though. Definitely don't want to do that. Yeah, see, I'm losing some of the clarity, but I do have that other layer as a multiplier. So, might be able to do something with this. Let's go like this. That, and then turn this on. Crank that up. Oh, that's... okay. Change this to a burn. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Probably make another layer of this. Take that and make this one a multiply. Okay. Let's get different effects here. Alright, let's try different. Not giving me the right amount of white I want to. Looking for a particular level of white on this thing. Bow, bow, bow. Most by now would probably be saying, why don't you just go and find a white garage door on Google, right? This is the way my brain works. I like to, oh, ooh, I like that. Ooh, I like that. I'm not disliking that. Still not exactly the right amount of white that I want, though. Play around with this. Is it still? Yep, still going quick. Oh, just look at all the different adjustments that I got here. I almost want to put another layer of this. Make that. Make this a multiply. It's almost too dark. Damn it. Oh, that's almost too dark. Oh, yeah, and all kinds of. I need like more burn of that. I almost need this one to create this. Two differences there. And let's try to make this a burn. This makes it too dark. Almost like this better than that. That's way too dark. Whoa, yeah. See, what I'm trying to actually do is get a lot of this embossment, I guess, as far as these panels to show through. I have to put that at the very top level. It almost makes it too dark to like. Try something. Copy this one. Paste this as a new image. I'm gonna do something more with this. So I did a negative image on this. I want to do grayscale. Colors. And then do colors and 4, and then do a negative image of that. Not quite what I was hoping it would make it a little bit lighter. Ooh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Not disliking that. Okay. Yep, keep it alive there. Okay, let's try this here. Do layers, visible. Copy that. Paste this one into here. Okay, now what we want to do is turn all the way to the top. Holy crap, yeah, that looks pretty. That's kind of what I was thinking of. But that's really the only dominant one here. It's not doing. Let's down. Yeah, so the door I'll have to make a little bit white, more white, but like not disliking this. There we go. Now we're getting something. Now we getting somewhere. I'm not worried about this door. I can always change that. What I'm really focusing on is just the garage door. That one's not really good. Yep, that's not really good. So that one. Definitely good. I am not disliking that. What do y'all think, chat? Yeah, get the crayons out. There you go. That's another emote. I always forget about it. Added those a while ago. So yeah, when you get a little bit creative as opposed to just going out to Google and actually searching for something here. I'm just trying to work with what I got here. I think what I don't like, and I might kind of lapse this down here. I want to make all these individual panels here kind of uniform. And I'm liking this row in particular. I'm liking the way that row looks. So between this row and this row, so these two top and bottom ones, I don't like them as much because it tends to lose some clarity, and it's probably because of the original texture that I was using. So I think what I'm gonna do, go ahead and do a layers merge visible. And we're gonna borrow a little bit. Borrow this panel, go right here. So consider the fact that these are sections, right? So this would be one panel. They range anywhere from like 2 foot to or whatever as far as each section. It's kind of what we got going here. So we got copy this view, normal view, zoom in. Now we can put that one we just copied in here. Marquee. Now it'll be more uniform, at least. Like this. I did this right. I am not disliking that. I'm going to be perfectly honest. Yep, I am not disliking that. I like that a lot. I like it a lot. So I think what I'm going to do is make this door here just a little bit more white, a little bit on the gray side. If I can do that, I can just go here, go to pure white. It's going to get door handle and stuff like that on it too, so it's not going to be just a white door with no, so I think, yes, it's got a door handle on it. End up putting something on that. Oh, definitely clear white. I don't know if it's too white. I might have to go maybe just a little bit of gray. Put some grunge on it, you know, type of thing. Maybe something like that. There we go. Let's go with that. Marvelous. Okay, so let's take this, copy all of that, and put that into our texture layer, our template here. Paste that as, put that right over top of what we had here. Like so. Cool, so there's our doors. Alright, so we'll go ahead and layers, merge, flatten that down, save that as a new bitmap. And that should apply to our model. Ta-da! Let's see what we got going here. Wait a minute, what happened to... Why is it so much wider in the center? Say what? Okay, let's look at our texture again. Wait, I guess I still got one of these open. This. Oh, I still got a render open. Close that up. Okay, let's look at our texture again. So for some reason, this is wider in the middle. What's going on with that? It's been a while since the last time you visited. Hey! You have to remind me. Racer James coming in with the tire squeal. What, did I miss something? Okay, just making sure that... Who, is that, who, I don't want to say that name wrong, I'm sorry. If it's been a while, so if you haven't been here in a while, that's, yeah. We've been having a little bit of stream issues. So far, we're good. Video has been trying to freeze, I guess, as far as on the channel, but we're going almost 2 hours, and so it seems to be solid. Did I miss something there, Racer James? Is there a reason for the tire squeal? Or just the, someone new coming in there? How we doing there, I know there's plenty of people, I guess, that I have dealt with NR 2003 stuff. So maybe, okay, yeah, okay, that does ring a bell. Yeah, yeah. So I have to apologize. Yeah, excuse my ignorance, I guess, as far as with that. I know I've worked with quite a few people in the past, I guess, as far as with the NR 2003 stuff. So if that's what you're here for, obviously that's what the what we're dealing with here. So I'm just assuming as far as that. But yeah, it's probably been a hot minute. Oh, okay, I'm seeing it now. So is this... I'm noticing, so it is actually in the texture too. We got this... we might need to adjust that. Let me look at the actual picture reference here. Yeah, so these are more uniformly spaced as far as between that. So yeah, we can adjust that. Yep, so it's got a little bit wider here. So what we can do... Yeah, that's easily adjustable. Let's go and back this up. Yeah, hopefully, oh yeah, you just got my attention. I appreciate that, Mr. James. Yeah, so, how we been doing there, Jimenez? Hope you've been doing well. I know, we've been still, working on, you know, just tweaking on our craft, I guess, as far as with, 3D model. Racer James... in particular, we've been showcasing his Lacrosse Speedway. He's using this as kind of like a, it's kind of a fair to say, I guess, as far as just playing in the sandbox, you know, just having fun with. So he's making it a semi-fictional version of Lacrosse Speedway, which is, you know, it exists in reality. So the fact that the track doesn't have safer in reality, he's taking the approach, I guess, to add it at least to the outside walls with the ambient occlusion and so on. So a lot of these amenities that are to the track are at the actual track, like the press booth for the grandstands and so on. We are currently working on this pavilion that exists at the track, and we've got our makeshift texture, and we're adjusting the texture, I guess, to the model, just for some clarity. So to kind of show you some of the picture references we got, this is the building that we're working on. So we're using a lot of the IRL pictures for references, I guess, as far as to get clarity on what type of materials, you know, what's the actual construct of the building. Some of these are, I like this one the most. It's got a lot of clarity in it, I guess, as far as what's going on with the way the eaves are and such like that. Real track using laser scan data for that's probably a good mention there too, Racer James. Quite a bit of artistic freedoms. Yeah, that's probably another way to put it too. I was trying to think of a way to put it, as far as artistic freedoms. So it's like just to add things into it that don't necessarily exist at the track, and just doing like what if scenarios. You know, if you had these types of things applied to it. So a lot of the geometry to the track itself is true to the LiDAR, as far as the real world information for the banking and such. So that in itself is maintained intact, as far as even virtually, it's maintained as it is in reality. Yeah, so we've done in past streams here, Racer James has done a lot more work, that's for sure. This has been his thing to work on, I guess, as far as of late. One of the previous things that we worked on stream was these storage facilities behind the tree line on the back stretch. So this one, very simplistic model, but they are to scale, at least for common building practices, as far as the way the doors are positioned on it, the trim and so on, so like that, as far as the height of the walls and such like that. We tried to make it as they would be in reality, right, as far as common building practices. And that's much the same thing we're applying to this one. So this one's going to be more front and center, just like the press box for the grandstand. So we're trying to add a little bit more detail to it, but not go super nuts with it either. So hopefully that kind of makes sense, just to kind of give you a summary of what's going on here. We've had a lot of fun here, so the fact that we've had some troubles, I guess, as far as with the stream not wanting to cooperate, Twitch likes to freeze the video, I guess, as far as for the most part, but it's been going good, so hopefully it stays that way. Play around with tracks and sandbox. Good to see how buildings are built from scratch. Yeah, everything in this particular, now I shouldn't say everything, absolutely everything, because there are still some things that are shared. There are still some shared items in here that Racer James has got in here. I don't know if he's necessarily going to continue with using those, because we do have, hint, the Racer James, we got the new models for the shared items that is on the Spline Design Studios website that anybody can use, regardless if it's for their own track build or just to replace the tired versions of the ones in Sandbox, right? So that's amongst some of the other things I think of. But yeah, he's kind of got some things placed out here. What I think is, amongst many things, I guess, that are pretty cool with what he's got applied to this track here. Not only this press box, which is phenomenally detailed with ambient occlusion as far as the shading. It's almost like you're sitting inside of this thing. It's nuts. It's super crazy. But he's kept it relatively, I'm going to use the term loosely, as far as low poly, right? So it balanced it out to make it very compliant, I guess, as far as with NR 2003, both at the texture and the model level. So it's frame rates on it so far, from what we've tested with it, is fantastic. I mean, it's like you would tend to think, as far as something this detailed from the poly level of the model, that the frame rates would just take a crap, I guess, as far as, and it don't. We've even tested it with some of the more up-to-date models that come for in 2003. Now, what I'm really curious to see, and I'm sure Racer James already has, is to see how this track responds. We haven't been able to test this on stream yet. How this track responds with the latest mods for 2003 with the safer installed. That's quite a bit, even from where we have already tested with it without it in there. So this is what we try to do on the stream, is to create the elements, get them all applied to the track, and be able to test it out in the sim itself to see where it stands, I guess, as far as even with the latest and greatest mods. Yeah, so it's good to see, I guess, as far as some of the videos that we got on the YouTube channel, both myself and the Spline Designs, that hopefully they do continue to help, and that's why we continue to do it, because we know there's plenty of people out there that still want to conduct themselves with building a track. So the fact that Racer James is taking the approach he's taking to this, it's semi-fictional, especially with the safer on the outside of the wall. That doesn't exist on the track in reality, but there's a lot of things that are. But one of the other things that really stands out with the track build so far, besides this press box, is the installation of Alan Kulwicki's car for the Winston Cup Series. Cup 90 is what he used. He used a render model. So it's a render scene model, I guess, as far as for like Max, that's broken down in Sandbox here so that it'll totally load up. So that's another thing I'm really curious to see how this responds for myself in the sim with using such mods as the NCS 22. I know Racer James has already tested it out on his end, but I'm really curious to see how it performs on my end. Yeah, so those little finer details to the track, I guess, as far as it's just pretty cool. So we went over some of the even finer details as far as the Winston Cup red that's applied to like the walls and also the grandstand. That's what we've got applied to what we're in the process of applying to our Turn 1 pavilion, is this same sheet metal that's on the back side of the Prex box to that, so it conforms with what's going on here. I don't know if that's exactly what Lacrosse uses for that, is that Winston Cup red, which has a particular RGB, but that's what we're going with. Again, it's semi-fictional in that regard. So we're gonna match up this one here. This has already got the proper spacing for the ribs on it, and we've already confirmed that on our model, that is all compliant to that. And now we're just in the process of tweaking out the texture to get it to, nice and conform to our model. And right now I'm working on the doors, mainly the garage doors, to get these lined up. And I just noticed, as of late, as far as we got too much spacing between these panels on the doors in the middle. So we're going to adjust it on the texture. I brought this back, and I think the way I can do this, Evan's coming on in. How we doing there, Evan? Always coming in there. Make sure you stink up the place. Appreciate you coming in here and stinking up the place. I still need to get some type of a spray bottle emote or something. I still got slots on the back end, I guess, first to put some animated emotes, and that would be a pretty cool one, I think. I think so. What's pretty bummed? What's pretty bummed about? Let's adjust our texture here. I think what I can do is I'm going to leave a little bit more edge on a little bit more of a panel on the edges here. I don't think we'll need that, because if we look at our wire, we're not even in that area, so we should be fine. I think what I'm going to do is just move these panels over so that it has the same amount of spacing as, say, like right here. So we'll stand our, so let's do this. We're gonna grab this, like so, and then we're gonna go copy that. You drove 2 hours only for the buyer to back. Oh, nope. He backed out? What the hell? Well, that's pretty crappy. 2 hours, huh? I didn't realize you had to go that far. So that was a big nope. That's pretty crappy. So once he saw the condition of it or whatever, whoever the buyer was, they backed out of the purchasing the exploder. They must have not have really looked at the. Did you give him pictures, I guess, to look at? That's pretty crappy, I guess, as far from the back out if they had sufficient pictures to look at prior to driving that far. Huh. Well, that's pretty crappy on their part, I guess, as far as to back out. Especially when they get all the information of the condition of it and so on, only to drive that far and they just like, nope. Just like you said. Oh my goodness. Sorry to hear that. You got any other potential buyers for it, or just that one so far? Alright, let's paste this. Yeah, that would super piss me off. I know that's for sure. Oh crap! I can probably fix that. It's no problem. I'll just get this lined up here in the center. He's nice and spaced out like that. I'm also thinking I should probably split the difference between the two different sides. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Let's just move this over a little bit like that. And I'll do the same thing on the other side. Oh, for sure, their torch, I definitely would be. Drive that far. He was interested, but then just randomly backed out. And no, because... Oh, you went through Facebook Marketplace. Yeah. I wish I'd have known you had done that. I would have totally said, yeah, sorry you had to deal with that, but I don't even go through Facebook anymore with that kind of stuff, honestly. And it's particularly for that type of crap. That's ridiculous. Yeah. That's too bad you had to deal with that, but, you know, hopefully you can find another buyer for it. And it's probably going to be even harder, I guess, to probably sell it too because of gas prices the way they are right now. That's the another unfortunate thing. Gas prices are just ridiculous right now. You know what? I might be able to just cut this instead of... Yeah, let me do it that way. I did a copy instead of that. Let's just do it this way. And I'm going to do paste as... Let's bring that over. And then we can fill it in on the other side. So we want that panel to be just on the edge of that. That should be... Yeah, it'll work, so I like that. I'm gonna move this side just a little bit more. Okay, we'll cut it out this time instead of copying it. And we'll paste it. So original position, move it in. Add. And that gives me some clarity as far as how much I'm moving it to, as far as with that background color that's behind it. But also I can see now we got some more adequate spacing there. Alright, now we're going to take... Now, just to maintain it, as far as, again, just adding a little bit of padding as far as to where the UV mapping is. So that green line represents the wire mesh, I guess, as far as for the model. I want to add enough padding, I guess, as far as to that so that it doesn't... just to give it a little breathing room is all. So you have been getting a ton of low balls, like 1 or 2K. Right. Well, and the other thing too, like I was saying, as far as the gas prices right now for the exploders right now, it doesn't get very good gas mileage, and I'm sure that might be one of the reasons that I can imagine the dude backed out. But he could have called you, I guess. I don't know if he had your. I would imagine he had your contact information. He could have said, you know, I don't want it. But to make you drive all that way and say no, that's crap. Some guy offered not. That's a little bit low. Oh, he did call you while you were on the way? Yeah, 900 would seem kind of low from what I've seen of that. It's not that in terrible shape. I mean, it doesn't get the greatest of gas mileage for sure, but yeah. It might be a stretch though for you to get as much as you're wanting. But yeah, it's wow. 30 minutes. Oh, you had 30 minutes left to drive. So you're 2 miles in and he called. Oh, I got you. So he called you while you were on the way. But he knew you were on the way. So I guess, I don't know, benefit of the doubt. I think he was trying to, something must have came up. Did he give any explanation at all? Or just, I would hope it would be a somewhat reasonable explanation, I guess, as far as for that. Alright, so let's just clean this up now. I'm going to add... Let's do it this way. So we're in the texture. We're going to grab this. Copy that. And we'll just scab this on here. Just to give it some breathing room is all. Like so. Gonna work. Nope, this I don't want anymore. I would have to imagine possibly, and I'm just throwing all reasons there, because I'm sure he had a pretty good reason. I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt, I guess, and stuff like that. I think gas prices are probably a huge factor, but I would imagine something probably came up financially that he wasn't able to do it. Yeah, because I think the fact that he called you prior to you getting there, I'm sure you probably didn't know at the time he called where you were actually at. Until he called and you were to confirm that you were only half an hour out, right? But I think, again, benefit of the doubt, I think he was trying to let you know before you got all the way there. But still, that's quite a ways to go, right? But, yeah, that goes to show just how ridiculous, I guess, Facebook be, especially the marketplace. I haven't dealt with Facebook in quite some time. So, a lot of people that I used to stay in touch with on Facebook, if they're trying to get a hold of me on Facebook, you're not going to find me. I just don't use it anymore. Yeah, so if anything, if nothing else, hopefully you still do find a buyer for that thing. It's not a bad vehicle by any means. So the other thing I got to keep in mind, this wireframe that's in here, I just realized this. This wireframe is not correct because I already rescaled that. But even with that, I think the adjustments I made here should still be fine. I guess as far as the spacing in between these two, all these panels here, all these little squares. So at least that's good. So, but yeah, I already made that point that this UV mapping is not current. So what I probably should do is make another UV map deal here. Let's see what this looks like here first, and then we'll go from there. But I think I definitely do need to make a new wireframe, I guess, as far as for a template. Let's go ahead, turn the wire off. So all the adjustments that I was making from side to side or whatever, probably or not, but check it out here. Let's do layers, merge, all flatten. I'll save as new bitmap and see how we look here. That should go ahead and apply to our texture. There we go. Now we cooking. We got 4 squares going across from left to right, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4 up and down. Let's look at our 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. So we got a little bit more going upwards. So I guess we're not quite right on that, but I guess you kind of see the point. If we want to get really super picky on this, we could actually make a 5th row, but it's kind of like a partial row, just especially on the top. We could do that. But even with the adjustments that I did make there, it's still conforming pretty nicely. Other than just the lack of one more row. That looks really good. I like that, how that turned out. So regardless of what distance that you're at, you can definitely see those raised squares. Nice, man, nice. Let's render it really quick and see what it looks like that way. So we're just looking at it from the perspective view. In this case, orthographic, but still, what's it perspective? Let's render it really quick and see what that looks like. Yep, I'm liking it. Don't pay any attention to the roof, the pinnacles. Those aren't done yet as far as the texturing. Really looking at the sides and the doors, at least for now. Yep. I'm liking it. Liking it a lot. Yeah, let's see if we can add another row. And it's going to be a partial row, right? It's not going to be like a full row as far as up on the top here. It's like a 3/4 of it. And it's the way the doors work, you know, as we all know. You're always going to have one full panel. It's going to be tucked up into the header on the inside. And that's exactly what we see here on both of these here. So we're going to see if we can get 5 rows of these squares and have like a partial up at the top. Before I do that, let me go ahead and do this UV map here. So we've got this here. All we need to do, got it all in here like this. So to get it current in our wireframe, let's yeah, because I can do the roof separate. I was just thinking about that for a second. Yeah, so this right here, we should be able to highlight all the polys like this. Go into tools, render UV template, and 1024 by 512 is our size. And render that. That's going to slap it over here. Whoops. Save this as a wire. PNG with a alpha. So PNG. And we want to name this wire. And bring it into our template. Doesn't matter what you name it, but I'm just saying I like to name it wire. And we want to have the alpha channel 24-bit 16 million colors. So we can get that clarity in that. So it won't have this black in it when we open that up. Okay. Be right back. I actually spelled it out. That's funny. All right, James. My buddy said he'd buy it. You got, well, at least you got somebody. Get you something for it. That's good. Well, I'm sure you probably work out a deal with them. Yeah, so regardless if you get what you're asking or not, I think just getting anything for it so you can get yourself a different vehicle, that's be nice. Okay, so we save this new wire. Yeah, you gotta open up that new wire. By hell. So this is what we just created. Gonna be hard to see. So that doesn't have, it's nice and transparent. It's only gonna have just the wire. That's all we need. So what I need to do here, and this is only when I've come to find that's relevant with Paint Shop Pro, I got to create some alignment blocks so that it stays in this conformity when I bring it into my template. Otherwise, it's not going to 100%. Now I know in other programs like Photoshop, it'll automatically, as long as that image is the same size as what you're bringing it into, it'll automatically snap where it needs to go. Not the case here with Photoshop, so I gotta add these alignment blocks. So it just depends on which paint program you're using. So copy that, and we want to paste this into. Let's do it above this here. So we'll end up replacing this. I'll end up doing another wire for the roofing and so on, and then have it all in one wire layer. At one point or another. Layer. And that's going to put it exactly where it needs to go. Now I can remove those. I mean, I don't have to, but no need to have them anymore. Now it's already in position. And that's exactly where our wire is now. See, now this is a current wire map, you know, as far as a wire layer for what our model is currently compliance with. See, now from this point we can actually apply where those rows are for the different sections of the garage door. Alright, let's rename this one to wire. And I'm going to do wire building. Just so I know that's all that's in here for now. Okay, so once I bring the other piece in there for the roof and so on, that's going to be a separate layer, and I'll be able to combine those and have one wire layer. That's just the way I like to do it. Let's see, he said he'd do 3 instead of 38, which I always go high. Oh, okay. I'm assuming you're speaking 3,000, 3K. I wanted 3, but if you said it 38, most people. Oh, you're right. You always give room for it to talk down, right? Yeah, if you can get 3 for it, I mean that's pretty cool. I mean you got all the modifications you put to it as far as the light bar and all that stuff. I mean, that's worth something. And the truck runs, other than the fact that it doesn't get very great gas mileage. I mean, that's about the only downside to it. So yeah, that should be worth something. Yeah, 3K. I gotcha. Okay, let's see what we can adjust to get a 5th row in here. May almost have to shrink the distance between these here. Let me see here. Let me look at our picture. Almost don't want to do that though. Okay, let's try something. We're gonna go grab one of these rows, and let's pick this one on the top. Right up the middle like this. Copy that. Paste this as a new image. Zoom in a little bit. Now we'll use this as our starter row. What I need to do is scale this down. So this image here is 170 wide by 39 high. So we only want to adjust the height. Or to squish it down a little bit. So 170 by 39. Let's do side. So instead of 39, let's do 29. Only 10 pixels. Oh, it's changing the width too. I don't want to change the width. Bad. Have to turn that off. Let's image resize. Turn this off. We're going to keep it at 170 wide, but go 9 high. Something like that. Let's do effects, sharpen. Not bad. I like it. Let's do copy. What I might do is make this as a separate layer, and we'll just see what we can come up with here. That way I'm not stepping on what I got here, and I can always start over if I need to. Let's make a new layer for now. That right here, and we'll put these into position. Oh, I see what it did, you son of a gun. Alright. Let me, when I sharpened it, it actually added a, hold on. Added a bright line here, I don't like that. This. Blood fill that, let's tolerance a little bit. Ah, crap. Okay, I'll have to bring the tolerance way down. That's better. Okay. So now we'll go copy that. I already got that layer, so I can just paste it in here as a new selection. There we go. So we can see how much difference in height that is. We'll see how this works out for us. But I'm doing this in a separate layer. So I still have it in the other layer. So if I don't like the way this turns out, I can always revert. Okay, so there's one row. Next row. This might be a little too narrow. No. See what we can get. What kind of result we get. Now the other thing the approach you could take besides what I just did would be to do a deformation as far as from the height of these. So far we got 3. Four. Wow, yeah, so that's going to be a little too narrow then. So we only decreased it by 10 pixels, and that we can almost put at least 2 more panels in, which will make 6. We don't want. Okay. Alright, we're going to go ahead and cancel all that. We're going to go back this way, bring it back to the original size. And let's try something here. I'm going to do like I was saying as far as to take this and do we're going to do a select all. Actually, let's bring it right into that layer. So let's copy this. Still got that layer. Is selection. In the position like so. Like that. Now, with it still selected, I'm going to go into the deformation tool. And we're just going to squat it down lengthwise here, just a little bit. So almost the same approach here, only we're doing it kind of randomly, I guess, as far as with the value, as far as using actual pixels, as opposed to just grabbing it, sizing it up this way. I'm going to try it this way and see what we get here. Alright, so now we'll go ahead and copy that. Paste it for the next row. Okay. Paste. Selection. Sorry, we got it. Still on the no, what's going on? I'm just start making corn gas. Well, there you go. There you go. Moonshiner. There you go. You know what? If I could do that, I would. But you know what I think of, I guess, as far as with making your own fuel to put in your vehicle, I think of Back to the Future. I think it was part 3 when they were in the Wild West, when they tried to put the strong stuff, I guess, as far as in there, and it blew out the manifold. It's like, that's what it makes me think of as far as when you do that. We got 3 in here so far. So I wonder if that would actually be a thing. I guess it would depend on how strong your stuff is. So we got, this will be 4. This might not be too bad. I might be able to finagle this a little bit. I'm not disliking this so far. We got a little bit there still on the bottom. Oh my goodness, that is going to be so close. We can finagle it a little bit. That's actually not too bad. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows. That might not be too bad. Now, let me see. Can we look at the bottom? Usually on the bottom there you have a really high kick plate, to say the least. There, got a picture that shows that or not? Damn, no. Yeah, and on most cases there on garage doors you have like a certain amount of space that they kind of consider a kick plate, right? So there wouldn't necessarily be a panel, and this is what I think of as far as having this this distance here from the bottom edge of the door to the first square in comparison to the top. I don't think that's going to be too bad. So the fact that we got our 5 rows and going 4 across widthwise, I think that'd be pretty good. Okay, let's turn that off. We'll leave that on. So that's at least our makeshift there. Let's see what we got here though. Layers, merge all, flatten. I'll save that as a new bitmap. Yeah, I would totally go for making a, you know, like some moonshine fuel. If it wouldn't, you know, wreck the engine. That's for sure. Alright, so we got our new texture. Save. Find our model. There we go. So now this one we should have 5 rows of those panels. Yeah, this is looking good. I like that little bit of extra width on the bottom there for the kick plate on the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And just like we have in our picture here, whoops, get to this one. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. So we're true to life, I guess, as far as what we have in actuality on the building, also applied to our model. This looks pretty good too. Marvelous. And we got our white door. We're going to be putting a handle on that. Now, the handle that I got on it's kind of like it's a different type of handle, so we need to put more different. So this door handle that's on there, the one I've got on here, let's back this up. Okay, video's not freezing, that's good. So we've had, so far I think we're in the clear. I know Torch kind of calmed down, I guess, as far as with the spamming in the chat. I don't know if that was helping or not, but I'm going to credit that, I guess, as far as that. Hopefully that was the case. And again, also, maybe Twitch heard me yelling at them. Twitch maybe might have heard me yelling at them, I guess, as far as to stop, you know, fix this problem with the video freezing on the stream. Welcome back, James. So with you being back here, you can see the result of adjusting this door. So we got the 5 panels, 5 squares up and 4 across. Let's go ahead and render this really quick too. See what it looks like that way. Fantastic. So the only thing we're missing so far on the doors is the handle, which will be over here. I think it looks pretty good. Cool. We got that much done. And like I was saying, I backed this texture up here. We do have yeah, man door handle. So this one that we got on here is, number one, it's not on the proper side, but also this one's more of a key combination type of thing, so we'll need a different type of knob, different type of handle. So it looks like, from what I can tell in this picture, it's one of those that's it's the stem type of so it's kind of like the bent straight piece. It's not a knob, right? So it's like you can put your whole hand on it and pull down on it type of thing. One of those types of stem type of deals. So if we want to look for something like that to be able to apply to our door, and it'll be on this side as far as the mapping of it. Let's take a look here. We got, let's do some doorknob shopping here. Let's look for, I don't remember what they got a name for those types of doors. The only thing I can think of is a stem door handle. Yep, just like these. So let's go to images. And let's see if we can find one that's relatively straight on. Something like this one right here is probably what it's like. And it might have a lock on it. We can't tell in the picture, but more than likely it probably has a lock. But it's probably not going to be fancy like this one here. It's probably just a straight deal like this one. Let's see, we got it this one here. Do we have a picture of this where it's straight on? No, I don't want all that. Gotta love how they put it on an angle. I mean, it's all for presentation, I get that, but alright, let's trying to find one that might possibly be straight on. Yeah, so it's not this style, more like this style, but they're all on an angle. I hate when they do that. Got some really fancy ones in here, that's for sure. Oh, how are we doing there, yeah? So what's going on? Yeah, lever or stem style, right? So whichever, you know, tomato. Yeah, we're doing all right so far. Yeah, so we've been being very vigilant and monitoring, I guess, as far as the video. It did. The first initial start of the stream, it did freeze the video, but I did some complaining, and I think Twitch might have heard me, and I think they kind of felt I wasn't too happy with it. It only seems to happen on Saturdays, unfortunately. But the fact that we've been going 2.5 hours now, I think they heard me loud and clear, and they'd be like, "Oh shit, he sounds pissed." You dang right I was. I'm getting tired of these Saturdays getting stepped on, I guess, as far as with video freeze. No need for that. Trying to find one that's straight on. One of these lever type of man handles or handles. I need something. Man, now we're getting into shower stuff. What the heck? Faucet stuff. But yeah, how are we doing in there, yeah? So other than that going on, that's about the only thing. Been making some pretty good progress on our Turn 1 pavilion building. We're just looking at, you know, doing some door handle shopping right now. I mean, a lot of the detail to it's going to really go away, but I wanted to have something reasonable to start off with. Now, when I found the one for the combination handset for the storage facility, that was like really easy because it was like a nice straight on picture. But for these here, it's not working out that way so much. They're all on an angle. Some of them do have the option, probably, I guess, to look at it in this. Yeah, see, so it doesn't let me turn it though. Hey, gummit. Need something like this one here, but maybe with a lock set. Okay. Yeah, sometimes Google, and this is another reason why I guess I just tended to try to work with what I had here. Sometimes you won't find the same image. It'll be on an angle, has the wrong type of lighting, whatever. So when you can work with what you already have, in a lot of cases, to get a result, like I did here, that was another reason, I guess, to take that approach that I did. Okay, so we don't want this type of handle. So this is the key combination one. You do lose a lot of the detail, obviously, but even from a distance, you can kind of tell or whatever that it's like a combination type of door handle. We just need one that's just a lever. If we have to draw one in, I guess we'll do that. I just wanted to have something to eventually start with, at least anyway. That's why I'm going this way. But it would be nicer if I could find one that's nice and straight on, like this guy. This is a little bit fancier. So I can find something like this that's silver, like this, or pewter, but not quite so fancy. Let's see more. All these are on an angle. I need something straight on. Killing me, Smalls. And the fact that it's showing me all black too, that's another thing. Might have to go with something like that. That might give us a good. You're not gonna see a lot of the detail anyway once you size it up, I guess, as far as the point where we need it. Let's start with this one here and see what we get. And we can always change the coloring of it prior to resizing it. Let's save that. That's fine. Let's put that right to the desktop. Fine. Whoa, that's not what I wanted to do. What are you doing? No, it's not what I wanted to do. Thank you. Alright, now we need to bring that we just saved our desktop onto our paint program. Let's bring that in. And what we'll do. You got invited to a party, but I don't want to go. Well, then you don't go. That's no go for. Hey, if you don't want to go, then just don't go. No one said you had to, right? You got invited. Doesn't mean you have to comply. If you're not feeling it, then don't go. Hold that to a layer, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to flood this with some magenta. Just to kind of add some contrast between that and the... Yep, that's what I thought was going to happen. So I'll change the tolerance. I like to segregate just the handle as much as possible. So we'll increase the tolerance. There we go. Marvelous. Okay, cool. Now we'll crop this out. We don't need that part. Yeah, let's crop this out. There we go. Now we can still got it in a layer. I should be able to do from here. Let's take my magic wand, step that all out. That leaves a transparent background. Voila. Now from here we can change the color of it. We want to make it more like pewter. So let's try layers. Adjustment layer. What happens if I do? Hold on. Do a negative image. Oh yeah, now we're talking. All right, let's. So why didn't that work out for the door from last time? Yeah, that's a pretty cool effect there. So that's a negative. So it's basically going from dark to light. Do my negative image. Let's change the contrast. We want to do this one. Dull that down a little bit. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, let's make it a little bit darker. So that's more of a pewter type of color. Digging it. Okay, layers, merge that. Now we can take this, copy it, and I'm gonna put it just above this one here. In all actuality, I can probably take this one right out because we don't need this one at all. I want the layer, but I don't need this, what's contained in this layer. Take this out. We're gonna put the knob over on this side. Paste this as a new selection. Oh my god, this thing is huge. Crap, we gotta resize this here a little bit. Alright, let's paste this as a new image for a second. This thing is ginormous. Alright, let's do image, information. Oh yeah, this thing is nice and beefy. Alright, let's do image, resize. Maintain. Yes. Cool. Alright, that's it'll be a little bit easier to handle. We'll copy that. No pun intended. Easier to handle. So hit paste. Selection. We're gonna be a little big, but that's fine. Now we can do deformation here like this. Whoopsie. Come on. And you can already tell right off the bat here it's going to lose a lot of clarity in it, but you get the idea. Real key is as far as to get it the size of an actual door handle. I don't know, that seems too big yet. Let me look at our what seems too big to me. I'm just eyeballing it. Alright, let's try this. Okay, well, look at all the clarity we list. So you still get the idea though. Holy mackerel, that looks like poo. You know, something I could probably try to do though, let's go like this. This is what I find sometimes works too, just to kind of remove some of the pixelization on the edge. Copy that. Paste this as another new image. Like so, we're gonna zoom in on this. Now, if I resize this, image resize, and upscale it, like this, right? You know what I need to do? I need to get the size of it before I do that. Image information, it is 12 by 6, alright. So if we go image, resize, upscale it, and then do another image resize, without undoing it, and put it back 12 by 6. I'm gonna do 12 by 8, okay, that's fine. Sometimes what it'll do, apply this back to here, that out, and then edit paste. Maybe? Yeah, so it just kind of softens the edges up a little bit. Almost seems a little too big yet, too. Yep, maybe just a little too big yet still, too. Let's go crunch this down a little bit. That's actually not half bad, considering. Yeah, so even from a distance, you can definitely give it a sense. I'm even going to go up a little bit. Put it at the proper height. Bump it up just a touch. Yeah. Okay, maybe over a little bit. Shit. You're going to be careful there. What are you doing over there, Torch? I think that's Evan's job. Evan's job to do the shatting. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad actually, I don't think. Digging it. Okay, so we went from this to this. Let's see where we came from. We went from here. Yeah, there you go. Oops. Yeah, I think Torch needed that. So we went from this to this to this. Oops. This is pretty small, actually. So you can see where we started from and exactly how much clarity you lose. So yeah, I think we're all good on this. We can close all this out. Don't need all these open anymore. Write all these different rows out. Notice I had so many open. Close that. Already got that all in our texture. We're good on our wire. Close that. And yeah. Awesome. Now let's now we should have a handle on our door. Cool. We got that in a separate layer, just like we did with the storage facility. Now what I want to focus on at this point is the roof. And deal with the roof. So we're pretty good to go, I guess, as far as with the way the this door is. Let me do this. I'm gonna close some of these layers out here for a second. I'm gonna narrow it down to these two and get this all combined to one layer. Now that we're good on this texture here for the door, garage door. So the layers, mirrors, visible, and we'll call this texture. Bring that back. Go. Now we can bring back. I remember all what I had on. Color blocks. Probably don't need those labels. And a wire for the building. Okay, cool. Now what we want to do is trim off on this texture. We don't need all this over here. It's just running into our roof currently. Got to trim this down. Our textured layer. Let's do that. Actually, hold on. Where's our wire for? Turn this other wire on real quick. So there's where our roof is at. No. So yeah, we need to trim that down a little bit more. That's still running into our roof, where the wire frame for our roof is at anyway. Texture. You know what? Since we didn't really adjust anything else so far, go into this other wire that we had. I'm gonna chunk out that. Take out the pieces that have already been adjusted. Here. We already took this out, I think. Nope. Full door. There we go. Now we're current. It's between the two separate layers now, between the roof and all that, where the pinnacle's at, all the roof fascia and whatever is at, soffits and whatnot. Okay, good to go. We need to trim our texture off of our roof. So as it stands right now, we still got a little bit of this red sheet metal bleeding in onto our roof. We don't want that, so we're just gonna shave this down. Like so. A little bit more room on that. What is that first rib? There we go. Now it's completely off the roof. Now we can texture our roof. And let's take a look at our picture references here. Let's zoom out. So it's not. So it looks like it's just the white sheet metal. So it's basically the same type of sheet metal, only it's white, and it's really hard to see the ribbing. Let's go to different. But I think, okay, so this one here is more of a gray actually. Yeah, it's kind of a gray sheet metal based on this one here, so we got more sunlight on it. It's got the white trim. Okay. So basically the same type of sheet metal, only it's so we still got this texture open, right? It's already got that proper scaling. I think I'm just going to use this. Just grab a chunk of this, and then just bring that into our pavilion texture. I think that'll work just fine. All right, let's grab this right here. So if nothing else, the takeaway from this is if you've got a texture that you really like the looks of it, as far as what I'm grabbing from here, you know, you can take elements from that and actually apply it to that. So, and if nothing else, to add conformity to all the other buildings, right? So you know all the scaling of your sheet metal ribs and whatever are going to be consistent. He's coming in all odorous. I was like, I had to look at that. Is that a word? Yeah, he always does that though. You know that, yeah. So likes to come in here and stink the place up, and he's got every right, I guess, to kind of, you know, make a stink because he made a trip the better part of 2 hours, and if he's still in here, you can reiterate and elaborate. Made a trip, I guess, to sell his vehicle. Drove down 2 hours only for the buyer, I guess, to call and say no, change his mind. So yeah, that's super not cool, but yep. So he's got every reason, as far as I'm concerned, to come in here and make a stink. I'll give him the leeway, I guess, as far as for at least today, because that's a super crappy situation. Okay, so what we want to do now that we've got that copied from the other texture, we're going to paste it into this layer. Show, and we already got that scaling, proper sizing for that, just like the red sheet metal, right? And we're just going to apply this to our roof, so where our wire is here, give it a little bit of a buffer on this one here too, just like we did. We'll go slightly over where that mapping for the roofing is, so we got this. So we'll put this rib right there on the edge, and again, we don't want to be tempted to stretch this out to fill the rest of it in, right? Otherwise, you will change the integrity of that scaling for that that texture. You don't want to, with that selected, you don't want to use that deformation tool to stretch it out to fill that in, right? So you want to use individual pieces, just like you would an actual putting up sheet metal. You put one piece after another piece to make sure it's all nice and uniform all the way across. Same idea. Alright, so we're going to take another piece, overlap it with that rib. There we go. And then we need a little bit more here. Now, because I've got this all in the same layer, probably what I'll do, instead of using that one I still have copied, I'm gonna copy a smaller chunk here, because I only got a little bit more to cover, right? So I'll go like this. Actually, we don't need quite that much. Grab this, copy that, and hit paste. Huge selection. Because I'm working all within the same layer. That's the only reason I do it the way I just did. That shouldn't be too bad like that. Like it? That'll work. So that's going to be our roof. Roof texture. We're getting there, so the only thing we got left really is the pinnacle. I got these all individually mapped, I guess, as far as for each side of that roof peak on the pinnacle. Probably not really necessary. You could probably put them all in one spot. I guess the approach I was thinking, like with the pinnacle, the sides, one has a peak side, you know, as far as to sit on the peak, you know, as far as the ridge, and then the other side is just a little more. So if you look at the model, you have the one side as peak. So I figured I just followed the same approach as what I did on the sides for the peak. Probably really no reason to have those all individually mapped. You could probably map it all as one piece and then just do that as even a normal map, I guess, as far as for the entire peak. So I took it a little bit step further, which I probably didn't need to do. So it came out more like a pinwheel type of design, probably, if I did them all together. I figured I'd try it this way just to see how it turns out. It's probably just going to be a solid color. So if we look at our picture references here, it's just red. And it's not like a sheet metal or anything like that. It's just colored red, so it's just like flashing. Yeah. Might be kind of hard to see, and it's all it is like a flashing, kind of like a fascia material to make those peaks. But it has louvers all the way on the side of that there. I want to be able to apply that to the pinnacle as far as on these different areas here. As far as to add some louvering on these. So this here will probably just be like this color red, as far as in this part here where the roof sides of the pinnacle itself. Yeah. So let's actually do that. So if we go from the texture level, like this, we're going to create an area that is this Winston red. So we're just going to copy that, for example, and then draw this in. Now this aqua color, that's in a separate layer. So I got that as my color blocks. So that's in a different layer, right? So I'm putting this, when I'm painting in this in here, is all in this texture layer. That's why I'm drawing this back in here. I could, in theory, take this color blocks one here. I can go like this, copy all of that. Wait a minute, why is it? That's interesting. Let's turn the wire off for a second. So I'm in the color blocks layer, grab it this way, copy this, and bring it into our texture layer. Paste it in. Oh wow. No, it did that. That's interesting. We'll have to fill that in. I guess that that's easily correctable. Alright, let's just get it in that area. Cool. Now we can turn off the labels, turn off the color blocks, and we can fill this in with that red. So there we go. So I got the Winston red there. Let's turn back on. Okay. Kind of give us some clarity there. We need which one do we turn off? Color blocks. So what'll happen now is in this wire, let's bring it back on. All these, the peak of that will be red. So that's all in that texture layer now. So, okay, so these sides to the pinnacle, those need to be white. Probably just this color. Apply that to there. You can do the same thing as we did with the roof for it. Copy this. On the color blocks, bring that into the texture layer. That reflection right there. Like so. Now we've got that in the texture layer. Turn the color blocks off. Now we got that. We can do this on the other side here. It says reflection, and we'll paste. Well, now we've got a color splotch that we can apply to both of those. So now we got color for that. What I do want to do is change that color. Grab this. I don't know if I want to go that color. Actually, we can probably use the same color that we used for the door here. Let's do that. Got a little bit of gray to it, but not too much to it. We'll flood fill this. That color. Like so. Now we got some color for our pinnacle. Like so. Alright, so now we'll turn off the wires again. Let's see what we look like so far, I guess, as far as with this. So, this is still being used like by the soffits and whatever. So we got our roof figured out, and we got our pinnacle figured out. Let's go ahead and do a layers, merge, flatten. File, save this. Oops, not that. Save this as a new bitmap. That should apply right to our model. Oop, I forgot I had that open yet. And here we go. Let's see how we did. So what I'm not liking so far is the way this is showing on this part. Oh, okay, so we got a little bleed over, I guess, as far as that's not a problem. So the fact that that magenta is still showing through there just means I don't have enough color into this white block. I have to extend that out, so that's not a big deal. You can just fill that in with a little bit more white. Back this up, actually. That's not an issue. But that does give us some, whoops. Back into here. So we can see how that looks nice and red now on the top, and then you got the white sides. Now, once we get the louvers in there with a little bit of shading, I think that'll add something. What I don't like is how this is looking on this peak. That looks a little funky to me. Let me see if I can find And by funky, I'm mentioning, I guess, as far as how they're not lining up. See, do we have a view? Can't see how that actually looks on that peak. Side, let me see. Yeah, it's the only reference picture that we have here. So I can definitely see the ribs here, just barely. But it's hard to tell this way, so I don't know if those ribs actually line up. So what I was looking at is, do these ribs necessarily line up with these coming off of this side of the road? Right? I almost feel they need to. Torch going back at it again. Yeah, so far that doesn't look too bad, I guess, as far as with the pinnacle. I think it'll look even better once I get some maneuvering on it. It'll look great. So far, so good. Still trying to figure out what I want to do with these soffits and the fascia. So that's all going to be all in this area of the texture. That's going to be all in this area here. So that's probably going to change that part of the texture, I guess, as far as to in a different way. Well, you know what? I didn't turn the door handle on this thing. Hold on. Turn that on there, see how that looks. Let's layers, merge, flatten. I'll save as new bitmap. Okay, let's back up, and we'll see how that doorknob looks on there. There we go. So now we got the doorknob on there. Yep. So it's at least got the impressions, I guess, of the door handle being on there. Banes. All right. So two things. I guess I'm not really 100% sure what direction I should go with this one here. I almost feel the UV mapping for the roof. I don't think I got the UV mapping on for that. Do not. I can make one. I do feel that this needs to be adjusted on this peak, at least anyway. Let's focus on that for a moment. So far, I don't think we're doing too good. So the last thing we'll need to deal with is the soffits, as far as the eaves and the fascia. Turning out pretty good other than that. So let's do, while the roof is selected there, let's do an unwrap. That up, bring the texture in. I don't know why it's got several instances of that same texture. That's interesting. Anyway, there is the mapping for our roof. Now, where are these? I forgot what these polys are for. The second peak here, which is right here. Let's do an F2 so you can see what we're selecting. So those are right there, okay. Yeah, so if I do these uniformly, see what kind of result we can get here. So I'll do F2. So they're still selected. I just toggled off highlighted polys. I want to line these up possible. Ribs there. And because of that angle, it might not. You got the two opposing angles. You got the angle on this here, as far as what they call a hip or a valley, and then the angle going, on this roof here. So that's two different angles. So it initially starts off fine, but then it tends to get separated as that angle increases. That's normal. But I'm going to see if I can get that to line up. So both selected. Let's see if I can get this over here. Trying to think of what approach I would have to take with this. So going in this direction, I need to widen it out ever so slightly. This direction. Yeah, I don't think they're going to line up, regardless of what I do. Nope. Yeah, I don't think they are going to line up. And that's to be expected, like I was saying, I guess, as far as because you've got the angle going this way in this valley, for where that peak meets the angle of this part of the roof. They'll have that problem. That's even a problem, I guess, as far as with roofers to get the shingling, get that to line up a lot of times you won't see that. They'll usually just put some flashing on that, not only to cover that ugliness, you know, take the curse off it, but also to add further protection, I guess. We could probably do that this here, because they probably do have something on there in the form of like a, yeah, they've got something here, I guess, to allow the water to run off right down this hip or valley. So possibly to take the curse off of that, we could add something right to this area of the texture where that resides. That could be an option, I think. Let me move this off of a second here. Yeah, we can make a whole separate deal here if we wanted. We got room up here in the texture. We got the main roof, and then we can definitely create a different section here for this part of the roof. Could work. Amazing how we have this same issues real life. Right. Yeah. And that's the point I was trying to make, I guess, with that. Yeah, I'm almost thinking I can probably use, because we still got this area of the texture to use, we could probably create an entirely separate area for this peak. Because from what I can tell in the picture, well, it's really hard to tell. It does look like the ribs are running the same direction as this part of the roof. So they're running up and down, so they're not running this way. Right? Yeah, from what I can tell in there, the ribs still run the same direction. But what I want to do is make that less ugly, for lack of a better way to put it. Alright, so the fact that it's pink, and it's that magenta right now, it's because I've got that area up in here in the texture. So I think what I'm going to do is make another wire based on this position of that. Alright. So let's go to poly level. Let's select all these for the roof, and then we'll make a wire template. Tools, 1024 by 512 high. Alright. And then render that. That's gonna throw it over here. There's that. Alright. Then we'll go save. We'll do this as wire 2. I don't really need that one anymore, but I'll delete those later on. I do a little bit of cleanup in that working folder, so we'll do wire 2, and we want that as a PNG with alpha channel. So make alpha channel RGB 24-bit 16 million colors. Save it. Close that. Now we just need to bring it in. Go back to our desktop. Is a mess right now. Don't pay attention to that. Cross 1 3S wire 2. Cool. Now gotta put my alignment blocks. And again, like I was saying, this is only relevant, I guess, as far as for Paint Shop Pro users. I guess as far as to get that to lock into position. I know with Photoshop, even the latest version, even older versions of that, has the ability, as long as you've got the two textures, the two images the same size, it'll automatically snap where it needs to go. Doesn't want to do that with Paint Shop Pro 7 for whatever reason. But the fix for that is just to put alignment blocks in opposing corners, so either these two or the opposite two, as long as it's not stepping on anything that you're trying to bring over, I guess, into the, you know, this template in this case. Works out fine. We'll do paste above this wire. Edit, paste. Layer. Holy crap! That's another. That's 2 main jackpots. Is that, how many is that now? I lost track. You were supposed to be keeping count. All right, so this is our layout for that. Now we have that to work within our template here. Okay, let's see what we got. Let's name this as wire roof. Just for clarity in our list here. 6 so far, okay. That's 2 main jackpots though. That's crazy. That's definitely never happened. As far as you get, whoops. Need wire rough on this. Looking right at the other layer, and that's like... Okay, there we go. So now we can work on making a separate texture for this. So now the orientation, keeping in mind all I did was just move these two polys for that other peak upwards, I guess, as far as from where it's at. So it was still running in that direction, right? But what I can do now, with the way I've got this one here, I can play with the texture on either poly individually. Right? So let's go into the texture layer, and we're gonna grab a chunk of this, like this. Let's go to this rib, like that. Okay, and then copy, and then paste that up here. See, now what we'll have the ability to do is adjust each of these polys for that secondary peak independently from the rest of the roof. Okay. Let's put this rib so I'm just trying to focus, you know, kind of think in my head, I guess, as far as how much of an offset we need to put to this so we can get them to generally, we might even need to exaggerate the width of the ribs, I guess, just kind of get that to line up, right? We'll see what we get, what kind of result we get when we do this, though. We'll put that one there. I got a feeling that's probably what's going to happen. We'll adjust some of these ribs, you know, as far as the distance of the ribs, so we can get them to potentially line up with each other. Who's on fire? Yeah, definitely. He's definitely on fire. What the heck is that emote? 2020, what is that? 2020 to celebrate, gotcha. It's like a firework, okay, gotcha. Interesting. Yeah, so what I do have is a little bit of offset between where I grabbed this from. So even as I look at these ribs, how they're offset, I'm doing that on purpose, just to kind of, I'm going to test a theory here. Just to test a theory. Alright. Got it that way, so now let's turn that wire off. And collapse that down. There's merge off that one. Save that as a new bitmap. Alright. We're doing it on time. Holy crap. 3 hours now. Sweet. Let's look at our model there. There we go. Cool. Now let's see what we got now. Okay. Yeah, definitely we've got the two separate. Yeah, that's one thing I expected to see as far as the offset on either side of the peak of this alternate peak, secondary peak. But also, what I'm wondering at this point, how am we going to get this to line up the rest of that? That is the ultimate question. Something else I'm thinking I could do is just add, I'd have to do it to both this part of the roof and that part of the roof, is just to add like a this little channel that's here, right? I might take some of the curse off that too. So I definitely don't like the way this is offset. Yeah, that looks like doo-doo, because as far as that, these should line up from one side to the other, not be offset like that. So that's something that definitely needs to be fixed too. Okay. So when you look at it from this way, you can see where it starts to get offset here. So the way this is mapped, I've got let's look at our texture here. Where did we start that rib? Let's back this up. Put our roof wire back on. So we basically went by this edge, which should be this edge right here is going to be this edge right here. Right? So that's what our reference gets as far as to figure out where these ribs are landing and starting from based on here. So we're starting from here and here. So that is the again, this long edge right here is going to be this edge and this edge respectively here. So we can count up how many ribs and see where it starts to get offset. So we can see this rib is fine, that rib is fine, this rib is where it starts to get off. So from basically 1, 2, this 1, 2, 3, fourth shading, you know, is for the rib. Upwards is where it starts to get offset. Even this one here looks fine. Okay, so really only about the fourth and fifth line is what we need to adjust. Well, first what I want to do is get these lined up so these line up on both sides as far as at the peak of this here. That looks like doo-doo. Let's get that first and then we'll go from there. But you get a general sense of looking at this from directly on top, what we need to, how we would need to fudge those the widths of those ribs, I guess, as far as so those line up and intermesh there. Okay. Let's see, how do I want to go about this now? We need to put, what edge are we starting with on? So what we're starting with on this side is right here. Starting with the, so I think what I can do on this one, try this. Take that and image, mirror this. Oh shoot, that's gonna do the whole thing. No, I don't want to do that. Let's cut this out. Yeah, it's gonna do the whole thing. We don't want to do that. Paste, image, and we want to do image, mirror. It's basically flipping it left to right. And paste that. What I was trying to do is get this shading for the rib same on the same edge as we got it on this side. Let's follow it. It'll be like this. That should, in theory, get that lined up properly. Something like that. That'd be 1 to 1, I guess, as far as on either side. So we got this edge lined up with this same rib. That, in theory, should at least get them lined up in on both sides of that part of that alternate peak there. All right, so let's turn that wire off. Layers, merge. Gosh darn it, merge. Button. Save as new bitmap. And go here. Model. Not bad. It's a little bit off though. That's kind of what I figured. I figured it'd be a smidge off. So not too much off. So even by, yeah, so it's the same thing. Once we get that completely lined up, I guess, as far as on this here, that's going to give us a better indication of where, which ribs we need to focus on and get them lined up in this fashion. This one's only a little bit off. Much the same thing. We got 2, 3, so about the 4th, 5th, and 6th rib are off. As far as the shading for the rib goes, anyway. Let's continue to tweak on. Okay, let's back this up again. And back our roof wire. And it looks like we need to move one. This is the only one we've really just done. Keeping this one stationary, right? So we want, this is going to be our point of reference, I guess, as far as what we want to line up with. I haven't touched this one at all. I think I've messed with this one here to flip that to comply with what I did with that edge and so on. So we need to move this one this way, I think. Oops, wrong way. Crap. A little more like that. Okay, turn that wire off. Layers, merge, I'll flatten. I'll save as map. Look at that. There we go. Bullseye. And get the refresh on that. So now we've got that lined up. Now we've got a better indication of which ribs we need to focus on here. So it looks like, again, still 1, 2, third one's fine. Fourth one is the first one that's off. So from the fourth one up, with exclusion to the very last one here, the last two. Okay. So let's deal with the rib at a time. So we'll grab these two here. That should be the same amount of distance that it's off. Shift that one up, and then we just go from there. So again, 1, 2, 3, fourth one up. We need to shift that one over to the right as far as the texture's going. Let's back this up. Again, all comes down to point of reference. So this first rib, whoops, turn our wire back. This first rib that we're lining up on this edge, that's going to be rib 1, 2, 3. So from this rib, we need to move that this way. Right? So we got to go 1, 2. Go from here. Oh, and I think what I'm going to do is cut this out. Yeah, let's cut it out. Repaste it. And I think what I'm going to try and do, see how this is going to work, I'm going to do a deformation this direction. So. You know what I think of here? Hold on a second. Let's back this up. I think I'm going to paste this as a new image. I got a feeling I'm going to need these other ribs. I'm going to do, again, one rib at a time. So we got this one rib. Push this out a little bit. That's that rib. Then we got from here, here. I don't even know if that's right, but we're going to try this. And this rib to that rib. Might even be able to just take it from here. Right there. Okay. Copy. Hit paste. This is a new. Ah, crap! I did that wrong. Delete. Paste is a new image. Alright, so we got this one. I'm just resizing the actual. Yeah, so the texture itself is not getting resized. It's just making the window for it bigger. Those two, I didn't cut that out either, did I? Didn't. Meant to. Crap. Let me redo that. Did that wrong. I wanted to cut that out of there. Go back into here. Cut it out from. Alright. Cut that out. Paste as new image. Okay. Again, just doing it one rib at a time. So that's the fourth and fifth rib. Go back to our model. We're dealing basically with one. So this is 4, 5, 6 all together. And then this one's fine. Technically, in theory, we should only have to deal with these two that I just cut out. Alright, so what we're going to do is take this one that I first cut out. Selection. that right back where it was, and then we're going to do a deformation this direction. Okay, so we just made it a little bit wider. I'm guesstimating on this. Absolutely. Copy this one. As a new selection. I don't know if that's going to work or not. We're going to try it. But it kind of result we get. So this should be, I forget which side. I think that's going to be this side that we're looking at here. So it's going to be this side right here. Yep, it should be. So if we go into here, let's select that into here. Nope, that's the other side, my bad. So the side that we're working with right now, this side, based on the UV mapping. Yep. Okay. So we're working on this side. So the one that's off, shit, I was trying to do the other side. Alright, so are we the same amount off? So we're 1, 2, 3, yeah. So this should shift right here on this poly. We did it for all the adjustment that we made here. This should, if we did it right anyway, it should line up with this rib. So this is what we're focusing on right here. Is this poly right here? Okay. It almost seems backwards to me now that I think of it. I think it should be the other way around, but okay. As long as we know which one's what. Add off. There's merge off Linton. I'll save as a new bitmap. Okay. Pick our model. How did we do? Crap, I didn't do squat. Did I go the wrong way with it? Okay. Not seeing it moved at all. So 1, 2, 3. Did I go the wrong way with it? Crap. I was thinking it needed to be wider, but I guess it needs to be narrower actually. Yeah, so we need to bring that up. So it needs, yeah, I made it wider as opposed to narrower. It's on this fourth rib. Shoot, I went the wrong dang way with it then. Okay. Okay then. Alright, no problem. I think what I'm going to do is get it all the way back to where I've got those out of there. Cut out. There we go. We got these two pieces here to deal with. Okay, so these are the original pieces that I cut out from this section. Okay. What we need to do is actually make them narrower, not wider. Copy that. Edit paste. Gosh darn it, this mouse. Stop doing that. I'm gonna lean over to the other way. Paste as selection. I need to make this narrower. We'll snap it. That's the original position. And we'll make it narrower. Right like that. This piece. Nope. Shoot that. Narrower. Deformation. Okay. Then I think we'll just take this part, deformate that. That's going to screw up. So from this rib, these are actually lined up there. That's not going to work like those things. Let's go ahead and do this anyway and see. That's going to screw up how that lined up above that. let's see what we get in. What kind of result we get anyway. I got a feeling that it is going to shift that though. That's to be expected, I guess, if that's the case. Alright. For now, we're off. Let's see what kind of result we get here. Layers, merge, flatten. I'll save as. Just shown. Actually, yeah, screwed it up here. This looks good. That one's not bad. Yeah, it did shift this one here too. Son of a gun. So it may become a matter, I guess, as far as we'll have to shift everything from that. That definitely made this wrong. Now that it made this narrower, always threw that all off. Crap. Okay. Man, that's a pain in the butt. The good thing of it is, once I figure out the one side here, I'll be able to take this side, because they're independent. Once I do figure this side out, as far as where that spacing needs to be, I'll be able to mirror that and put it on the other side. I won't have to repeat that. That's the one good side. But also what it's doing is it's throwing it off here on the peak here, so that's no bueno. Shuzbutt. I don't think we're going to be able to get that to line up the way I was thinking. If the only way, I guess, to do that would be you would have to skew the line. I guess the car is coming from here, you know, down on an angle, and that would make it look weird. I think that wouldn't look natural. I don't think, anyway. So we might have to just settle for being straight down and offset like it was. Yeah, and I think the other way we could probably remedy that is to add like a gray channel, like a gray something or other, I guess, as far as where this valley exists on both this part of the roof and this alternate peak. So what I'm going to do is revert back to what we had. Let's back this up. Alright, and we're going to take this guy. Actually, do I still have that out here? I do. So all I need to do is just take the mirror off of this one. Okay. Copy that. And paste it back into texture. Get right back over top of that. All that adjustment we just made there, we'll just make that go away. Okay, so that'll put it back to square one, basically. Okay, now bring our wire back. So basically at this part here and this part right here, we can add like a gray something or other, I guess, as far as to make like a channel. I think that will take some of the curse off of it not lining up on the ribs. See how what we got here. So let's I think I want to put this in a trim layer. A lot of this trim needs to go away. Let me see here. Let's. I think a lot of this trim I'm just gonna take there. I'm gonna take us all right out and start from scratch. Yep. So I'm still in the trim layer, but I just took out. That's all from the storage facility. We don't need all that. Oh, torch going back at it again. Stream's still going good. Sweet. Don't let me forget there, folks, though. I still want to go over what's going on with Texas. It's not a lot, but it's enough, I guess, to kind of show what has been done. I'm going to squeeze that in at the end of the stream here, prior to us going into and checking out both tracks, I guess, as far as... I want to be able to have enough time to do that, that's for sure. Kind of... It's taking a little bit longer than I was expecting on this, but hey, we got to make this break. What I want to do in this trim layer, now I got that all out. I think what we can do too is also get rid of this. We don't need. I think we came to the conclusion it's not going to be very feasible, I guess, as far as to line those up. It would be too much of a hassle, I feel. I think another better way to go about this, take the curse off it even. Okay. Is to add just a channel between here, right here. That's where that valley or that hip is, I guess, as far as for the in the main roof and that alternate peak. All right, so let's what do we want to start with here? We're in the trim layer. This color, gonna make it a little bit darker. Like that, and then we're gonna make a line. Santa alias. Let's make it about, I don't know, 7 wide. Run it all the way across this. Like so. I want it a little bit darker. Oop. A tad bit darker. Run it all the way across this angle. Okay. It'll make sense, I guess, as far as once I get to that point, as far as what I'm trying to accomplish here. Okay, and then we want to do that all here. See, I need to focus more on the main roof, which is here. So this is where it's cut out, where that alternate peak lands right here. So this, there's no poly here, so the poly is actually going to be right here for the main. That. Something like that. Okay. Yeah, I just want to get an idea of what this is going to look like. Okay, adjust it from. Alright, so let's turn the wire off. There. Flatten that. File, save as. Too big, man. Now, if this works out like I'm hoping it does. Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, shoot, it put it on that, too. That was what I was hoping it wouldn't do. Hey, gummit. Alright, so we might have to make... We got room in the texture to do this. So I might have to make 2 separate sides. So that doesn't do this on this side. So I applied that same trim on both sides, which makes sense because I got those both... grid snapped, I guess, as far as the same area. I can create a separate on the texture. We got plenty of room to do that, I think. Where's our? Let me back this up here. Where's the wire at? Yeah, I think I do have room. Because if we're not using up past that, hold on. Let me adjust this. Just to get an idea of how much room we actually have. Okay. Plus down here. Yeah, so we still got some area where the wire's not actually being used there, so that's cool. Let's trim that down. Okay. Okay. I almost want to move these down in the wire and the UV mapping is first to move this down. That way I've got room to put this here. Alright, so let's copy this here. Yeah, might not need. Whoops. Gonna do that for. Turn the wire off for a second. Why in the heck are you doing that? Oh. Oh, I see why. Never mind. Guess it's fair. I am just being silly. There we go. I want to copy this. Paste that. Here, do we got room? Shoot. We're gonna have to move that UV mapping down. There is room, and it's got to make adjustment to the UV mapping of this. Bring that down. Not a big deal, but let's see this right here. That like that. Shoot. Okay, there's. All right, so what I'm gonna have to do is move this UV mapping down. Yeah, I'm gonna turn the wire back on. Yeah, so basically all I need to do is get this wire mapping for here moved down on the model so it's closer to that, so it kind of, I got room to put two separate sides for the main part of the roof. Plenty of room in the texture sides here, but I gotta adjust some of the wire mapping. So let's bring this down. Let me trim this off actually. In between there. Yeah. It'll be a little tricky, but I think we can do it. Okay. Straight down. Don't move it that way yet. This is one thing I don't like about. I know in Photoshop you can just move it straight down. Yep, there. Gain that much. Yeah, pay no attention, I guess, as far as to the where this wire is here, because that's gonna move. I'm gonna adjust that on the model in a moment. Okay, so when this trim. This. We'll reapply that. Now we need to take. This right here. That. Same layer. Okay. Now, again, keep in mind that wireframe is not going to be there. I'm going to adjust that. That gives me enough room to put this for the other side of the main roof. That. Cool. We'll be able to adjust that independently as well. So other than this wire, I guess as far as for the that alternate peak, the secondary peak, that's something that needs to be adjusted. Let's go into our model. Turn this wire off. And do a little layers, merge all, flatten, save a new bitmap here. Right here. That, and now it's going to be off, and that's to be expected. need to do is adjust to this poly. I'm gonna select them both at the same time so I can move them simultaneously in our model here. So what we need to do is update our texture like that, so we know where we need to move it to. We're just gonna shift drag this straight down. So there. Now we can map the opposite side of the main roof, I guess, as far as this other part of the texture. Alright. Take this poly. Alright. Ooh, it's still selected. And move that this way. Now, if I did this right, I don't think I did. Should still line up on this side. So I think I didn't quite put it straight across. It's got to go this way a little bit. That's fine, I can adjust that in the texture. Yep, I can already tell that's off, so from here, and I can probably even see that in the model too. So if we look at the model, see how that doesn't line up at the peak anymore. That's because I got to shift that side of the texture over. Let's go ahead and make a new wire for our roof based on that. Okay, let's go in here. Whoops. Stuff. There's my roof. Go into polys, select all the polys. All the polys, there we go. Go to tools, render UV template, 24 by 512, spit that out. So there's our new wire for our roof so far. Save that. PNG. Wire 3. How we doing out there, everybody? Be right back. Here, go pick up kiddo. Oh, no problem there, yeah. So we'll probably still be here for a bit. Alpha channel, sweet. Yo. Alrighty then. Very tedious process, but it's definitely needed, I guess, at first to get the result we're looking for. Yeah, now we can open that wire 3. Let's back this up. Wire 3. My alignment blocks in there. Okay, then we'll do copy that, paste that into this one here. It's going to be our new. Cool. And we'll be able to get those alignment blocks out of there if we so choose to. Not really a big deal for now. So this is going to be our new wire roof. Label that as such here, and we'll get rid of this one. That's the one. Cool. Alright, so this is where we're at now with our roof. So all I need to do is move this part of the texture this right here. What in the hell? Ah! Oh, I'm in the wrong layer. My bad. Back that up. I was in the wrong stinking layer. And you gotta make sure you're getting the right texture, right layer. We want to be in our texture layer. Like that. Go. And we just want to shift this over this way. Okay, let's check it that way. Yeah. Layers from it. You bit man. Alright, let's check a look. It's still a little bit off, so it still needs to go to the right a little bit. Actually, hold on. What? What in the hell's going on? So it's different on one end than the other. Shouldn't be. I wonder if it needs to, let me try something here. Select that poly, or if it's got to go like this. So because I had them both in the same thing, all I did was shift it up. Now in theory, because all I did was just move the texture from this location to there, I should only have to shift the UV, I guess, as far as that the same direction. I don't know why. Did that not line up in the first place? I guess that's the one other thing I wonder. I wonder if that didn't line up in the first place. I didn't check it to see, actually. I was just assuming it did. Let's see. Question is, did I miss anything out of that? I think I did. Yeah, I don't know if it did or not. Now that I think of it, I don't know if it did line up at the peak or not. Shoot. I might be chasing my tail on that. It may not have lined up in the first place. I don't remember. Okay, let's see how far we're off though. Trying to think of which way we need to go. I think if we shift it still a little bit more to the... Let me try something here. Let's back it up again. At this point, I'm just trying to remember if it did line up at the peak or not. I was just assuming it did, because it was all together, I guess, as far as one piece and separate, instead of having it separate like I do now. Alright, so let's grab this. Shift it a little bit more this way. Okay, get that wire off. I'll save as that. Oh wow, so it's particularly on the ends, the very ends, it's not lining up. I don't know why that is. So up past this pinnacle on this end here, it's not lining up. I wonder why that is. It almost seems it needs to be mirrored, because I see this here. Yeah, let me try that. I know I was going to. If I do this, mirror it. I think that's almost what it needs to be. Yeah, I think that's what I need to do. Now I got to shift it back the other way on the texture. And I think it should be perfect. Back to the left. Yep. I think that's what'll work. Let's try that. Back this up. Wire. I guess I don't really need the wire on, I guess. But I'm kind of using it as a guide to see how much I'm moving it over. Okay, so we're in the texture layer. Step back over this way. Alright. Wire off. Layers, merge or flatten. I'll save as a new bitmap. Oh, I went too far. Whoopsie. Just that little bit. The shift there, yeah, I definitely went too far. Gotta go back the other way. I think it will eventually line up here. It's just moving in the proper amount of distance there, I guess. Alright. So we need to go back that way. I guess I did. I moved it a little bit more than I thought I did. That's obviously too. Alright, yep, I put it right back where it was, so I still gotta go to the left. No problem. Alright, so let's just do this. I'm gonna try and do it without the wire on. Go. Oh, it is going the wrong way, so I'm going to the left. So I actually need to go to the right. Son of a biscuit. Yeah, so the more I go to the left, it's actually shifting it, so it's not... Okay. Hey, gummit! Alright. Telling ya. I do need to go to the right, not the left. That means I gotta go more this way. Okay. You just completed the little storage shed. Oh, it's next to it? Oh, nice. Then nice. Well, the amount of time I've been screwing around, I guess, as far as with this texture for it, that's. I'm assuming it's just the model for it that you've done that in this amount of time. Oh yeah, that's pretty doggone good. I'm a little bit back the other way though. Yep, I think we'll have it. Just a smidge back to the left. Back and forth, I'm telling you. We'll get it. A little bit more back to the other way. Not that much. So come in. Rival right there. Yeah, I didn't move it at all. I put it right back to where it was. Biscuit. Oh, that's irritating. It's so freaking close, though. Look at that. So stinking close, though. There we go. Marvelous. Just that little bit. We're talking like pixel at a time, I'm telling you. Crazy. Alright, that'll work. Well, if it didn't line up before, it does now. That's for sure. Alright, so now we have... Let's see how this looks on that gray that I put there. Probably not too bad, actually. So if we... Let's undo this. Look at it this way. So what I was going for is just kind of put a channel there. Kind of takes a little bit of the curse of that not 100% lining up. Yep, so if that didn't line up before, it absolutely does now. Okay, so I think I need to put a little bit more... I think right now all I've got it on is just the main roof. I don't have it on that peak. You know, this secondary peak, so I need to do that. Alright, let's do that. Back to the tip. The only place I have it right now is on, let's do the wire, is on the main roof on that side where that secondary peak is at. So this one we don't need to do anything with. That's why I need to segregate that out. Now we can go back into trim layer, fish, and then apply a bit of a channel here. Oh, that's crooked. That's a little better. Alright, let's try that. That wire off. Layers, merge all, flatten. Oh, James gotta go lurking. Oh, we gotta test. Okay, so you see what we test this model of, I guess. I think that's what he meant. Alright, so we got this one. Let's do file save as. I think I saved it. We'll go ahead and do it again. Make sure to save it as a new bitmap. And go back to our model. Alright, so what I was is not to have it too thick. Not bad though, but it takes a little bit of that curse off the nothing else, I guess, as far as those ribs on this side not lining up. Yeah, not too bad. Just need to fix that just a little bit. It looks like on the one side at least. So it looks like it's going to be on this side here. I need to extend that out a little bit further. Yep. Yeah. Okay, cool. Oops, hold on. Yeah, turn that wire back on. Oh yeah, we got enough buffer in between us. Actually, that's not even. Where are we off here then? Let me redo this here on the main part of it. Redo this here. Need to be on more on this part here. So. There. Good. Okay. Yeah. Good. Turn that off. Turn it off. Button. It is. Yeah. There we go. This kind of fills in that peak a little bit. Marvelous. Yeah, I think that'll work. Yeah. Like it. Alright, now what we're left is with the eaves. So really all they have with the eaves is just kind of these. I guess it is they're using the same type of material, looks like. Yeah, it's got the same ribbing, I guess, as far as maybe not quite as wide a rib on it. So okay. We could probably use, zoom this out, we'll back that up. Oh, there we go. Alright, so this is what we got so far. Slowly but surely. Yep, so we're utilizing much more of the space in there, which we have plenty of room on this in here, so we got it available to us, so we might as well use it. Right? That's exactly what we've done. So for this so this is all the fascia and the soffits and whatever. We need to work on this area here for that. So what we've got there is, let's see, texture. We're going to go ahead and take out this in here. We don't want that. That's from the storage facility. We'll go ahead and take this part out. We'll start over. Okay. So I think what we're going to do, since we've got those running that way, okay, this is all of our fascia. We'll have that separate to the actual soffits of the eaves. So these are the eaves all in this area, and then this is the fascia, for the most part there. So just to confirm in here, go on to this. If we look at these, we'll look at this. Yep, see all that fascia? It's all in this part. So the soffits, eaves, or however you want to call them, these are in this part. Right there. So all these narrower parts are all in this area. So even like this here. Oh, that one is there. Okay. A little soffit. So we got a little bit of. We want to put all the fascia into one area. We'll probably put that all over here. All the fascia, which is going to be relatively just a solid color. You know, like just a white color. Okay, so all of this. Let's see if we can select these like that. And doing F2, we can see what's all selected there. Yep, so it's mainly that. Where's these at? That too. It's going to be a part of the Eve. Okay, I think we got all that part there. That should be. Oh, I see. That's in part of that. Okay, cool. So we'll leave that where that's at. Those two pieces. So I guess we'll just go ahead and grab all this. Good thing I left enough padding in between that just to kind of be able to select those really as I can. Alright, so the gables are in their own thing. Okay. Include this part. Alright. Fair enough. Time is it anyway? Oh, okay. I didn't realize I was set. Yeah, time flies. 4 hours. Yeah, so we did get started a little bit late, I guess, too. With the, yeah, understandable. Alright, Torch. Yeah, I forgot we didn't really get started, I guess, as far as at 5. So even though we're at 4 hours or whatever, we actually started a little bit late, I guess, as far as I'm just glad it didn't freeze the video, I guess, as far as at this point. Alright, so we got this here. So what I want to do is move all of this basically in this area. We need to update our texture too. Wait, did I not? Well, I guess I didn't. Never mind. That's fine. So this is not going to be here, I guess, as far as in the UV. Edit. This is all gone. I took that out based on this here, so we're going to redo all that area. Yeah, we'll be here. All right, so we're going to close this. Close that. Don't need that anymore. Don't need. You know what? We might actually use this. No. Go ahead and select another. And I think we're good with the red. We don't need the red anymore. Okay. Cool. Alright, now. Let's see. You know what? I gotta take me a mile break, I guess, as far as 2, folks. So I think I'm gonna take a couple minute break. I'll be right back. I got the intro fighters on, and they should be. So if you want to interact with the intro fighters, feel free. Let me make sure. Let me see. Are they on? Did I shut those off? No, they're right here. Yep, they're still on. Cool. Torch is bouncing around. All right, folks. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Alrighty, folks. Phew, a little bit of stretch break. Got a fresh drink here too. Where we at? Working on all the fascia and eaves and soffits and all that good stuff. Yeah. Okie dokie then. Okay, so what I was in the process of doing is moving all of this. I'm going to put all the fascia together. Fascia, soffits, whatever. The eaves, we'll put that in a separate area. Okay, this we want to move all this way. And that's just going to be like a solid color. Squeeze this down like so. That should be good enough. That'll go there, and then we'll put all the eaves. Should be all the underside. Okay. All this undersiding here. That's part of it. This should be the gables front and back. Gotcha. Okay. Now it's these parts here that are going to have more of the ribbing on it. We'll probably do another wire, of course, based on this layout. Yep. That. So let's go several. Okay, so select all that. Go to tools. 24. This is our new fascia and soffit layout. So this is our overall roof layout. This is as far as we've adjusted so far. Save that as another new wire. So do wire. And like I said, I'll usually end up deleting all of those once I'm done. Once they're in our template, we don't need them anymore. So wire 4 PNG alpha channel. Boom. Close that. Bring that back into our template, and we'll adjust that accordingly. Wire 4, bring that in. Add my adjustment blocks. Go. That. That above this wire layer. Delete that one out. Paste layer. And we'll delete this guy out. Rename wire. Oof. Clarity in our layers. We'll more likely end up merging all those wires together. But for now, we're just gonna leave it. Okay. Now we know what we got to work with as far as for our. So we're going to put basically just a solid color on this side where all the fascia stuff is, and then we'll have some ribbings, I guess, as far as goes there. So let's go and do the texture layer. And I guess I can do this solid color first. So let's grab the color of this door, for example. That. And want to change that. Don't add any of these. Just put it on this side. So we're in the texture layer as we do all this. we should be able to plug fill that. So that's going to be all over fascia. Okay, now for the ribbing, probably just grab a section of this. How much we work with that? Okay, so we can copy this, paste that. Okay, so we want to get okay, so for starters, it might have been cheap. Okay. Yeah. Check and see how that looks. So, here's merge all button. As bitmap. Yeah. Okay, so we select that. There we go. How does the eaves look actually? Actually doesn't look half bad. Digging it. Digging it. Something I noticed. Okay, no, it's not. I thought that was a hollow there. It's like, what the? Oh, we're good. Yeah, so the fact that we have this same effect here, I guess, as far as going on the actual feel here. I think they're a little bit less size ribs. I'm not sure. Yeah, we do just have that ribbing underneath that. Not terrible. Gold lanes. Like this way so you can. And nice. Yeah, so I need to clean up here on the pinnacles. I just need to add more white, I guess, as far as to that area that's sides. I need to add some louvering to that. Probably be the next thing I'll do. Let's do this, and let's do a render here real quick. Not terrible. Cool. Yeah, so I think once I fix up these pinnacles here to have some level of louvering on that, I think that'll be really cool. Alright, let's do that next. Back into here, and then we got that's gonna be in the building here, right? Oh, that's actually part of the roof. Well, you know what? I don't have. I not have that. Hold on. So I need another wire that has. That's going to be in here. That's right. Okay. So what I need to do. Okay. Why is that in there? Shouldn't be in there. Okay, that was the old layer, so we need to get this out of here. This out of this part, we'll just be able to mash these all down here. So the only thing we got left, that there for the pinnacle, and this wire layer. Okay. Now we're gonna deal with these 3 layers. In fact, right at this point, we can go ahead and actually combine these all up. Yep, I think we can do that. Let's go. Mount. There's. Cool. Now we can take all of these layers. We're gonna close some of these down. time being. Okay. All these wire layers, we're going to go ahead and merge that all together. Okay. Cool, and this is going to be our new complete wire for the entire model. Awesome. Alright, so turn that on. Box. Cool, so that's pretty much what we're left here. We don't need the color blocks on, obviously, anymore. That's pretty much what we got for our wire and where we've got everything mapped to texture wise. So we need to fix this we need to fix this here. So the reason why we're getting that little bit of a pink in the corners of the pinnacle here is we need to stretch out how much white is on this part. Gonna widen this up here a little bit. Hold on a minute. Let's go. Stupid mouse, not doing it. Widen this up a little bit. Oh my goodness. Ugly. No, the other thing I can do, hold on. Why am I doing it the hard way? Let's do it like this. Copy this whole thing. I don't know why it's doing that. Is there a reason? Got a constraint. Oh, sample merge, that's why. Got it. So I only want this piece here. There we go. Copy, paste. Selection and just widen it out this way. There we go. Give it a little bit of padding all the way around where that's at. By padding, I'm just overstretching, I guess, as far as where that color, that texture in this case, is wire mapping, so we can get the bleeds good. So it might be just a little bit under. Turn off the wire. Kind of see it just needs a little bit more to it is all. Okay. So copy this one. Yeah, so you can see how that's highlighted, the fact that it's on the other side of the wire. When you can stretch that out a little bit more. That's why that pink is showing. Magenta. So copy. Just a little bit of cleanup on the texture is all. Should do it. Alright, so let's go ahead. Zoom. Oh. I think while we're at it, we're going to go ahead and try and put some louvering on these this pinnacle here. Now I don't know if I want to go. Let's see what we can find here on the Googles. Let's see here. Let's make a new tab. Let's search for. Trying to remember what they call those dang things. We'll call these roof louvers. We'll just call them roof louvers. Okay, I kind of figured that was what it's going to give me. Let's see here. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for right now. Something with like a straight on. Yep, something like that. Okay, let's see here. If we got anything, it's straight on. Rather than trying to Painter up. See, there's exactly what we're trying to do here. If I can find a straight-on view of that type of louver, that'd be awesome. We can always try to draw our own, that's for sure. But if we can find something that's feasible, I guess, to use in here, then we'll go with that. A lot of different examples, that's for sure. We need something. What if we could use this? It's kind of on an angle. This one looks like here. So even though this is a triangle, you could still probably use that. It's got a wood look to it. Interesting. Let me do this. Snip it. Oh, you dirty rascal. Hold on. Let the snippet. There we go. Snippet this out. We'll see if we can work with this here. Let's see if we can work with this one. I think there's a white example here too, now that I think of it. Yeah, there's this style here too. This one. Let's see here. This might even be a better option. Let's try to snip this too. Snip. Let's get it. I think we can work with that. Copy. TFSLB, what's going on? How is it shaking? Hopefully you're feeling better today. 155 bucks for that thing. That's crazy. I just noticed that. Wow. Just a freaking louver, for Christ's sake. We're only using this as a guide here, though. Just relaxing? Good. That's good to hear that you're feeling better. Paste this new image. So we're going to use this as our makeshift louvers here. So we're going to apply some louvering. Trying to get this effect we got on here. These pinnacles. I know it's a little bit tough to see there, but trying to get these little louvers on these pinnacles here. I think we're going to use this as our guide here. We're going to end up putting it in this area of the texture. Okay, let's crop this down. Let's see. Crop the tool. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this part, copy that, paste, selection. Oh crap, I didn't even select. Alright, well, we can do it this way too. What the frick are you doing? That's actually not what I wanted. Okay, hold on. That's not what I wanted. So we want to let's convert this to a layer. Oh, yeah. This. Grab this part. Alright. Copy that. Paste as a new selection. Let's see. That doesn't look right. The spacing's not right. So I think I might need to take out. Okay, we're gonna go with that, but I'm gonna take out line right here. Let's do this. Have this color. Let's fill this in here. This just doesn't look right. Not now. Yeah, let's take that out. Now we're talking. Like that. Oh crap. Turn the tolerance down on that bad boy. There we go. I don't dislike it. We'll try it out. We'll see what we get here. What we want to do is take this guy and put that here. I think what I'm going to do is make this as a separate layer. I might put this in the trim. Yeah, I think I put this in the trim layer. See how this looks. It is section. Oh wait, holy crap, that's too big. All right, we'll have to resize this. I didn't think it was going to be quite that big. Okay. Okay, let's get a sense of how many louvers do we have on here. We got about 6 louvers. Okay, so I'm trying to fit it in. What I might do this way, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. That's pretty good. But do we want that to fill the whole side? What does it have? No, so it's got a little bit of a... Okay, so it doesn't go all the way to the corner. Got it, so the corner's still revealed. Got it. But yeah, we want to keep it off of that edge just a little bit. This far. All like that. Oh, alright, let's see. I am not disliking that. Okay, let's go ahead. Got this in a separate layer. That'll work out pretty good. Now we need to take this guy and paste it over to the side. Paste as new selection. Opposite. Yeah. Cute. Alright, let's go ahead and turn it off. There's our louvers. Awesome. Let's zoom this out. Layers, merge all, flatten. File. Save that as and get that. Boom. Alright, now let's take a look at our model. Look at that. Cool. Alright, does it line up though? That's the other question. If our UV mapping is good, so if we need to shift it up or down, doesn't look too bad. Could probably move it up a little bit on the peaked side. Yep. Go either down on this side, or I think I'll go up on the peaked side. Yeah. Got the coloring on our nickel roofs. That's cool. Yep. So I think I'm just gonna need to move it up. Let's adjust our texture here. Let's go back it up a little bit. Okay, we'll bring our wire back on. So on this side here, we just want to move it up just a tad. Cool. Select that. Getting a little bit of now as far as Son of a gun. There we go. Oh crap. Okay. Good work. Do layers. I'll save as new bitmap. There we go. Nice and lined up now. Short. I'm digging it. I like it. Cool. I think this is pretty well done as far as the texturing and the mapping goes for it. Maybe a little bit of cleanup here and there. We need to get to see how this looks like in the track itself, though. So that's our ultimate goal here usually, because as far as to get it into our track. So we want to get it into our track here. So this is what it currently looks like. Just the makeshift texturing. This is so we've gone from this. Where'd my mouse go? Goofy thing. Camera, let go of my mouse. Okay, hold on. So we've gone from this to this, and the entire stream. Let's do a quick render of this here. Nice, Torch. That was quick. Yeah, so I was just showing you as far as how what we've gone from. So we've gone from this that's currently in the track, right? From this to this. for the length of the stream here. I think it's turned out pretty freaking good. Alright, let's go ahead and render this really quick and see what we look like in the render. Now we want to get this thing compiled so we can get it actually in the track. That turned out freaking great. Yeah, so the fact that we don't have all the aspects that we were potentially wanting to add, to have the ability to have the doors open in that'll come later. But just to get the static building, I guess, as far as done, that's a huge accomplishment. Turned out really good. So we had a little bit of adjustments, I guess, to making some of the UV mapping, but not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. Most of it was kind of pretty much expected to. Alright, so let's go ahead. So we're satisfied with all this mapping. We'll go ahead and close down all this unwrap. Alright. I already showed, I guess, as far as what I did clean up. For anybody that did join in last week, I guess, as far as we did a Discord session, did do a lot of cleanup on the gable ends in particular for those cuts that were made. In particular, I guess, as far as how offset, I guess, as far as these eaves are, one's lower than the other, created that necessity to have this extra poly in there. Clean it up as best we could, I guess, as far as to make it optimized. There. Okay, so we can close that one down. Cool. Let's go ahead and unhide our ground plane. I'm gonna save this as a new. Save our scene here. This way. Good to go so far. So we're gonna go File, Save As. Cool. Alrighty, so that's our new starting screen. Now what we want to do is create our new 3ds and essentially our new pass files. Let me see how I did this. So I can probably just go ahead and overwrite this one right now. I got the two new. But I probably don't really need this scene anymore, actually, but it's not that big either. So this is what we started with. This was one we were considering as far as figuring out, I guess, as far as how the eaves were on the trusses, you know, as far as for the roof, and to get that all figured out. Now that we got that figured out, we got that all included in this latest scene. Obviously, it's kind of increased in size as we've moved along. Has to be expected. As you're adjusting and applying the mapping and such like that, that's what will happen. Okay, so we need to make a new 3ds, so we need to unhide. Oh, they got that scene already saved. Bring in all the stuff that's in the scene and delete out stuff we don't need. So right now all we need is the building, pinnacle, the roof, and that's it. Everything else can go bye-bye. Okay, so this is all we're left with. So I think the approach I'm going to take here is I'm going to go building, pinnacle, roof, or let's do it this way. Building, roof, pinnacle. In that order, and then we'll collapse this. Collapse it down. Collapse selected. Beans. So now we've got it named as building with it being collapsed. Very good, very nice. Now we're going to also go ahead and effect pivot. Make sure that's where it needs to be. And then also reset the X form. Selected. And just make sure we got this nice bounding box, I guess, as far as for our entire model. Well, nothing's out of wonk, as far as the corners aren't way off of kilter, so that's good to go. Very good, very nice. So we'll go ahead and collapse that down. Cool. And now this is what we're left with. So now what we can do is export this out as a new 3DS. And navigate to our folder. Mesh items, Lacrosse, concession, 3DS, and 3DS. And overwrite this guy. Yes, please. Yep, not worried about that. Cool. Now we can reset this, and we'll get it into Max 5 so we can export our pass file. Reset this. Let's get out of this. Cool. So we're ultimately trying to get it to be able to place it in our track here. And the fact that we've already got it positioned, so the orientation that we got to this, we'll just be able to overwrite the existing 3DO that we have in the track, and that's going to completely overwrite and maintain that position since we already got it in the track that way. Kind of nice about that. Let's go back in. Alright, so give me a second here to load up Max 5. That's the version that I tend to use, I guess, as far as for creating my pass files. You can use any version of Max, as we've mentioned, to that's compliant with the pass, up to, I think, Max 2008. Okay. Second here. Alright, Max 5. Come on, baby. Load up. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty, folks. We're just going to get this model compiled into a 3DO. We'll create our new MIP file based on all our textures adjustments in comparison to the model, and so on. Get that all compliant, and get it all into the track. See what it looks like in the track, and then we'll try it out in the track. What we like to show here on the stream. Okay, so once X5 gets out of... There we go. Got it. Alright, cool. All loaded up. So now we got to do... import that 3DS that we just created. Navigate to that. Cross, turn 1 position, 3DS. This guy. Completely replace. Do not convert the units. There's our model. Go this way. So making sure our shape, our model itself is what we want it named. We'll just leave it as building. That's fine. There's our building. Now we got to apply our texture, which as it stands right now is just a bitmap, but eventually it will probably be in the form of a TGA with an alpha channel, so that we can allow the doors to look open in different states, be it different states of the race weekend and such. So we'll get to that point, just not for now. So we'll go bitmap, load this guy up. So we got it in here. Now we got to physically apply it to the model, like so. There it is. Sweet. Alright, now. Looks kind of poopy, I guess, as far as in this view. If we render this really quick, we can kind of see it this way, too. Let's go 800 by 600. That's what it looks like rendered. Kind of looks kind of poopy in this view. Yeah, that's Max 5 for you. Alright. Now we can spit this out as a... Let's go export, and we want to get to that folder that we're working out of here. Cross, 1 concession, 3 S, and pull down to pass. I'm gonna overwrite this guy. Yes, please. All right, now we got all the well, almost anyway. Get too ahead of ourselves. We still need to make a MIP file, I guess, as far as based on our new textures. Let's do that real quick. Let's do WinMIP 2. Open up that texture. This modeling mesh. This guy. Cool. Now, this does not have magenta, no any transparency though. The magenta color there, that is not representative of transparency. This for clarity. It's not what that represents. I should actually, at some point, that's probably what I'll do. I'll actually put a more solid color behind that, besides the pink or the magenta. But for now, I'll leave it just like that. Okay. Making sure I'm not missing anything, and the torch is just going ham on the trying to get that. You got 6 jackpots, right? You got 2 main jackpots, so you're working on another one. Get it. You'll get it. Alright, so we got this. Save this as a .NET file. I'll just save this in this directory for now. I'm gonna do this thing. Cool. Close that. Cut this guy out. Put that here. Yep. Write that guy. Now we can take this pass file that we just created. We need our script. And that texture, and you can use either the MIP or the bitmap and or TJ depending on what flows down to as far as running it through Make 3DO. Just that. So we got all those pieces that we need. Now I already got the command prompt already up here to do this. I didn't get to do this last week, so pretty glad that we're able to do this now. Okay, still running solid. Ham bone? What's a ham? Jeez, OP. I think you've tried it just about everything there, Torch. I don't know if the bot is necessarily taking that as a insult or not. Alright, so we got it already in the directory that we need to be in our command prompt, so we just got to call up the program. Make 3DO. We'll do -S because we're using a script. And then the name of our script is this right here. We'll just go and copy the name of that. And paste that into here. .psg, and we don't have any other parameters to this model like reflection or anything like that, so that's about it. Oh, that's one of the middle ground jackpots. What is that, 7? Lucky 7? My count. And yep, so no errors. Cool, let's spit it out. So we can initially open this up in 3D SimEd. So we have that. That is 7, lucky 7. And there's our model in 3D SimEd. So far so good. Cool beans. Alright, we'll go ahead and close that. And cut this out and put it into here. Now we'll bring it right into our track folder. Our track edit folder at least anyway. So copy these 2 guys. And bring that to our... where's it at? This guy. And bring it into here. And overwrite the 2 files that, because obviously we updated those. Now we can reload the track. That's the way, only way you can get objects to refresh, as far as to close the track and reopen the same PTF, which that model exists. Alright, so we'll do a new open and open this guy up. Now what it should do is load our new model in the same location. Well, if it doesn't, we did something wrong, obviously. And so far, looks like it's pretty good. So there's our new model in that position. Take a look at the camera here. And there's Shabai. Looks so much better with some halfway decent texturing onto it, huh? Now, this is what I was mentioning as far as, because of the magenta that's in there, even though none of the UV mapping for the model, you can get a little sense of that magenta kind of bleeding into the model. So if I put more of a static color behind it, it's more more the same color as the whole building, like the red, it won't do that as much. So from a distance, you necessarily notice it more than you do up close. But there we have it. There it is. There's Shibei. She looked pretty. Oh shoot! I forgot to put the door handle on the dang man door. Whoops! We have to redo that. That's no problem. That's fine. That's the only thing I missed. I just noticed that the door handle's not there. All right, let's go ahead and do this here real quick. We don't need this guy anymore. Okay, let's open this back up and back this up. We need to actually save our. This on there. There's our door handle. Let's save this as a new PSD. Save as PSD. It's our layered template for this deal. Yep. Save over that. Cool. Now we'll resave. Flatten. Now that we got our door handle on it. Save as. Another bitmap. Okay. Save over that. Now we have to reopen that up in WinMip 2. Here. Where's she at? So we borrowed a lot of our textures from this texture that Racer James used, and if anything else, just to kind of keep it compliant with what he's done with that one. I think it turned out pretty freaking great. We need to open this up with WinMip 2. This guy, just to confirm the door handle is there. Sweet. You know what? Now that I'm thinking of this, hold on. I'm gonna do what I was suggesting here in the first place. Let's go back to our texture. I'm going to, for the background, change this color. This is what I had for the storage facility for those that had followed on that. So we're gonna go with the background. We're gonna choose. Let's just do this since we don't have any transparency just as of yet. Take that out. We're gonna copy this color. Right, Chion. And this background, I'm just gonna flood that in there with that. So that's in a separate layer. So we got our texturing, and then we got that. That'll make it a little bit better, I think. At some point here, I'll be able to use, for the open doors, I'll be able to use this as a transparent area, for example. So we got plenty of area over here still to use to be able to accomplish having the doors open. So I think that's going to work out pretty dang good, actually. Cool. Now let's resave this as a PSD. That adjustment. Cool. And then we'll merge and flatten this down. Come on now. And save that as a new bitmap. There. Now it'll be a pretty much complete texture like that. At least for now, until we get that area, like I said, as far as the open doors and such. Okay. Let's back it up. Now we'll go back into WinMip 2. WinMip 2. This guy up. Submit. And we don't need to change anything else on that. We're good to go. Save as. Do this thing. Those. Toolbanes. There's our texture. Our new MIT file. Cut that out. That here. And also copy that over to our track edit folder. Which is right here. Okay, so one more time. Reload the track. That'll reload that model with its new texture. You don't have any refresh textures, I guess, as far as for models, I guess, as far as in Sandbox. So you only have that for the actual track textures, like the geometry. Now this should have, my true indicator is going to be the door handle is going to be on it, which it is. Cool. Awesome. Sauce. All right. Now, just to check out all of our states that we have based on our scripting, let's go through all the motions here, just to double check. Just to double check. We'll go state variable, weekend 0. Should still be there, and cool. On that state. We don't have any weekend states as of yet, just to kind of check it. So it still remains in testing. That's good. Let's go to population here. Let's change this over to population. And then set this to 0. Now, with this value set to 0, it should go away. It should disappear. And that should be by default. Yep. So now if we go to population 1, it should come back. That should return, which it does. Sweet. And then if we put it all the way max, I guess as far as all objects, 2 still remain there. Sweet. So the only thing that it has, so at least for now, is just a population switch. No weekend switches yet. No weekend switches just yet. I think these louvers turned out pretty cool. Turned out pretty freaking awesome, actually. Those pinnacles. So the other thing I was considering as far as to put, I may still do it, but there's these wind things where it's on there. So I can just use a flat plane, to put that on there. Might be a little bit extreme, but just to use a double-sided flat plane, I guess, up on that pinnacle to create that. I don't know exactly what's on it. I guess as far as if it's a eagle or what it is, as far as on it. I don't have any picture reference, I guess, to show me what that is, but there's definitely some type of wind socks or whatever up on the top of that. I just wish I could had a better picture of what they actually were. Pretty cool though. Okay. For now, we'll just leave it like it is. Still lanes. Alright, let's go ahead and I need screenshots of this. Turned out pretty freaking great. Love the way that texture turned out on that too. All the adjustments that we made to the doors. Beautiful. Alright, let's go. Get a nice screenshot of this bad boy. Let's do it this way. Aw, yeah. Happy with that. I'm ready to get this into the game there, folks. So, I've got some things to show, and I've been saving it for the last year. So, for anybody that's still here and has been waiting for that patiently, so we're going to go over through next year. So, what I've got is some stuff. It's not a lot, I guess, as far as for Texas, but just to kind of bring that to a close, getting that closer to finalization. I got some stuff to show here for Texas. That's what I'll do next. So, now that we've got everything done for this building, I'm satisfied with that for now. Let me show you now, I guess, as far as what we got going on with Texas. So let's do new. Shift it on over to where's Torch's folder? Torch, where you at? Let's see. Oh, there he is. Go into here, the Texas 20 build. Go into that track edit folder. And I've got all the stuff already applied. Oh wow, got all these PTFs in there. I didn't realize I had so many PTFs in there. Definitely need to go by this one. Alright, so this is the one we want to load up. Now I want to go over here a little bit in detail, I guess, as far as what's going on with what I'm about to show. So there's the track. So amongst the main things, I guess, that has been redone with the track relates to shading. So we already showed such things as the shading for the score tower and such. That was in a previous stream. The latest shading that has been applied to include, I think it's on here too, right? So all the way through the inside walls, at least anyway. On the turn 1 wall, which is all modeled, all the mapping on the inside has been readjusted. So you can what I refer to here is all these welds, all the way from the back side to the front, it's all been redone. That's great. Looks cool, all the way straight through this thing. So no matter where you look on here, you got all the welds are lined up on both back, top, and the front side. Yeah, so the fact that all of these on the inside walls, those are all modeled. The only thing that's geometric there is just that that wall section to have the collision for it. That's about it. But for the most part, all of that is modeled on the inside wall. Some of the shadings have been adjusted. I'm going to look at take a closer look at all the shadings for some of these wall textures too, just to kind of show you the differences. So another thing, I just passed it, my bad. So one of the other things that have been added is the Sunoco shadow. Pretty freaking cool as far as how it even goes across the wall. I almost feel too that might need to go a little bit lighter, but just the fact that it is there, and that's evident on both Sunoco signs. We already showed the shading for the score tower. Let's go on the other end here. So as far as I know, and Torch, you can feel free to elaborate. I'm going to go around the rest of the outer walls, but I think as far as the inside walls, that's the only place that you haven't adjusted. Check over here too. I don't know if you've got, I don't think you got these done. Yeah, see, these aren't done yet. As far as the welds going all the way through from the top and the back side. So that still needs to be done yet. You already mentioned that to me. Just to kind of confirm that though. Alright, so Sunoco shading over on this one too. Pretty cool. So you did this in the form of a model, if I remember right, because we'll take a look at all the stuff that's brand new and replace. So the shadow for that Sunoco shadow is right there. So it is in the form of a model, but it's using a shadow. Let's open this up here in Notepad. It's using the shadows MIP that's already in the track, right? That's kind of cool. So utilizing a texture that's already in the track to not make a separate texture just for the Sunoco sign shading. That's pretty cool. So it's optimizing and stretching out, I guess, as far as the use of that MIP texture, I guess, as far as for multiple items. So if we load this up in here, it's probably just gonna be pink. They don't have the texture in here, and these are built in place, I'm assuming too. So the fact that it's not in the center, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I think most everything model-wise, as far as the track build for Texas, there have been built in place. So yeah, just turns 1 and 2 so far. Okay, cool. So just to confirm that. So with the medallion shadow, that was something that has been spoken about. Got the texture. This one does have a separate texture for that. Very small texture though. Yeah, so same thing as the Sunoco shadows. They're modeled in place, you know, with the track in mind there, but just to kind of show how these medallion shadows in the areas that require it. So primarily over in the backstretch and turns 3 and 4 here, I believe. Go around here and see. So right here where we got some shadowing. Oh, it's in here somewhere. Or was that in turn 1? I forget which turn it was now. Yeah, so down the backstretch here I know for sure. All the way around the track here. I know down the backstretch here for sure. I think I had already mentioned to you, I guess, as far as how these for the light poles don't necessarily line up. I don't know if that's something you already took into consideration or not. The fact that these don't line up with the light pole in some cases. So maybe a little bit of adjustment for that. But yeah, turns 1 and 2, gotcha. But I know there's these here down the backstretch. That's got a separate shadowing for that. Pretty cool effect when you think about it, as far as just to bring that all together, as far as having the shadowing onto that. Pretty cool. Alright, so we got both here on the backstretch. We got the shadowing from the fence, coming off the fence. Medallion shadows coming off of that. We got that little piece that's protruding out on top of the wall. And then over here in turns 1 and 2. It's getting there. Once I show you, I guess, as far as the difference between some of these textures that have been applied to the wall, you'll really see, I guess, as far as I think it makes a big difference. You know, having it, as Torch would put it, so in your face. You know, where it doesn't seem like it just seemed out of place, being so much in your face. It didn't seem to really blend in, I guess, as far as with the geometric walls, as much as they do now. It just turned out pretty freaking cool. Let's go around here to turns 1 and 2. So we got some medallion shadowing there. And also down over here. Just those little fine details, I guess, as far as like that, it just makes it, yeah, much the same as the Sunoco signs. I almost feel that the amount of contrast, you know, as far as how dark it is, needs to be toned down just a tad. Like, you can clearly see that separation in there, and you shouldn't. It should be relatively about the same as that one. Now, considering the fact that this is a light matte in comparison to be a modeled shadow. I know how tough that can be sometimes to get that to match up there. Still a cool concept. I think that's really cool, but I just think it needs to be toned down just a skosh. Just a skosh. Right? So same thing with this one here. We got that shadowing on that one. This one seems offset. Oh, I see what you're doing. So the fact that this fence post here is kind of skewing over that way, he's shifted over that. I got you. I'm with you. I see what you did there. So instead of having it straight on to the medallion, it's off to the side a little bit because of the way this shadow is pointing in this way. You get that to line up. Yep, totally get that. Very cool. So one of the other things that's still getting worked on, I think Torch, you had told me you had thought you had those done. You came to the conclusion that it's not quite done yet. So the back side of the safer around the outside walls don't need to be done yet. That's amongst the other things that still need to be done besides the inside wall, but you can see the start of it, of what that's going to look like once it gets to that point. So just in turns 1 and 2 here, all the way through, got all these welds on both the back, top, and the track side of that are all nice and lined up. Pretty freaking cool. So again, I always like to consider, if you were to put a camera view in this position here, how freaking sweet that would look. That's just too awesome. The fact that you got a seam. Yeah, so this might be a little bit off. I mean, minor adjustments still, I think. You know, and again, taking into consideration that these walls here, as far as all the foam and such, this is all modeled. No geometrics, I guess, to that. But that's one thing I do notice right off the bat as I go through this here. There's a line here. There's not really a weld there. On the top part, at least, anyway. We got one here for sure, but not necessarily right there. I think there's some minor adjustments there for sure. Nothing, anything too crazy. This one's a little bit off right here, as far as the top wall to that one there. But you do have it on the back side. I see you've got it lined up on the back side, but not necessarily on this side. Yeah, so it's a little bit off there, but could be easily adjusted. It's not that far off, but it's definitely noticeable, right? Cool. So just kind of critiquing that a little bit. So you got the start of, I guess, as far as being able to, you know, get such things nice and fine tuned, just much the same as we did with our UV mapping on the turn 1 pavilion for Lacrosse. Just kind of fine tuning it and getting them to line up and look nice and neat. Nothing too major. Yeah, minor skewing adjustment. I think it's definitely an easy enough adjustment. I really like the way you did these ends here on the wall. That's freaking wild for us to have that, because it is actually tubing, you know, as far as a square tubing, I guess, as far as that are welded together to make that steel part of the steel safer. The steel safer is the steel and foam energy reduction barrier. Yeah, that's what the safer stands for. Steel and foam energy reduction. Pretty cool. Alright, so I think that's pretty much all with the so not a whole lot, like I said, I guess, as far as to go over that, but that's the minimum of that. But you can see this really coming. And what I'm going to take another look at here, well, since we looked at it here in the track, you can see how well everything is just blending in really nicely. I've sorted out, I guess, as far as what has been replaced. So we're going to take a look at that. So these 5 textures in particular have been replaced, and we're going to compare these really quick. Let's open up our handy dandy WinMap 2, and let's navigate over to Torches folder. I keep losing your folder. There you are. Alright, so we go here, and it should be this one. Replace. So I'm going to open up all these. Wait a minute, why is it only. Oh, that was an object there, right? Never mind. So all these textures here have been replaced. So these are the originals. Now I'm loading up right now. Styro block. Okay, these are all original. Or the getting updated. Firewall. Okay, so these are all original. Like I said. Now let's open up the updated ones. I like to always make these comparisons like that. I think it's pretty cool, I guess, to see. So let's open up the soft wall inner. So here's the updated version of the soft wall inner. Let's take a look at this a little closer. So this one's updated. This one's the original. So you can already see right off the top as far as how much more shading has been added to the updated texture, particularly on the safer itself, as far as that track side that faces the track side, but also in the medallion, the logoing for the Texas and so on. Very cool. Kind of tones it down a little bit. So it's like I said, so it's not so in your face. So there's that one. Here's the next one here. We'll close that one up. Really cool. All right, so this is the original. So for the styro block, here's the new one. Much the same thing. So you see very subtle changes in it. It's a very subtle change, but it makes a big difference as far as this. Mostly onto this part of this safer, that I think is the top of the block itself. Just tone it down just ever so slightly, and much the same like I was mentioning with that the medallion shadowing and the snow coat. Just to tone that down just a little bit, just to kind of calm it down a little bit, so it's not quite so dark. Kind of the same idea here. This is perfect. I mean, I'm not gonna. That's the comparison I guess I make here. But here's the new one right here, and the previous prior to the adjustment. Just that subtle change, and you can see the result of that in the track. So now we've got, here's the original tire wall, and most of this is just give some clarity. The tire wall is on the inside here. That's this part right here. That's this part. So what has been toned down is the actual concrete wall. What I noticed there. But this is what we're dealing with, I guess, as far as on both turns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Right. So let's open up the new texture, which is this guy, and again you can see that automatically you can see that difference as far as just toning it down a little bit so it's not quite so whitewashed. Give a little bit of shadowing. Pretty freaking cool. All right, so that's to show you it's very minimal adjustments that have been made, I guess, as far as the Texas so far, but makes a huge impact. And there's still some final touches, I guess, that still will be made to that, but you can definitely see the result when you look at it overall. So the styro blocks all across the board are using that, that texture for that. That's what you can see here. Now the fact that we got this little bit of spacing between the geometric wall and the actual model, that has to do with how the track breathes. But we haven't seen so far, I guess, as far as any of this same amount of spacing in the sim itself, and we can confirm that. I think I've said that plenty of times, I guess, before, and I don't think we've actually really ever tested that to see if we do have that. So I think in turn 1 we'll make a point when we go and check this out in the sim. We'll actually take a look at that. Now, again, Also, I also want to mention these shadows that are for, because they're in the form of a model. Yo! Who is that? Firebat coming in 6 months? Holy smokes. Where's the hype at? Give me some hype. Reach to that. Hype, hype, hype. Hey, you know what? I wish I had, you're gonna have to do that for me. You're gonna have to do that for me, Firebat, in your stream there, as far as I've been missing the hype, hype, hype. I can't even do it the way you do it. It's been a while since we've been able to hear that. Definitely appreciate the, yeah, so if you got the emotes, spam the emotes. If you don't have the emotes, exclamation point hype in the chat. I very much appreciate their, Firebat for these 6 months. Holy crap, has it been that long already? Good grief. That time flies. I'm just glad the stream is held down, I guess, as far as long as it did there and the video didn't freeze. I honestly still want to, you know, what Torch has been doing as far as to keep the chat active, and also my my complaining. I got very upset, I guess, as far as when I had to restart the stream. I was hoping Twitch has maybe heard me. I was not happy. The fact that it kept happening on Saturday. I'm glad it's corrected itself, and we've been able to showcase a lot what we're doing here. But what I was trying to mention before Firebat came in all hot and heavy, I was very much appreciated for that again there, Firebat. These shadows that are 3D modeled, they won't cast onto the car, either into the car or onto the car. That's about the only downside, I guess, as far as to doing shadows in that fashion, right? But they still have that effect of the shadowing around the track. You know, you at least have that. So that same goes for this deal. It's all a model. That's not actually going to cast on the car. So if you were to drive over that, it won't cast onto that. So pro and con, I guess, as far as to doing it that way. I still think it looks cool, regardless. I want to go back down here really quick. So this shadowing over here on this Sunoco sign, same thing. If the car coming into the pit road was to pass through this, it's not going to cast onto the car, and we'll be able to see that once we test it out in the sim. So the two things that we want to test out when we go into the sim, y'all can keep me honest on that. I want to check this out, and then the gap in the safer gets as far as on turn 1 at least. So we won't do a race or anything like that, but at least we'll see how the track loads into the sim itself. So right now we just got it in sandbox, and it looks fantastic no matter which way I look at this. I'm gonna pan around and learn a little bit. So it's just phenomenal. I mean, it's just can't say enough. It's a fun track to drive on too. Much the same as Lacrosse as well. I don't know if I did mention this. I know there's something else I think of before I forget. All the flags that in the static form are at least in here. So these are just static, right? That's one other thing I think of here. So I got those compiled and constructed, sent them over to Torch, and now we have them in here. They're just a static flag. They don't animate, regardless of whether or not you got realistic weather on or not, with that little bit of wind or whatever. But if at some point there is one compiled that is animated, we will have that option, I guess, to be able to swap those out. That's the way these have been constructed. So we'll have them in the same orientations. That's all you got to do is just simply swap them out. Even if we don't get to that point, you'll still have at least some static flags. So we got the 2 Texas ones here that are just static, no animation to it, as well as the ones on the big Haw. So you can kind of see them even from here. You got the 2 Texas flags and the US flag. We'll pan over here real quick. So yeah, even from way back there by the victory lane, you can still see those on there, and I think that's just another one of those final touches to the track. I guess it just kind of just makes it really freaking cool. So yeah, you got the 2 Texas flags along with the US flag, and plenty of picture references that do pick those there. We did the same thing relatively, I guess, as far as with different types of flags, animated flags that for the 2015 build, but these I think are a lot more fresher. They're a lot fresher. even though they don't have the animation applied to it. They just look a lot cleaner and fresher, in my opinion. So, with all that said, and so this was kind of what I was picking on James earlier with Lacrosse build. He's still using, and I understand, I'm using, as far as my unpacked shared, it just really comes down to, if you don't have the updated camper groups that are available 100% on the Spline Design Studios site for free, and replace, I guess, your original shared items, I guess, as far as in your game, you need to do that. These are much cleaner, and they don't look as tired and outdated. So Torch has already taken that approach to do that, and I think Torch is taking the approach to put those right in the track, as opposed to reading from the shared folder. Whichever way you go about it, I think they either need to be directly in your track or read from your shared folder of your track directory. So there you go. There is your once over for Texas. It's not a whole lot to go over, but you can definitely see it's definitely still coming together. I'm really curious to go and see. So we got those 2 areas that we want to check out once we get into the sim. I don't want to forget about that. Showed everything, what's going on with those. Cool. I'm going to leave that open. I'm going to close some things down here, and we're going to get what we need moved over. I already got all the new stuff for Texas moved over to our game track directory. The only thing I need to get moved over to Lacrosse is our brand new fully compiled Turn 1 pavilion for Lacrosse. So let's get that going. I'm going to close this guy down, kind of free up some resources. Don't need him on anymore. Cool, lanes. Alright, let's nothing else new there. I need to get to, yep, over here. That's what I need to do. So let's switch this over to my other PC. Get these things swapped over, shall we? Let's switch it over this way. Yeah, so you can all see what I'm doing here. So what I need to do, I already got all, like I said, all the Texas stuff already moved over. What I need to do is get, holy crap, that's 3 of them. You got a freaking hat trick on the max jackpot. Holy smoke. What is that, 8 now? Took a gamble on that one there. GG's. GG's on that. Those that got the GG's. There you go. That's 3 main jackpots, though, as far as 1,000 units of fluid. Holy smokes. Haven't seen anybody else playing it, though. You've been hogging it up there. I don't know. Did Racer James ever come back? I know he said he'd be right back, but I don't know if he ever did. I know he was testing some things out. He had created, in fact, I think I got a picture of it. He had created, he was mentioning, let's see if I got a picture of it. This little shed that's over here, it's kind of hard to see in this picture. This shed, this is what he was talking about earlier. I guess he had constructed that while watching the stream. Oh, he is gone? Okay. I wasn't sure. I know the last time I heard from him was he was going to test some things out there. But he had mentioned that he had created this shed that's on this side of the Turn 1 pavilion. That's going to be really cool. Hopefully he gets that to me. That's going to be awesome. Everything that I've seen him doing so far, as far as it turned out, freaking gold. Alright, so let's get, oh shoot, I had it on the wrong stream, my bad. I've got to switch it over. Y'all got to keep me honest here. Wait, come on now. There it goes. Yeah, y'all got to keep me honest here. So what I was trying to show you, good grief, I forgot I switched it over. So anyway, what I was trying to show you is he created this building. This building right here. I don't know why any of y'all weren't keeping me honest here. Got I switched it over. Yeah, I was about to say, he's like, what the hell am I looking at? It's like I'm just looking at Texas files, yeah. But this shed right here, that's on the other side of the Turn 1 pavilion that we've created. That's what. Last thing I heard Racer James mention, he said he created this, and I thought he was just saying he was going in to test it out, but I guess he must have tested it out and bounced it out. That's fine. I really wanted him to see, I guess, as far as the finished Turn 1 pavilion. I think it turned out freaking great, especially using a lot of the parts of the texture that he created for that grandstand, that press box. That's cool. All right, let's switch it back over. Get some files moved over. There we go. So we already got the Texas stuff moved over. We need to get turn 1 building moved over. So let's go here. That is going to be here, and then we'll copy this guy. 2 files. We got the turn 1 concession 3DO and yeah, brand new. Copy those over to our game tracks directory. So no PTF change to Lacrosse, right? Because of all it was just basically updating as far as what we already had. So the track hasn't moved, hasn't done anything. All we did was just recompile, add a new texture. That's it. So pretty simple. It was a lot to go over, I guess, as far as to get to that point. But the fact that all of that just necessarily requires just to put the 2 new items in there, and it's already in place, makes it very gratifying and satisfying as far as to. Anyway, we just gotta place these 2 files. So files, yep, right there. Cool. So we got everything for both tracks already in the game. So let's go ahead and load up the game here. I already have my profiler set to game. Sweet. So wait. Okay, where I'm gonna initially go, and I'm gonna use the latest NASCAR Cup Series 22 mod by Full Circle Racing Design. Testing these out. But I do have it on Lacrosse. I'm gonna go to Texas here first. Switch these back out here. So the fact that we got the 2 tracks to showcase on stream, that's super cool. Go to 2020. Load that up. So just to ensure that the track does load, I still have, this is my own camera view that I placed. That was when I was playing around with the animated flags. I wanted it focused on that so I could see if it was working or not. So this is not the finalized camera for that. That's just for my own purposes, just for clarity. The pit cam one in this case here is, I think it's pit entrance, and the pit lane 2 is exit. Oh, it might be the other way around. So pit lane 1 is going to be the pit exit, and pit lane 2 is pit entrance here. That's what the finalized one should look like. I only, like I said, adjusted this one so I could focus on the victory lane when I was working on trying to get the animated flags for the victory lane to work, the Texas flags. Now that we've got it to the conclusion, I guess, as far as just putting a static flag, don't really need it there. I'll probably revert that camera file on my own end. Okay. But yeah, let's go into the car. So there's still some things like that funky helicopter tends to fly a little sideways. Alright, so the track loads and testing just fine. Yeah, I guess what I'll do, give me a second here, I'm gonna bring over the wheel, and we'll do some driving around here in testing mode. And then we'll load it up with the cars, and have them do a few laps and just kind of see what's going on with it. And we'll do the same with Lacrosse. Okay, so give me a second just to move the wheel over. Be back in just a second. Yeah, so I don't know if we almost got one. I don't know if did Firebat ever say anything. I didn't see him say anything. He must have just like a boss just came in, bam, here's a sub. Hasn't said a word. Let's see how he is. I'll get him later. Alright, let's here, I need to move this over to, I think of it. Let's do this. I hear a little bit of noise. It's just me moving things around. Okay, that there. Let's go. I still haven't gotten myself a decent keyboard, I guess, as far as for the one PC. Still using this kind of like dollar special, I guess you could say. I don't like it, so I'm gonna be looking to find myself a better keyboard, I guess, as far as for that. All right, so let's drive around here. Actually, let me turn off the background music. turn off the background music and get all the sounds of the game, hopefully. Alright, so what we particularly want to look at, two areas that we said. How the shadows work, I guess as far as that shadow, especially coming into the pits. Well, let's take a look. Go in this view. Maybe this view. Let's see how much spacing that we have in the foam blocks. Foam here, so in comparison to, yeah, so we do have a little bit of, not quite as much though, I don't feel. So we're closer to this. So not bad, not bad. So the fact that the track does breathe, oh, you have a little bit, so there might be a little bit of adjustment that you can make to that geometric safer. As far as to suck that in just a tad, but doesn't have this gap in between foam. So these are some of the other very finer details that you can check around the track, in comparison to sandbox. And so yeah, we're almost seeing about the same now that about the same amount of gap of the foam to the side safer. That's something that you definitely want to check in there, so you have all that gap. Very easy to adjust that. It's just a matter of bringing in where it needs to. I guess as far as that geometric safer that I'm dragging my right side of my car on. But we can see the shadowing. Medallions. Pretty cool. Separate pieces. Those are modeled pieces. Whoa, wait a minute here. What's going on here? Sandbox. We got a little bit of a medallion adjustment here. Oh, you know what? Did I not? Should have, because that's on the medallion. This medallion is sticking way out. This is in turn 1. Is that the case in sandbox? Let me check this out. So this is the one right in the middle of turn 1. Let me look at this in sandbox here. Pause this. Yeah, pause this here. We're gonna switch this over here for a second and see what's going on there. Wall seems out of adjustment. Yeah, we're gonna take a look at this and see what's going on. So I'm gonna see if I see the same thing. Switch this over to this thing here. All right, let's go back into here and look into sandbox. So we are on sim, at least anyway. We are looking at, definitely not noticed that in here, but let's see if it's doing that. This a little bit. There we go. So we should be on which one? Right over here. Nope. So something on in my game files, I think it might. I wonder if the did I put the right PTF in there? I'll have to double check that. Yeah, might not have the right PTF. I have to check that. All right, so that might be just a problem on my end. All it is. So the fact that the medallion shadows were in there gave me the impression that it was the right one. But yeah, definitely not seeing that as the same as you can't see the other screen, you know, as far as in the game, but definitely on this one, in particular one here in the game, there's that gap in the medallion, which obviously is not in here for sandbox. So that's a PTF issue. Now it could be, again, because that geometric wall, it is geometric, it's not modeled, right? It could necessarily be that breathing that I was talking about, the way the track breathes. It could be that too. So the fact that the medallion is a modeled piece, right? So it could necessarily be that too. I'll double check to make sure my PTF is correct. But what's initially giving me a clue that it is the right PTF is the medallion shadows are showing in the game. So let's switch this back here. Go back to this one. Yeah, so I want to understand, I guess, as far as, so it could be just necessarily breathing that much as far as this is the biggest shift that I see, that I've seen so far, but pause that. I don't like this one for the, Alright, here we go. So yeah, that's the only one that I was just showing in Sandbox. This is the only one I noticed that's far. And the fact that that medallion shadow is there tells me, gives me a clue that this is the proper peak. Right? So it could be just that the geometric wall is breathing that much because it's actually doing it with this one. See if it does it anywhere else. It could very well be that it's just doing. This is why you would need to check. So all this foam is sticking out too. Again, it comes down to the way these geometric walls breathe. That could be what's happening. That's probably what's happening. But even the tips of these foam is sticking through the metric wall. So it might be just have to adjust it and push it out. And you might have to exaggerate it in Sandbox or whatever. Sometimes that is required to happen. Racer James will probably even test it, I guess, as far as too. That sometimes that does require, I guess, as far as to create visual gap in Sandbox in order to get it to line up right in Sim itself. That's what I'm thinking is probably happening. Yeah, the fact that all this foam, we've never seen this before. As far as all the tips of this foam sticking out like this, so that wall probably needs to come further out. As far as a little, not a whole lot, just a little bit. It's that 8 inches or whatever. That's the thickness of the safer. All this is through turns 1 and 2. Once you get into turn 2, it looks fine. This medallion, so this one's got a shadow. See, this one's just a little bit too. That. It's a little bit, not quite as much as turn 1, but this one, no foam sticking through. Yeah, that can be easily adjusted though. If that's only evident in turns 1 and 2, check it over here. So you really get a sense of how these, both the inside, so we got the collision. That's all that's there is this is all modeled. That's why the car is tending to bleed into the wall a little bit. So where that collision, that geometric is at. So this is all modeled in here. Okay. Yeah, let's see what we got over this. I know at one point, coming into turn 3, there needed to be some adjustment into the geometric safer. So much the same thing it seems to be the case now. Not that it can't be adjusted. This looks really good, because we don't have as much gap as we see in turn 1. Oop, yep. Oop, yeah, so not as much gap there. So you got the tip of the foam like right at the edge of the backside of the safer. That's what you want. Something you would need to check all the way around the track. This looks really good. A lot of this had already been in. So the fact that really on this end here, this is a one segment. I'm scraping on the edge of my car all the way around this. This is all one section on this end of the track. And it has had its issues as well as pros and cons to it, because as far as being one segment as opposed to not. Cool. So yeah, when we go over this, well, it's probably a good thing we checked that out with the turn 1 there. So this won't cast onto the car. But like I said, that's part of the pro and con, I guess, as far as to building models. Yeah, just like that helicopter's flying backwards, either sideways or backwards. So that still needs to be fixed. That's a simple adjustment to the path file for that. It's hovering there. He's following me. Where you at? I lost him. Anywho, that gives you a little bit of sense of what still needs to be adjusted with the Texas. It's driving to victory. Yep. This is the only access that you have to the infield is right here. Even though there is an opening one point down there, that one it's not drive through. There's the thing. A lot of this you can drive through. There's no collision. That's just the nature of models farm sim other than the walls, so definitely have some cool. So there's another opening that's both on both ends there, I guess, as far as the pit entry and pit exit here. But these you cannot drive through. That's kind of by design. But the fact that this lines up right with the garage, going into the garage area, as far as in reality. Let's see, the shadow. Yeah, so yeah, everything that, like I was saying, towards what, and I'll confirm, I guess, on my end, what seems to confirm to me so far, just by looking in the trackers, that the medallion shadows are loading, because that's the only PTF I have that have with the medallion shadows loading is the one you just sent me. So it makes me tend to think that just that once you adjust that geometric safer, it's going to line up, so that it's compliant, I guess, as far as what's in the game. Right? That's the only thing that I've noticed. So it's not out of the, it's not out of the, I don't want to put this as far as this, it's not unusual that what you see in Sandbox is not the same as what you see in the sim. You always have to compare the two to see if it needs to be, wall needs to be pushed in or out, depending on if the foam is sticking out, like we noticed, or got too much of a gap on the back side. You may necessarily have to exaggerate in Sandbox, I guess, as far as where that geometric wall actually is, because of the way those walls breathe. And I use that term loosely because the way it renders in the game sometimes can be different. Okay, so that's Texas. Let's do a, that was just in testing. Let's take a look at, now there wasn't a whole lot added other than the shadowing. There's really not much to show, I guess, as far as the way the AI, so we've already kind of seen, I guess, as far as how the AI respond with everything in there. Not a lot of heavy duty models and stuff like put in there. There's just a lot of adjustments to what's already there, right? So what I'd like to do is just jump right into Lacrosse, because we haven't been able to show on our end. James has done a lot of testing on his end as far as all that content that's in there, as far as all the models. We haven't been able to show that yet, so I really want to get that squeezed. Let's do that one next. We'll go to testing for Lacrosse. That one up. So at least if nothing else, we have still it needs to have some adjustments there. I will, like I said, take a look at. Let me do that just to get. I want to make sure I don't miss. We go to Texas. Here I can just confirm that the PTF is the right one. Texas. And compare this on my other. And again, that's the only PTF that I have from your end, Torch, as far as that would have. Now, if the medallion shadow wasn't showing, that would give me a clue, I guess, as far as I don't have the right PTF, right? Because I don't have any other PTFs that would have that medallion shadow, as well as like the Sunoco shadow. So I'm thinking it's more related to the fact that in Sandbox, in comparison to the Sim, that still needs to be adjusted. So whatever adjustments that you did have to make, I guess, as far as to get that stuff in there. Might have been just a slip of the mouse or whatever. It happens. Yeah, it definitely has to be the right one. But I was just going to confirm in here real quick. This. I haven't done any changes to it. This is directly for me. The only thing I did was just rename it so they can actually load them. #25th. Let's take a look here on this one. You won't be able to see this on my other monitor, but just confirming on my end. So that one was 3:25 at 9:45 p.m. So yeah, that is the correct one. And again, just to humor it. Yep. So the only thing I did, you had it A_inner_safer_3. 5:20. And it is the same date and time as far as the file timestamp. So, okay. I think there's just some adjustment on your end as far as between sandbox and checking that out in the sim, making those appropriate adjustments in turns 1 and 2. Okay, let's get in that way, but load the game back up. And let's go into testing mode for Lacrosse. See it in that state. Alright, so it loads up so far. That's good. Drive. And there is our picture model. Let's pick that up close. As well as everything else. We haven't been able to show all this stuff in here up until now. At least on stream anyway. So there's our new building. Pretty cool. So once that gets all filled in, once James gets that all done, still a work in progress for that elevated platform, I guess, as far as for that area. You got the tree line in there. You can still see the storage facility behind the tree line. That's pretty cool. Very much noticeable, I guess, as far as having that storage facility behind the tree line. Easy. Oh, this brings us so much together now. Now you got a starter stand. Pretty cool.
34.5.
Might actually do a race on this thing. This thing is really fun for a short track. It's really fun to drive on, especially with all the latest AI adjustments and AI behavior. Cool. So there's our once around in there.
23.0.
Let's go into a race weekend here. Cool. Going to a race weekend here. So let's go to get out. You can check out some of the cameras that have been adjusted. This is TV1. That just looks so much fuller, I guess, as far as with even that safer and such in there. Oh. This is all TV1. Pretty nice view. There's the pavilion that we've worked on. That looked pretty good. That's going to look even better, I feel, with once we get it to the next level to where we can have the doors open up on it. And we'll have a little bit of livery going on inside of it. That'll be the next step for that. Alright, so that's all TV. Let's show us TV2. TV2 is a little bit closer from the inside. Infield. Oh, baby, look at that. That's a cool shot right there. Like them speed shots like they're corners. Just a tad bit of clipping ice on the billboard, but not too bad. James has done a little bit of work, I guess, on the cameras too. That's going to look so much better once that gets filled in that elevated area there for turn 1. Right now it just looks like it's floating in midair. Kind of crazy looking, but alright, let's get into a race here, shall we? Got some fun on this bad boy. I have done some racing on here, and I have to say, you guys can be the judge. Let's get guys and gals can be the judge. Oh, now. Back. Yes. Alright, let's go ahead and get into a race here. We're in testing. All the way to race. Load this up for Lacrosse. Let's do a 20 lap race. Why the heck? 42 cars. So the fact that I was in Texas that only has a maximum of 42 cars. So as far as opponents, so it obviously clicked that down. Because Lacrosse here has a full 43 car field. So the fact that we can have 42 opponents plus ourselves, 43 cars. And so one of the things that Racer James has adjusted on here that he's included me on this version here, now we've got a more complete package. There's still some work to be done, obviously, but as far as the AI is concerned, the way the AI behave, how they come into the pits, especially post-fact, it's all been adjusted here. So let's go ahead and just go right to race. Start from the back. Full pace. always like to wait for the announcer instead of jumping right in. I don't know. I'm just traditional that way. So we are starting on a full pace lap.
Start your engine.
See how long we can last here, shall we? That's a really old one. I haven't heard that one in a while, I guess, as far as that, gentlemen, start your engines. Alright, starting from the back. 43rd, shotgun. See how the AI react now, as far as what the adjustments that Racer James has made. Oh, this looks cool.
I'll call the green there. Nice, smooth shift. I'll walk in front of you. Go get him. All right, man. Pace cars in.
So amongst the other things, that he's Racer James has adjusted is the starter decisions, as far as when the green comes out, coming out of turn 1, or the turn 4. I'm saying, and yeah, it was needed. It was a needed adjustment, I guess, as far as I think it was coming out either too early or too late.
One inside.
Just a lot of that too.
Still there. At your door.
Oh man.
Clear. Inside. 20. 2.0.
Keep going, guy. Okay, no caution, no caution.
One inside.
Grab a gear, keep going. Didn't spin out. It's good. Trying to race him clean.
Inside.
A lot of fictional cars in here too, though.
Clear low. 20.
Okay. Oh, dude.
One.
Alright, grab a gear, keep going.
Outside.
Didn't spin, you're alright.
Clear. Inside. Stay high. Clear low.
Oh, the car definitely doesn't like this groove, that's for sure. I need to get down to the anger here.
22.
96 ain't having it.
3.
He wants that bottom back.
Clear low.
Oh god, hold on. That 96, he's all over my rear bumper here. Wants it back.
20.9. 6. 4.
Oh god,
Inside.
he almost got me there.
Clear low. Inside. At your door.
Gotta give a little to get a little. Name of the game here.
Clear. 20.
They race a lot smoother now. They don't seem to slow up quite as much from last time I raced this.
Stay high.
Really like it.
There. Clear. Yellow's out.
Oh,
Digging.
that wasn't me. Oh god, oh god,
All the way to
oh
the
god.
line. Come on. All the way to the line.
It wasn't me. At least it wasn't me.
Slow car head on the outside up here. One inside. Clear low.
That was all AI. Made that wreck.
Crosses out. Crosses out.
Oh my goodness, still wrecking.
3.
Jeez.
2.
Tempers are flaring here.
Pit road's closed. Pit road's closed. They're all over the racetrack. In turn 1.
Wow. Okay, that was. I didn't have that experience when I tested it. But see, you can see how that car got into the pits there without missing the wall. So there was a little bit of issue, I guess, prior to this adjustment. 94, he wants me to stay behind.
Pass. 94.
Oh, past the 94. Come on, dude.
Pass. 92.
92.
37.
Here's a 92. Okay, cool.
7. 6.
Yeah, so that was all an AI wreck there.
I think pit
course.
road will be open this time.
Up at the top of turn 3.
I will pit second time by.
I ain't pitting at all. Staying out. I'll probably regret that, but it's only 20 laps, so we're up to the front here now. We're really not, but how did I end up in a lap down? What the? That'll probably adjust here in a second. How did I end up a lap down in 38? Leader didn't pass us on that caution, did they? I don't think they did.
41.09.
I know I ain't no lap down. 6. Like, did I end up a lap down? That doesn't make sense. Leaders didn't pass us in that caution. Because I don't think they did. There was a lot going on there trying to get through, I guess, as far as that wrecking turns. What are you doing, guy? 6 need to be ahead of me? Do I need to go around all this? Hold on a second.
39.
Okay, maybe I'm on. Okay, this makes more sense. So I got to go all the way around these guys. I was gonna say I didn't think I was a lap down. This makes more sense. Spotter would definitely should let you know, I guess, as far as if you're passing the wrong cars. All right, then. We're on the tail end of the lead lap. Okay, then.
I got the heater fender on it.
Right.
24.
That makes more sense.
7.
This makes more sense. So is this scoring me in that being a lap down because I was hanging out back there, I guess. Guess the scoring seems to be working just fine then. So now that I'm in where I should be.
Right here.
Just in time to get back in line here too. Yeah, I can see that little bit of flex in the car bodies, I guess, as far as what that LOD, as far as the levels of detail. Pretty good use, I guess, of those levels of detail, I guess, as far as in the car bodies for this mod.
Nice smooth shift. I'll walk in front of you.
Second
Go
gear.
get him. All right, man. Pace cars in.
If they don't spin the
Get ready.
tires.
Okay.
Pretty decent start. Caught myself sleeping a little bit.
He's not on the lead lap. 32.
Oh, God, why am I shifting? Don't shift.
4.
Hold on to it. Hold on to it. Dirt tracking it there for a second.
Inside. Say hi.
I don't know what the heck I was shifting for.
Still there.
It's the reflex.
Clear. Inside.
Oh, the car definitely doesn't
Still
like
there?
this high line, that's for sure. It's super angry, I guess, with bringing it being up there. We gotta get it down here.
4.
Oh, yeah.
4.
It likes it down here. Definitely likes it down to the bottom. Oop. Starting to push already.
20.7. 6.
Easy.
7.
Yeah, the fact that I can save the car, I got enough time there. It's not like just totally gets wadded up in itself. Yep, definitely starting to push. I can't get right back in the throttle on it.
5 to go. 21.17. 8.
Kind of using my tires up, I guess, a little bit.
Outside. Still there.
Side by side action here. Yeah, baby.
Still up there. Still up
Definitely
there.
likes more of the inside, that's for sure.
20.8.
Oh, don't do it, don't do it.
3. Still
Easy.
there.
Yeah, the fact that you can really use that apron, you can kind of straddle that apron there. It's kind of cool. Doesn't really upset the car all that much.
Still there. Still up there. Still up there.
Yeah, this is definitely some short track racing for that's for sure.
2.2.
He's trying to go around me on the inside here. Look at this crap. Look at this
One
crap.
inside. Still there. Clear. Inside. Still there.
Oh, oh,
Still there.
oh. Hey, there's Fred. Hey, how you doing there, Fred? One lap.
Stay high. Stay high. Clear. 2 to go. 22.
Oh, it's going to be the longest 2 laps of my life.
4. 8.
So much faster than these guys do. It's just like you want to carry it all the way through the turn, and you just can't. Just can't.
White flag. 1 to go at the line.
Here we go. I think I'm gonna get any more out of it. Oh, it's wanting to push so bad.
Outside. Yellow's out. Keep digging. Caution's gonna be out. All the way to the line.
Race is over anyway.
All the way to the line. Checker flag. Checker flag right here.
Yeah, so you can see how these guys are oh, still got one that hit the wall there, so I guess maybe it's not 100% fixed. I know that was one of the things that I mean, it was only one car. And it could have been just because of the car ratings on it, but you notice one car, I guess, as far as it does that. I know there was quite a few more that were doing it previously. But yeah, the track more or less race is pretty cool. The fact that there was that wreck
Appreciate everybody's hard work,
that was
man.
completely
That's a
AI related.
good effort on the pit crew and on the car you brought.
I want to check out Victory Lane here.
You go, man. Remember, it's 5,000 second gear.
So this spider cube go for this. So we gotta come out next to hit exit here. I want to check out this Victory Lane. As far as with the car and that over there. Check it out. Let's check it out. Yeah, so this is something else that I noticed, and I think I mentioned this to Racer James, and how these lines, especially on curved pits, as far as they don't come all the way to the outside line, the outside of the box. And there's ways, you know, to remedy that. This looks pretty cool though, as far as that texture, overall texture there. Some of them they're right on the line. Some of them are kind of somewhat before. That's somewhat the problem that you have there, but there's ways to remedy that. Check out the Alan Cole wiki card. Well, you can't go in there. Bummer. Bummer. You can only view it from here. Yeah, so he's got that blocked up there.
Good effort on the
Yeah,
pit crew
right next to Alan's car.
on the car you brought.
Now, granted, that's the old Victory Lane. I don't think they actually used that for Victory Lane at the track. They just celebrate right here at the start finish. Not sure. Well, even the lights are still on the car, recognizing the caution. Interesting. Race is already over with, but I don't think that's really that much of a flaw. Yeah, there's one short little race, I guess, at Lacrosse. Be able to show, I guess, as far as everything that's going on with that track there. So pretty cool, I guess, to be able to show. Check out the replay. Let's check out the replay. We got to see it from in-car view there. Let's see what it looks like this way. Yeah, let's pause this. Go back to lap 1. We'll roll it back just a tad. I want to put this on the pace car. I want to see some of that function. As far as how the, especially during that caution that came out about midway. Somewhere around lap 12 or so, I think it came out. I want to see how this guy. So the transition to this seemed to be working really good. But I guess Richard just had an adjustment, so he comes in. All right, let's pause it, and on the here, wrong way. All right, put it on the leader. So the green flag. See where it comes out here. Oh, it comes out right at the line, almost right at the line. That's what he adjusted there. So it was coming out, I think, a little too early. What he was noticing. He has it come out pretty much right at the flag. On the pace car, I was going to. So the pace car's coming in. Okay. Out of frame here. Go to spectator. And then view. It's about, let's try crap. Right side. Yeah, I want to see when this comes out. Oh yeah, look at how close. So it's, cars get almost right to. Now the fact that they've got the line right here, but yet the actual starter stand is right here. I don't know why they do that, but it's definitely seems to be a thing at this track. So this is not necessarily a start-finish line. Here's the starter stand. I always thought that was weird too, because it's going back there. We're still trying to work the bot. Is it working? Not so far. You got those 3 main jackpots there. I think that's a huge accomplishment. Yeah, so I just wanted to. You can see when that. So if we roll this back frame by frame. Oh crap! I went too far. All right. So back. So the pace car is still. So he doesn't have the flag in hand. So the cars. He's already got it in hand. Look where the cars are. You got a pretty good distance, I guess, as far as for that come out there. I think that's a pretty good distance, I guess, as far as for that. So it's not like right to the flag stand, for example. So the pace car, I notice, is not even 100% parked when that comes out either. So those were some of the adjustments that Racer James had pointed out to me that he does. They're being too late or too early, I guess, as far as yeah, I get how the transit there. No, we don't have any people or anything in that yet, but still yet to be seen. Alright, let's check out who's leading this bad boy. T1. So we got Truex in the 19 car leading the race. Go through the field here. A lot of fictional cars in this set, but still pretty cool. So, gonna take a look around the track. I really like this DV2. Oh, passed it. That one shot, the speed shot that he's got on. I think it's on the turn 2 wall. Sitting right on the. That's really cool. I like that. Yeah. So here's turn 1. You can see our pavilion there. That shot right there. That is freaking cool. And check that out. That is glorious. And then the fact that, you know, once that that pavilion and over in turn 1, once that gets filled in with all that that object, I guess, as far as for that, that's gonna make it just phenomenal. That is crazy. I need to take this. Where's our car? Get to where's it? So let's get our car. We're at the tail end. Go to our car. Got the keep it focused on that car. Oh, and that's where they wrecked. Oh, that nope. Never mind. Not where the caution came. Got. Here, let's get a. That looks pretty cool. Let's go ahead. Damn it. I hate this keyboard. There it is. Perfect. Got it. Yeah, these buttons on this keyboard, it's a pretty cheap one. I don't like where the buttons are. Adjusting that at some point. Cool. I want to get to that caution. I think it was around lap 10. 12 or something like that. Looks like they already wrecked there. Yeah, this was coming up to the cautions. It was for lap 10. Caution. Okay, the base car is already out. And earlier than I thought. Yep, that's already the caution. I didn't realize it happened that early. Back. Did they wreck? Yep, they already wrecked here. So that was the 22. Okay. Put it on the 22 car. Let's see what happened here. 22 and whatever car that one has a fictional. Ooh, look at the. We're just racing hard, look like. Ooh, that holy crap, he dumped him. That's 13, isn't it? Freaking dumped the 22. Is that the 13? I think 13. Yep. That's a fictional car. He freaking totally dumped the 22. Wow, okay, let's go back to the 22. Ouch, that just created a pile up here in turn 3. I'm glad it was them and not me. See all the pieces. The damage models on these cars too are pretty subtle, but they're pretty got back going again, but it definitely did bring the caution out. Block the track. Oh, and then there's another wreck here. Yep, we saw that one. That was between the 21 and 28. Let's roll that back a little bit. kind of were passing by that when that was taking place. Yeah, so that's another fictional car that got into the 21. Oh, yeah, he totally dumped him too. Like, oh, I don't like you there. That's my spot. Yeah, so I don't really, so as far as some of these fictional cars, that's two different fictional cars that I noticed, I guess, as far as that caused that. And I think if they were rated properly, they probably wouldn't do that as much. Get them all scattering, though. Oh, yeah, look at that. There was someone coming in the pits there. So I don't know if all the issues have been resolved. There was cars trying to get to the pits here, and they're all they're crowding each other here. So we got some cars here trying to get into the pits there. He's pushing this guy on the side. So there still might need to be some adjustment there. So it's probably fair to mention, for those that don't know, there is a two pit lane protocols, not only for the pace car to function, but also for the AI. And there might be a little bit of chatter between those two that the AI are picking up that they shouldn't. Very possible. But I'll have to bring that to, in fact, let me take another screen. Same session here. Gotta let them know that they're still kind of doing that. Yep. See him, he's pushing them. Nothing else. Let me put a stream marker on here, actually. I haven't used one of those in a while. Where is that? Oh, not edit stream in. Where's my stream markers at? I gotta add. Give me a second. There we go. Stream marker. Add. Boom. Cool. Yeah, so what that does is it also helps me as far as to find a potential clip I can take here, as far as on the stream there. Righty then. So yeah, what I think Racer James might have thought was fixed with the way the AI come into the pits there is not 100% resolved. And that's to be expected, I guess, as far as with short tracks, too. And also with the two pit lanes protocols that are in there. The pit lane 1, in comparison to pit lane 0, is the active pit road for the AI. Pit lane 1 is primarily used just for the pace car. To be able to come into the pits and not, when it does, as opposed to coming into the pits, and especially so that you can see the pace car function there. I want to take a look. Oh wow, whole front end came off of that car. Again, checking out these damage models on these things, pretty cool. All right, let's put it on the pace car. That's something else I want to take a look at here really quick too, as far as now on the restarts. I think that worked pretty good. Up a little bit. When the pace lights go out. Yep, that's where I noticed I had to go around the field. Like, what the heck am I doing a lap down? It's like, you're not a lap down, you dummy. The lights are out. Oop. Oh, got another car going around. Not in the right, not in position. So yeah, I just want to check. Yeah, a little bit of clipping on the billboard for that camera, but not too bad. On TV view should be coming in. And there they go. It's cool. So that pace car function, I'm going to check it out in the very start of the race too. Let's roll this back to race. Let's actually put it on. 19 was leading. Yeah. Let's go back to the start of the race. Wrong way down. And back. I think I did. Did you already kind of see that as far as when the caution or the green flag came out? Just to kind of confirm. So rather during caution and or initial start of the race there. So starts and restarts, it seemed the pace car functions were just fine. That's the only thing I want. That's pretty cool. And all the while too, I've been monitoring, I guess, as far as even with all the detail and the texture weight and so on that's in such things as the grandstands, as well as the Turn 1 pavilion that we've created. Track runs great, this mod, so I can just imagine moving forward, even with all this safer, pretty highly detailed, I guess, as far as track is running. So, I hope everybody did enjoy it, I guess, as far as showcasing the little bit that we had for Texas, as well as for Lacrosse. I'm happy to see finally be able to showcase, I guess, as far as what Racer James has done. And we've been talking about it quite a bit as far as what has been done, but now to actually see it visually there, I think it's pretty cool. I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I did, and I'm about spent. So leave that on there for a second while I look potential raid target. So we want to send you guys all off there. I want to remind everybody when I mentioned first part of streams, you know, we did have to start there a couple times, restart, because of some of the flaws. I'm glad it kind of stayed, you know, nice and no problems, I guess, post-effect and second starting there. I think we had a few notifications go out there, because as far as for the stream going live, apologize for those. Not much I could have done about it as far as the multiple notifications, but don't forget for next week, I'm going to be working on something for next Saturday, I guess, as far as for celebration of the 4 years as Twitch affiliate. So the 4-year Twitch anniversary, I'll be working on some stuff. So on top of doing what we normally do here on Saturdays with either Lacrosse or that, we'll have some additional things to do. I'll have some giveaways and stuff like that, just to kind of people, I guess, as far as to show my appreciation for all the support up to this point, I guess, as far as on the channel. So be on the lookout for that. It just snuck up on me. It's just like before, as time has flown, and it's gotten away from me. To come to that conclusion, let's go ahead. Background music on here. Yeah, let me find a potential raid target. I hope you will join me on the raid target, and if you can't, totally understandable. Let's see, who do we got that's on? Send you guys to. I think I know where I want to send you. You haven't been able to. Oh, he's not playing Farm Sim though. Interesting. Normally he plays Farm Sim 22. He's currently playing some Dead by Daylight. I think he's having a little bit of fun there. I think it'll be. I think you'll enjoy his company. I think you'll. Hopefully you will enjoy that. Even though he is playing some Dead by Daylight, I think he's just having some fun. I mean, he normally does stream Farm Sim 22 for the most part, but he likes to play other games too, I guess. Yeah, so I think we'll go and pay him a visit there. Goes by the name of, I like to call him Train Heart. Yeah, feel free to get, Torch getting his last slots and shots. Get your last minutes in there. You're closing in on Racer James there. I think he's getting jealous. The fact that he didn't come back there, as far as I don't know. Maybe he's letting you catch up, I don't know. Catch up, Mustard. Okay then. Again, I do very much appreciate everybody that did stop in for Spline Design Studios Saturday. We finally got it working. Everything has been running smooth. We'll be streaming again on the channel for Truckin' Tuesday. Taco Truckin' Tuesday. We're going to make that a thing. Hashtag Taco Truckin' Tuesday. It's such a mouthful. Yeah. And then I'm still up in the air about Wreckfest Wednesdays. Some of you have heard my complaints, I guess, as far as for what's going on with Wreckfest. I'm almost feeling just to kind of give that a break for a little while. Just to kind of let that... so what I want to do on Wednesdays, I don't know yet. I was kind of thinking something on the way of whatever Wednesdays. Just play whatever. I got plenty of other games that I do like to play off stream. I might just do something like that. I'm not 100% sure yet. So bear with me, I guess, as far as while I figure things out, I guess, as far as for Wreckfest Wednesday. For those that do necessarily look forward to Wreckfest Wednesdays, I apologize, I guess, for that. I just got really bad taste in my mouth, I guess, as far as the way Wreckfest is designed. I've gotten a lot of truths revealed to me, I guess, as far as the way that game is designed. It's just in order to get that bitter taste out of my mouth, I just need to put it away for a little while. But yeah, so other than that, Fridays we've been streaming Farm and Sim, I guess, as far as playthrough on the No Man's Land, on the Deuce MS Outhouse server. And so if you want to check that out on Fridays, 2 p.m. and is the only one that starts a little bit earlier on Fridays. And then of course Spline Design Studios Saturday. So if you're hanging out in chat and you want to see any of that on the channel, do feel free and make sure to hit that follow button on the channel to get the notification when the streams are live. Also, feel free to check out all the social medias. I really need to get a stream deck. I really do. Either that or a touch portal. We were talking about that earlier too. There's all the social medias, as far as the Rock Nation Discord. I am also on the Twitter, and we got our Spline Design Studios Facebook group page that serves as our forums for the website, splinedesignstudios.com. Feel free to check those out at your leisure. I try to post there on the regular, as far as post-stream, pre-stream, and everything else in between. So hopefully if we don't see you on stream here in the chat, we see you in those channels. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Saturday, and hope to see you again real soon. Alright, is this raid gonna work? Let me switch this over to racing. While I get this worked out here. Okay, that's not working either. I got things breaking. Hold on. Bear with me. Bear with me. Very much appreciated for Fireback coming in there at the last minute there with the resub. 6 months. Appreciate that. Yeah, definitely get that. Get your last second shots and slots and shots and all that good stuff. Okay, I don't know if the raid's gonna work. Trying to get these raids never want to play nice with me. Hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. I'm working on it, folks. Bear with me. Alright, cool. I think we got him queued up. Looks like it is going to go through. Alrighty, once again, folks, y'all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. We'll hope to see you again real soon. And if we don't get on social medias, Rock Nation Discord, we're going to be doing a little bit of a celebration for the 4 years as Twitch affiliate next Saturday. So on top of everything that, with the tracks, we'll be doing that. We'll have some extras, some little extra things as far as some game giveaways and things like that. So if you want to get on that action, tune on in. Hope to see you again then. Bye for now.